7%. Yikes. Like I'd want to say at this point, it's flat bottom breaking, so there could be a little bit of it that's technical, but that's a hefty gap down. I'm going to keep the ear to the ground, but the only story that I've seen on ELF so far is that Friday story about in-stream shopping on Twitch being launched, and that didn't react that much there. Adair?
I want to clarify, no news. I looked into it. Very minimal social media attention, but what I do see is just people confused as to why it's dropping. So I really don't have any.
Yeah. And again, like I said, like the only stories are from last week. So unfortunately, this one is falling off the shelf a little bit here. It's at some support, so there is at least that. But yeah, not looking very good there, Steven. But don't have, like Adair said, don't have a particular story. Bitcoin is still at 11,000, holding on to the volume weighted average price. Pretty much, like VWAP is more or less almost exactly 11,000, and then IBIT it's to like 63. So going to play this one back into the high. We have reloaded it once. And then we're still in, Beyond Meat's doing this. We're, here we're into VWAP. I'm not going to move off the Bitcoin chart. But Beyond Meat did not get back to the VWAP in the dollar, so I did not reload it at 99. I have some bids at the 90 level, but right now got to watch Bitcoin here as it tries to hold on to that 63 level. I have a stop down at like 90, in the mid 90s, but I'm looking for another reload spot. Just want to make sure we're closing above. It is some relative strength today, being up 4%, but remember, percentages don't matter for Bitcoin. Why I'd at least be concerned about it is look at the NASDAQ. Like the NASDAQ is right back into the highs, and if you look at this 15-minute, there has not been a red candle. This has been unabated and just all systems go to the upside, and you're still sort of like sideways action, holding a very slight upward trend and an inside day here. For IBIT and for Bitcoin in general. So a lot of strength in the market, being led, of course, by things like Apple and NVIDIA, which kind of went out of nowhere. Bitcoin is trying to join that party, but we've seen this story before, where it seems like it's a little bit boring off of the open, and then you get a late breakout, sometimes up, sometimes down. Has a tendency to do this, where the bigger moves happen a little bit later in the day. So above VWAP means I'm still favoring long.
Yeah, unabated the quarterback Micah Parsons yesterday, 3 sacks. We'll see. Can Green Bay still hold on to the #1 ranking?
Why don't they throw to Kraft more? Like I find like they don't
throw to him too much, to be honest with you.
No, in the first half they did.
How many
threw to one
did
time.
he get?
I think he had 5 by the end of the game.
Oh,
but in the first half, he's never involved in the first half. And then it's like, oh, we forgot about him. And then at one point they were just like forcing him the ball.
Yeah. He's like our little weapon over there. And when Watson comes back, so right now Green Bay is your power ranking #1 in the NFL.
You can't be tackled, that guy.
I don't know if that'll be true next week. Right there, number one was Green Bay, #2 was Tampa Bay. So those are my team is Green Bay, Tampa Bay is my brother's.
I think the Rams are
the Rams.
I think the Rams look better than Tampa to me. I'd take the Rams over the Bucks.
Yeah, right now I think, other than KC, I think all the top teams right now in the NFC. I think right now the Rams look good, Eagles look great. KC looks great. KC dominated yesterday, but they didn't. It's not like that was a fair. I mean,
Geno Smith, man.
They dominated the Raiders. I mean, so who knows? Right there, how good they are. Again, right now.
What's up, Randy?
Hey, what's up, Randy?
Dolly.
Are you looking for your dolly? Yeah. Don't look too hard for it. Let's go Rams. Yeah, Rams are good. Tonight, Seattle, Houston.
What's the
I
other
hate
game?
these double Monday nighters. I don't know. I mean, whatever.
They used to do it once. Now they
have hockey until like 8, and then right away is baseball after that. So for the Blue Jays, of course.
Game 7, baby. There's nothing better than and I don't care what sport it is, man. Game 7.
No, especially baseball.
Do or die. Well, the thing about baseball, the whole like it's never over. It's not a time thing.
Right. That's the other thing. Yeah.
Not that I want it to be close. I don't want it to be close because my heart can't take it. But in most cases, I love those any Game 7 that ends up going down to the wire. Just not tonight. Like I wouldn't mind like a 10-2 win would be fine.
Yeah. That one time, there goes Oscar, by the way. Nice move upside there for OSCR. I mean, shout out to Michael Noss and shout out to my. Look, I mean, we've coined, and you guys have coined in the chat, the big BBAI brigade. What are we going to call Oscar? Like Oscar's trash can or something like that? Like right now we are long on Oscar, and we're long down here, 1350. So this is a real nice move there for OSCR. I like it. UNH again, the whole space starting to get going again, hopefully. Into this space. So, we are into Oscar. I like it for the same reasons why, we bought Palantir cheap. I think we bought Oscar cheap. You know, we're buying some other names here on some pullbacks, but I like OSCR, and then Robinhood again. It's just these different names that are providing apps and getting this new generation into everything. Because trust me when I tell you, like, if you knew my, like, if ELF was trading based on my family, the thing would be at 52-week highs. So I don't really know exactly what is going on here with ELF, but right here, I think Starbucks, ELF, someone said if I had a pumpkin latte yet. No, my daughter this weekend had a pumpkin frappuccino. I'm gonna ask her. She bought one of those Jellycat things too, those Jellycat stuffies. Those things are stupidly soft. We really like that one. Shout out to the Big Bear AI brigade there again, as you guys have coined it, not me. 775 right now. That's a good little high. Looking to take that out right now as we get a little bit higher. The Open Army is another strong one apparently, and that off $7. I mean, we've talked about this numerous times. Coming back into $7 right now. Very, very important. Okay, man, if you guys are green so far today, let's get this chat going a little bit. I don't know if there is like a green or red thing in here. If I
we do the
green, there it is. Yeah, here.
That thing.
This thing right here. Yeah, let's do this. So let's go green right there. And you guys put it in what you are today. And I just hope, I only have one trade on, and it's just been Tesla. So, I mean, this has been obviously a fantastic one. It's not doing too much right now. We are waiting to see if we can get something back into there. Good job, everybody, there in the chat. And we want to say a big shout out to everybody there. Normally, we do something called roll call. But yeah, wow, what a good morning for most of you. It doesn't matter if you're green or red. Just wanted to see like what it was doing, because I think when the market is trending like this, it does give a great opportunity, again, for anybody that is a trend trader, potentially swinging something long into the weekend. I know traders generally will swing long rather than short, especially in our chat from what I'm noticing. So there it is, man. It's a big successful day for many of you trading here today. And we just had Apple take out all-time highs today as well. So obviously that's a big indicator there for many of you in your trading, in your longer-term portfolios. Like if you have an ETF, you're probably laughing right now. NASDAQ highs, ES highs right now, both up 1%. The banks are rocking here today as well. JP Morgan, boom, look at that move recently for JP Morgan. Let's check out Morgan Stanley as well. This name rocking to the high side, was up, yeah, 2% last time we checked. Nice move there. I think it was, oh, it was WFC that was leading the way. Sorry, not Morgan. There goes Wells Fargo, was up 7 or 8% on earnings alone. Gave some back after 3 days of earnings, like day one, day two. Did you buy day three? That's $83. Nice move to the high side there as well. So, yeah, man, Google and NVIDIA really, I love Google. Really glad that we're hella long that name. But really, NVIDIA was another recent dip buy of mine at 175. I'm a little nervous, obviously, about NVIDIA. Their report not till late November. So we got a little while to go right there. Oh, T-Money. You know that I like some Alibaba. You know I like Alibaba, T-Money. And wow, what a great trade that was. Shout out to you, because now you are in T-Money on that trade, as there it goes, man, a 169 break. Congratulations, I love this name. TCEHY, actually, Tencent is a name that pulled back that I wanted to buy right there at the 50-period moving average. A little scared about China buying Chinese names, but I do like that name there, Tencent, with only 10 minutes left until the midday show. We're going to it.
US dollar just trucking along in its uptrend. Not a lot of economic data earlier in the week, though we will get some later this week. We'll actually get on Friday. We're supposed to get the CPI print for the month of September. Again, that's been announced here by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, so it seems very likely that we will get the print on that date. Now, here's a look as to how the CPI, at least on a monthly basis, performed over the last year. So as you can see, the last 2 months here, month over month, core CPI specifically at 0.3%. Now, our estimate here for this coming month, or I guess the past month, September, is also, you guessed it, 0.3%. So we're expecting CPI to be consistent here with previous prints. Now, we'll have to wait and see what happens with the shutdown with regards to what other data we can get ahead of the Fed's meeting in just 9 days on October 29th. 2025. Now, we do have some Fed speakers saying that they're not super worried about having this data, that data released by private institutions will be enough. In fact, Fed's Myron has actually said that the Fed really shouldn't be using data too much at all. Instead, they should be looking forward to what they think inflation will be in 1 year's time. So really mixed look at the Fed. We know the last 2 Fed meetings we've had dissenting votes. Let's see if this meeting is consistent here. But again, if we do get some kind of resolution to the shutdown, which Kevin Hassett thinks that we might get, and that is, of course, the leader of the National Economic Council, then maybe we get some more data and the Fed has a little bit more to chew on ahead of that meeting. Back to you.
Thank you for the update there, Adara, and thank you to Down to Sky. Made some nice coin on Lulu, thanks to this channel. Appreciate you, Down to Sky. Lululemon right off that $200 period on the monthly. That's a pretty historical level for Lululemon. When in doubt, zoom out if you're ever looking for support on those types of names. Lulu, I believe, up 4.7%. A couple of seconds ago it was 5%. 5% so far today. And like I said, it's all green on the NASDAQ, all green on the ES. There's not a lot. Outside of, I think, ELF we were just talking about, pretty much nothing is having that bad of a day. Although, I reiterate, the one, I always sort of say, like on days like today, you want to check to see what is strong and what is not, and be mildly concerned about the types of things that you think should be running that aren't. Weeble's back to green, but it's not really participating in this move. And we saw how strong SoFi was, relatively speaking. So, this is one I actually think I'm going to get hit this week if it shows this kind of weakness. I'm bidding in front of $10 on this stock and kind of stink bidding in my personal account. And the way that it's trading, I don't know if this is tied to the outage. When Webull comes back up, I'll be interested to see if this stock actually can catch a bit of a bid and join this market rally to the upside. I know it's not really red, technically, but compared to everything else, not looking too healthy. Adara?
Be aware here, guys. Market at day's high. Good look here. Let's see if we continue to push higher at 11 a.m. We are set to have a meeting here between President Trump and the Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese. They'll be meeting outside the White House as is standard, and then they will be actually having that meeting shortly thereafter. Meeting here, the bilateral meeting is set to start at 11:15 a.m. With the or the greeting outside the White House set to start at 11. Sometimes these things are a little bit late. I'll be following and I'll be keeping you guys posted regardless. Back to you.
Yeah, it's one of my Sharif getting excited here for Apple, and it's probably the largest holding, but it's not something that I'm trimming. I sold the story that was like buying my first Apple shares when I bought the first iPhone. So it's just a matter of letting that name continue to roll forward. I have taken profit on that name before, but it always seems like a mistake. Yeah, but there's Apple. I mean, and by the way, Tesla, I'm just waiting for dips. I'm not doing anything right now. Just letting this sort of show expire here, and then we'll have it into the midday for you right away, and they'll have a lot of fun talk there, as they always do. But there's Apple up 3.5% there and ripping higher. So what a great stock, what a great story. Continue to love that name and love everything that's going on there with Apple services. I mean, even on Amazon Prime Day, I went and got an Apple Watch. So, because my other one stunk out. It was just an SE, so it was a little wild, and I think it got too much agua in it. Okay, so 261 and change. Again, huge move there for Apple, continuously going there. NVIDIA, again, the big dog of the day as well. That went up to 185. We're looking for an NVIDIA high break of, SoFi's break is 30 right there. NVIDIA's all-time high as located right here, 195. So we still have quite a ways to go before we get anywhere near NVIDIA's all-time high. So that's going to be the next one to go there. We do like what Amazon's been doing as well here today, despite all the outages. And then, everybody I mean, I like dumpster diving with Webull. I mean, we've bought some more shares down here as well recently. But SoFi is the one that I am choosing. So Pikachu, many people choose you. But SoFi, I choose you. And so we've recently bought more on this 50 period right there. And I don't know, we could get lots of opportunities. Like when you buy it here the first time and it goes up to 30 bucks, you're thinking you're pretty smart, and then it comes all the way back down again. So understand the time frame that you're looking at here with a stock like SoFi. And if you do have some time on your hands, maybe you're thinking about right now, what is for lunch? Well, I'll tell you right now what's for lunch around here. This morning we had scrambled eggs with turkey sausage. I thought that was pretty good.
Delicious. I like
turkey sausage is very...
eggs were...
Yeah, the eggs were always...
kind of runny.
Always a little bit of something.
Like Denny's style is the best way to think about it.
Denny's. I haven't been to Denny's in a while.
They
By the way,
really
Apple's
money
$261.50 right now.
AMD's also all-time high. So like,
Oh, AMD is
like
now, too.
imagine all morning long, like all the things that are making highs. We didn't even mention AMD's all-time high.
No. We're cruising with Tesla now, and I mean I think that's true. There's a lot of stocks right here that are moving. But hey, man, if you have some of these today, we asked everybody. I didn't really see anybody that was red in the chat. So I mean, congratulations. There's a lot of chicken dinner winners today, and if you are a chicken, you might want to watch out because today's lunch is grilled Greek chicken. So that's pretty good with some rice. What? And then it says Italian seasoned veggies. Normally it goes Greek seasoned veggies, like when we get Italian chicken. But anyways, Greek grilled chicken, so that'll be good. Hopefully like a little souvlaki type flavoring there. And then mixed veggies with rice, and then of course topped off by a Greek salad.
What is Italian seasoned vegetables? What is that? Like,
yeah.
But like, I don't even know what that means.
No, I don't. Could be something like a little like oregano on there. I don't.
Okay.
I don't know exactly. Thyme.
I feel like it doesn't really tell us.
What is, some like fresh herbs. I don't know. But anyways, and I just did have a look at what's tomorrow, so get ready for that. What is tomorrow by accident?
Tilapia Tuesday.
Pardon me, is it Tilapia Tuesday? It may be. Stay tuned tomorrow to see if tomorrow is indeed Tilapia Tuesday.
If the Jays win, I won't care that it's tilapia. I'll just be,
yeah, of course.
I'll be too happy to not give a darn about that. Interestingly flavored tilapia recently. I think they're running out of ways to do it around here, so that kind of is.
I don't want to ruin what it is tomorrow.
No, I like the surprise.
I'll hold back my opinion on tilapia until tomorrow, if you know what
I don't think. Usually I think it's been later on in the week. Just one more thing. We mentioned AMD making some power moves to the upside. What it's also doing, hey, what is going on with this chart? There we go. And I can recenter it. Just wanted to get that recentered for myself. AMD's uptrend is being challenged for the first time. I didn't draw that perfectly, but all-time high, broke out 241 with the market. This is that time of day where you can start looking. I mean, I start looking for reversions. So if we do lose this trend line, VWAP's from a trend line break, a couple dollars down, I'm going to look for AMD and a possible reversion back into the trend line here. Bitcoin still going, just kind of wicked the top there and has a very slight upward trend of its own. So if it breaks this trend on a 3-minute, I just get out and then wait for the volume weighted average price again. Continually look for places to add at VWAP until it confirms any kind of breakout of the top. So it's held in VWAP. It hasn't gone parabolic off of the high just yet. And Ankit's saying we missed your super chat. Well, if I missed your super chat, then I'm going to look for it literally right now. You made your first 4-digit day. Happy Diwali. So congratulations. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Was that Fabian for putting that one in there? So let's just hit that one. Good job there, Ankit. I appreciate you for sure. And best of luck. Day's not over. The market has still yet to put in a red candle on the NASDAQ in my 15-minute chart. We have 0 red candles on the day on the NQ, the ES, same thing, and breaking out higher. What I love about this too is go back and look at KRE and the regional banks. Like that little scare was over with really, really quickly. And that was half of the story why we were pulling back. Like it was some China trade related, and the other half was the worries about the regional banks and their lending issues. Well, looking pretty healthy right now.
So a big shout out to Sunny and everybody there in the chat. Of course, here it is on my screen there. A big happy Diwali to everybody there today. It's well celebrated, all around Toronto. So a big shout out to that festival of lights and whatnot. So happy Diwali to everybody out there. We want to say happy SoFi Day to people as well. Happy Bitcoin Bounce Day, and happy every sort of Monday to everybody out there. Join us back again. Good show today.
Oh, it's 11 o'clock.
Join us back at 2 o'clock when we will have Neil and I again. And then thankfully, you're going to a very great midday program.
With our intro music.
You have to understand something. We already talked about this. We get nothing new on this show. Not absolutely anything. No, it's not shade. It's just we don't get anything new on this show, but these guys do, which is great.
You might as well hit it again while you're at it.
You got to fight for it.
Might as well.
I mean, we love some Stone Cold right here. That's what I feel like every single day, man. Whenever I sit down in this chair, we breaking through. You know, you saw the Tesla trade there today, so we were cracking Budweiser's early on the desk. So congratulations to everybody. Let's go back over to the midday where we have these two stunners of guys ready to go right there. See what I did right there, guys? All right, see ya.
One Katina, man. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. Where are the people at? Oh, they're here. I forgot. Shout out to the OG Darwin. We got the other OG, Other Zinc, of course. Shout out to Princess Investing Northwest Sasquatch. We got Maracas 100 Super. No. Yes, and Ricky G, Mark Susi. We got SPS Hangry Wife 9 to 5 Grind joining us as well as Buffalo Soldier Muhammad. We got I can't read all those characters there, Joey. I wish I could. Mandarin name, can't read all of it. We got Dangerous Nygaard. Wyatt, we got Why Not and Volke, Ichiro, shout out to Be Free as well, Mary, Edgar, we got Philosopher on a Mission and Hypercube, and it wouldn't be a day without Andrew Chow and Richard Trejo. We got Sander checking out. We got Carter, Randy, Savage, Say It Ain't So, Rage Quit Radio, Julian Ellen G Talk, shout out to Haley, Nichelle, and Stephen LA, Stephen Knight as well, joining us, T-Money and Ahmad, Habibi, come to Egypt. We got one more here, Joey. Sean, Aaron, and I lied. It would not be a good day if KC 526 was not joining us. Good morning to everybody. Joseph, good morning to you.
What about Mike P. It's a fact, Jack.
100%. How was the weekend?
It was good, man.
Good?
It was good, yeah.
Good to hear, good to hear.
So I was sick for my birthday. I told you guys that, so I didn't go out for dinner or anything. But Saturday evening, my brothers and my father, we all went up to Joey's at Yorkdale.
Oh, and we went to Joe's.
We went to Joe's at there. Because my brother's birthday's on the 11th as well, too, so we just figured we usually celebrate.
5 and 11,
Yeah, 5 and 11. Yeah, I'm 10 years older than him.
That's crazy.
Exactly, yeah.
Like that.
It's crazy. I'm trying to put him on, man. My brothers and I were like, hey, you got to start buying a little bit of crypto because by the time you're my age, who knows what you're off to a good jump start. So, all right, guys, fantastic morning so far. A lot we got going on, too. I was messaging Gorev on X. I'm happy to bring you guys something. I was talking to Sharif about it this morning as well, too. But aside from that, Apple has been on an absolute run here this morning, up to 263, almost tapping into right there. Sharif, you and I were talking about that breakout not too long ago, the consolidation and then the breakout. It needed to absorb a little more liquidity, and sure enough, now it's off to the races. But aside from that, guys, what were we trading today? Only one name on the day, and that is going to be the king of crypto, BTC, IBIT, one of the best performing ETFs of all time right here, guys. Boom, there it is. So attempt number one, we take 33% off right there, and then we get stopped out breaking. But we reload and then we hop right back in and we're still sitting on approximately 20%. Other than that, that's all I got going on. Also, I was talking with some individuals in the chat. I bought some Amazon $213.50 this morning. As soon as I opened my eyes, I'm like, all right, let's go. Got the notifications, was doing a little bit of TA on there, so that's working out. But now we're just waiting for a new high to be established on IBIT. The reload was really nice. Once the thesis started working out, we doubled it up, bang, bang, bang. 63.30 is going to be that next target, or even 63.29. We'll take that one. We're cool with that, Sharif. So that's what we got going on. Yes, Joey Management, Wilson and Katina Capital in full effect this morning.
It's crazy talk. I love it. There's a very exciting day so far. All right, guys. Shout out to ChatGPT, Sharif, DVLT, WW, Joe. We're getting calls off dip. We're going to get to it. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat, ChatGPT. Here's the deal. Here's what I'm looking at right now. Give me a sec. Just trying to load in the side charts. Okay, so here's what we've got on for the small cap gappers. The one I'm involved in right now, REPL, in at 30s, looking at building my position in. It's got a 991 high. Looks like I'm in, maybe towards the top end of the range. I perceive the range to be about 950, give or take, and around about 8 2/3 to the downside. We'll see how this cookie crumbles. But let's just get right to it. You guys are all talking about GSIT as well as you should be. The number one or number two gapper. It used to be REPL, now it's GSIT taking the cake right now. It's up 180%. And it's got a good looking bull flag. It's a multiple halter. So let's do our halt analysis super quick. How many halts on the way up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 halts up in a row. Then we deal with 1 halt down. Then we halt up. Then we halt down. So now we can we're in the consolidative aspect. Even if we're halting, it doesn't matter. We're consolidating. We've got a range. This is the difference between a range right there on the right side of your screen and the trend on the left side. So we're going to keep an eye certainly on GSIT. I perceive it to have a local area of support in and around 14. That's for the wicks. The closing prints seem to be defending the 10 EMA on the 5. We'll see how this cookie crumbles. Very volatile. Trade it carefully, please. There goes REPL Joseph options. Let's wet the beak over here. It takes out the local area high. We got 29s on. So we had 2 planned DCAs. The third one did not fill as of yet. So let's go ahead and wet the beak up here as well. Now we're waiting at 47s for more. And we got to wait a little bit more. We got to wait a little bit at 955 to see if we can take out that level there. So that's the first one I got into. But I've got plenty of more, guys. There's a whole bunch moving. I'm keeping my eye on NVTS, top right of your screen. Losing the 10 EMA on the 5. But that's all right because I perceive price action support to be in and around 17. Take a gander at this area over here. We got into 17, rejected. It dropped all the way down to 16 before retaking it. So I want to see, does this one find support at 17, or are we going to have to wait for a deeper retracement, more like 16 3/4? So that's one right there. BTBT. This one is a name that we all know. It's crypto related. It's got a good looking bull flag as well. And for the most part, it's defended the 10 EMA and the 5, save and except for the loss of VWAP right there at 1020 and 1025. So this one is also in focus. ACHV, putting in a nice little compression pattern. And look, ACHV is a holdover from Friday. It was running Friday. I think it was running actually Thursday as well. Had an okay day Friday, more consolidative. And here we are again trying to take out the aftermarket highs of Thursday. Right now, I think we're like 3 or 4 pennies off that aftermarket high from a couple of days ago. So that one will be in focus. Rappel, I've already talked about. It's the one that I'm involved in. DGXX, another holdover from Friday. This one also had a good day, at least in the midday. It was doing more volume in the midday than it was in the pre-market or early on, and it's having another good day today with another new high and certainly higher lows knocking at the door of that $5 area. Last but not least, before we see what the options man has, CAN, another really good one and another very respectful one of technical indicators. You know exactly which technical indicator I'm talking about. It's that solid green line, the 10 exponential on the 5. So I don't mind executing on CAN here, especially seeing that, it's cheaper and I can definitely manage risk a little bit more. If I was to get in here at the 10 EMA, that gives me a 211, 212 print. The end of the trade would be the loss of 2, not because only it's psychological support, but it's price action support. Take a gander at what it did on these 3 candles over here. The 10, 20, 25, and 30 candle held 2 like a glove. So CAN. Oh, I was going to hit the Canada animation, but I got shafted
Which one were you looking for?
The Canada animation, because my stream deck.
Canada, yeah.
So, guys, something happened with my sound card. So, Rob, the IT guy, had to kind of fix everything over here, and I'm on a different login profile on my computer, so I don't have all my old things. Like, I had to reset my headset, I have to reset my animations and everything. So, we're kind of flying a little bit blind today. Not trading, of course, but, just for some of these extracurriculars, Joey.
Yeah.
What do you got, man?
Yeah, man. Let's go. We're cooking up here on IBIT, piecing out a little bit more. Yes, we're gonna get to that momentarily there. Fabian, I see it, and I'm also currently reading it as well too. So, all right. Did you do chats? Super chat?
I called it out, but I didn't do it. So let me do it first before we start on to the next one. DVLT, I did it already,
that's
Joey.
You right there, and then we'll pop over to me.
DVLT, let's bring it in right here.
RGTI calls, and then we're going to get to you, Sean.
My God. Apple all-time highs, 263.05. Go, Apple, freaking go. Unreal. There we go, baby. All right.
Whoa, I'm not doing that.
I'm not doing it either, but I don't care. I like it either way, Joey. Here's DVLT, guys. Looks like there is support between 220 to 225. It's not the biggest mover on the day, but it's got 27 2/3% up under its wings right now. So I'd be punching in at 2 1/4, and I'd be out on the loss of 2 1/5. So you punch in 225, 226. If it loses 220, you're out. That's what I'd be looking for right there. It certainly has a buy zone between 225 and 220. If it doesn't hold up that area, I'd be out. And you have a nice move up to take out 40s, likely to move into 50s. I like the look of DVLT. It might find its way onto my side charts momentarily over here, Joey.
Good stuff. All right, there goes IBIT. We're going to get to RGTI in uno momento, and then we're going to get I'm looking at USAR as well, too, for our friend Sean James. But first, we're going to take a little bit off here on the IBI. Oh, no, we don't want that. Cancel that. Cancel that. We want the new high, baby. So let's post up. Yeah, let's post up there. We'll post up at 42s to see if we can catch a fill on that one. Do-do-do, bang. And all right there, let's see if we can catch that fill there, guys. It's working really, really well on IBIT. Now let's take a gander at RGTI. I'll pull that up on a separate chart. RGTI. Oh man, I'm excited to talk about what I was working on over the weekend, man.
I'm excited to hear about it.
Yeah, it got me really pumped, man.
He told me about it. It's actually quite interesting, man. And if everybody's nice to you, maybe we can all get a copy as well.
Yeah, all day, man. I eat, you eat, man. Everybody eats.
Your guys are about to find out what he's talking about right now.
Yeah, we'll do the super chats first. RGTI, you're thinking some calls up here. See, the thing is, I think just because of the price expansion, your average true range is going to be higher, obviously. And with that being said, what happens is essentially is that your implied volatility starts to increase, right? And you're going to be paying substantial amount of IV. Right now, you're sitting at 141.5% in implied volatility. Now, if you ask me, that's too high. I would wait for this to cool down, and then you want to grab things when the IV starts to cool off. We can go to further dated. I mean, this is expiring this week, but for me personally, let's head over to this February expiration cycle, and at the money IV is still relatively high. So essentially what I'm going to get at here in short is there's a time to buy contracts and there's a time to just go common stock. I think if you're looking to get involved with RGTI, start your thesis off with shares, and then once the IV cools down, then you can add in with contracts, and if it's working as well too. All right, so there's RGTI. Now to pull up USAR for our good friend Sean Aaron over here. USAR. This is the USA Rare Earths. I don't know if it's an ETF or anything along those lines. But again, see, high at the money IV. And you can see this displayed within the price action, right? You're just getting the expansion, the price expansion, and that's going to be priced into the options market as well too. So you have to take that into consideration. But essentially what they're saying is US AR $36 strike price expiry at the end of the month, down 78%. Yeah, so you're all the way up here at the 36 strike. You're down substantially on those. And you're not even really getting anything. As for a writing standpoint, the thing is what you can do is roll over the contracts. You just have to pay the difference. But at the end of the day, what you can do to just kind of mitigate your losses is just start writing a strike price earlier, higher, one increment higher. And if you happen to get a sign, what, you got 10 contracts $1 higher, even though they're just sorry, you won't get assigned because they're just flat out shares. But that's one way you can mitigate those losses, is that you want to start writing against it. The issue is, unfortunately, you don't have that much time, and this is what we talk about day after day, is that when you're buying contracts, you need to give yourself a little bit more time. Buy the theta, buy the theta, buy the theta, so you don't run into scenarios like this where you only have 2 weeks or a little bit less, 11 trading sessions, 11 days, not even trading sessions, and then now those contracts are going to be essentially worth nothing. So you can roll them over. We'll break it down one more time. Roll them over, start writing at strike prices higher, pay the difference, or you can accept your loss at the exact same time. But it's writing right now to mitigate those losses, Sharif.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay, cool. So there it goes. We got an aggressive sell-off on IBIT. We almost got that we almost got that fill here, almost to the penny, but then it's like, nah, see you later. So hopefully we get an additional bounce. I mean, it has been rejecting VWAP throughout a couple of the intraday sessions, but this is what we're talking about. I don't want to pull up my trading view because of what I'm going to be showing you guys later. So I'll just pull it up otherwise on this here, BTC, and this is what I was talking about. Like, break through the support level and then give us some form of indecision. I'm glad Katina Man was buying this around 103 or whatever it was, 105, whatever he had, but this is what we're looking for. Hammer candle south of some key support levels, and look at the bounce that we're getting. Sorry, Sharif, one more thing here. With Amazon, why am I involved in Amazon? Well, we're starting to form these indecision prints right around some key support levels. I like the buying pressure stepping in, so 216.50 is going to be my primary target. If I have the ability to add another contract at the hold of VWAP or even at 214s, I'm going to do that. Full disclosure, 50 shares, one contract, nothing substantial. Just getting our toes wet right now to see if we can get that move that we're looking for, and we built a thesis on over the weekend.
All right, guys, we're in CAN. I'm trying to hold for this one to hold 210. We'll see how this one does, but we did quite well here on REPL. We got out at 969, having gotten in at 926. So still holding a piece onto this one. I want to see if this one can run and maybe take out 991. That's the high. It's showing me 9.5 right now. So I can pack my patience with this one a little bit. I don't need to take out the last remaining amount. So I'm packing my patience on REPL, looking for a hold of the 10 EMA. If it loses the 10 EMA, I don't have to give this one to my stop, okay, or to my entry, excuse me. I'm going to give it to the 10 EMA. If it loses trend, that's fine. We'll get out of that one. And then the other one that I just got into, I've got 15s on CAN. It's showing me 14s, so we're a penny out of the money on this one, but it's still holding trend, holding shape right now. It's still putting in lower lows and lower highs, but it is finding a buyer at the 10 EMA. This is the first time we've been green on the 5-minute chart, I think, in the last 20 minutes. So let's see if we can run up, maybe take out some orders that I have in the high teens. We'll keep an eye out on this one. But ANRO, I got into this one, and this one could be a lot of trouble right now because it had a breakout, a false breakout. This was a bull trap, the way that I see it, and this got me taking it out as well because I got in at the $0.50 for the breakout of resistance. It breaks 12. It goes almost 12. It goes to 11.97, and then it finds a monster seller, and it has a topping tail, almost inverse hammer candle like, and right back into the 10 EMA. Now that's what's keeping me in the trade. That's why I didn't flatten out, because the current candle low is holding at the 10 EMA. So believe it or not, even though this feels like it is a bull trap, it's still holding trend in the sense that it's above, it's got higher highs and higher lows on the current candle, and it's holding the 10 EMA. So I'm trying not to get weaseled out of this too quickly. But you never really know with these ones, especially the small cap gapper world is a dangerous world, and so you can't give this one all that much room. So I'm keeping my eye here on ANRO. If it loses current bar low, that's going to be the end of the trade, and we'll go negative on that one. So that's my look there. Let's have a look quickly at CAN. Still holding trend. Don't mind this one too much. Definitely need I need a new high on this current candle though, or the subsequent candle at least, because we have the same area high as the prior candle, but we have a lower low on a wick basis. So that, you know, it's interesting. We'll see. So that's it for me at the moment. Those are the trades that I'm involved in. ANRO is the most precarious of all the trades, seeing that we're substantially out of the money, about 60 pennies out of the money on this name. Not too much in the way of size, but this one is losing trend, Joey, right now. Trying to hold on to that $11 area. I think if it breaks prior bar low, which is 1080, that's going to be the end of the trade there. Otherwise, it's going to have to rock it up, get me back in the money over here for me to stay involved. Oh, we already got stopped out. How come it's not showing my outs on this one? Oh, they're not highlighted. I see. Okay, that was my mistake.
Oh,
there.
thanks. Yeah, let me get those bold highlights on there.
So that's my look right now. What do you got?
Yeah, absolutely. 1 second. We're just going to do exactly what Chief's doing. We're going to highlight our quotes here on IBIT.
Oh,
Bang,
like
there it is. A nice little pop. And Amazon continuing to climb. All right, guys. As I mentioned earlier, I want to show you guys something. But again, it's going to nothing in life is free. But fortunately, what's coming up next is, so as soon as we got 6,600 people watching, as soon as we get to 1,000 likes, I'm going to display to you guys what I was working on over the weekend.
Crazy.
And it is 1,000, and it's as trading related as it can get. So I'm telling you, it's worth it, whether you like it or not. But hey, do that.
You guys, it is worth it.
Yeah, 1,000 likes. I promise you. And it took some time. Like, I was grinding over the weekend. So we got 242. We're only about 20% of the way there. But 7,500 people watching Sharif. An insane amount. Come on, get that up to 1,000 likes. And I promise you, as soon as I see that, Sharif mentions it, Fabian, Assassino, anybody tells me, Joe, we're at 1,000. The first thing we're going to do is show you exactly what I was working on, and you want to see this 110%. As the market is slowly starting to come back in, but Apple is having another day. It's in its own realm right now, guys, doing its own dance, breaking through. Sorry, Joe, long. I bet. What do you mean, my friend? What are you sorry about? Look, we're long up here, bang, stopped out, and we're long again. We're helly long right there. So let's hit this one. Bang, bang. I got so many animations now, I got to go through my stream deck and see what we got going on. And we're, and we're starting to piece it out. But there it is. Let's see if we can catch it. Excuse me. An additional fill on IBIT, Amazon coming back in towards the volume weighted average price. Adara, talk to us.
US President Donald Trump just greeted Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese outside of the White House. He was asked by reporters, what do you hope to accomplish with this meeting? And Trump said, and I quote, great things. So lots of excitement there from US President Donald Trump about his meeting with Prime Minister Albanese of Australia. So usually what happens here, they meet outside the White House, then in 10 to 15 minutes, maybe less, they'll transition here to the Oval Office or to inside the White House, and then we will get a meeting between the two. Once we get that transition, once the cameras go into the White House with these two officials, I will certainly keep you all posted. Back to you.
Good stuff.
See some of his posts on Truth Social on the weekend?
No, what do you say?
It's not what he said.
It's just
the videos that
was he
dropping.
posting?
I'm going to let you look at them.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I'll take a look at those.
What a guy.
Yeah, he's a character,
Trump.
man.
President Trump, he's a troll.
Yeah, I mean, as for the
troll.
Did you notice the Australian beef in the supermarkets yet?
No, but I've been hearing a lot about it.
Yeah, I was telling you. No, there's just a lot of Australian cuts. Like steak and stuff going on.
Particular reason?
Well, I mean, I started to notice it just shortly after the tariffs. Right, right. So that's when I started to see it come into some of the grocery stores. I like the good old Canadian because there's Tesla there, guys.
Beef is getting ridiculously priced in this country, though.
Yeah. You have to be extremely patient to buy when you're going to buy it, right? Like it fluctuates like crazy. Yeah, you have to be extremely thrifty. And I go to Farm Boy too, which I find is pretty good pricing, reasonably.
I don't see good prices at Farm Boy. It's got good stuff. Don't get me wrong. Fantastic stuff, but the prices are,
dude, I'll tell you
like
what,
Loblaws prices.
No, not quite. No. I'll tell you one thing. A crown of broccoli one time cost me more at No Frills than it did at Farm Boy.
No.
Yeah. I promise you. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's the same thing today. I haven't been to No Frills in some time, but there it is. Tesla, another indecision print, guys, right off of those lows. This can act as a potential long right there. Jeg, the Farm Boy on Brown's Line, yes, they had to go through a renovation. There was a rat infestation at the Farm Boy.
I heard about that.
But that was where there was...
That was in Midtown, though. There was one on Yonge and Egg?
No, Brown's Line in Gardner, right in Etobicoke there. Okay. But apparently that was like all old factories, just little strip mall there that was there before. So yeah, so you're gonna, hopefully they can take care of that stuff. Not too bad of a look here on Tesla. Let's see if these candles can hold up. Now it's just a slow grind in IBIT. I think we'll have the ability to come and get into that specific price target. It seems that it wants to climb today, so it's just patience, a lot of chop going on. But other than that, let's go IBIT and let's go Amazon.
All right, guys, holding still ANRO. Looking for this one to hold trend. I don't think it is, so we might go 0 for 2 on this one. We'll see how it goes. If it loses 80, that's the end of that trade. So ANRO already given me, I don't think I'm trading it correctly, though. That's my perception because this is a hell of a bull flag. It's up 80%. It breached through 12. I should be I should be more profitable on this. I think maybe I'm just a little bit too aggressive with my entries. I see clear areas of support at 1050. I don't know why I insisted at punching in near the highs, but we're going to give this one a try. I like the shape of this chart pattern. I like the move. I like the price. I like the percentage up on the day. There's a lot to like about this, but I think I've executed subpar on this one. We'll see if this one ends up getting me in trouble or I'm able to execute a little bit better going forward. So we can keep an eye on that. Separately, REPL continuing to bleed down. It's still generally above the 10 EMA. I may or may not add at the 10 EMA depending on what I see. So right now the 10 EMA is showing me 933, 932, entries 926. So we'll have plenty of time to make that decision. But CAN continues to do absolutely nothing. We're in at 15s. It's showing me 14s. It's not breaking down nor trending up. Ironically, though, it's not forcing my hand to get out of the trade. Just by the simple fact, it's got 3 higher lows right now on the 5-minute chart, and it's holding above the 10, and it looks like maybe it's got some selling here into the the 16, 17 penny area. And if we can shake that seller, then we can certainly retest the area high at around 222. So that is my look there on the ones that I'm involved in. But let's look at other stuff that I'm not involved in. GSIT. Still holding generally that $15 area. Looks like there's a whole bunch of buying every time this one comes down to around 13.5. One could even make the argument there's a double bottom forming at around 13.5. All the closing prints close above that level, but they do wick below. So make sure you're accounting for that wicking action so that you're not placing your stop at a disadvantageous area and then just get yourself stopped out even though the trade idea was right. 1550 now as a local area of resistance on this one. I likely would anticipate $16 selling based upon what happened over here. So we'll keep an eye on GIST. And BT, it's running right back up. So breaches a 10 EMA for a quick second, and here we are, 441. I think 445, we get above that, we're squeezing into 50, and then we're likely to take out that topping tail candle from 10 o'clock into 455, which is kind of distorting the price action a little bit. This is a good-looking name, the way I see it. So those are the ones I'm involved in right now. DGXX also doing its thing. I also want to shout out Bovin, who pointed out CTXR. I didn't get to cover this one, Bovin, but I did see your comment in the chat. I was just dealing with the trades that I've got on. So topping tail candle, kind of ugly right now into 219. Topping tail then followed by a red candle to make a new low, and it loses the 10. It's below right now that kind of 185 area. Let's see if it holds on to the 20. It's below VWAP as well, so this one would have to get above, I want to say 188 or so for CTXR for me to get involved on this one, because, well, it's got to be above the volume weighted average price. But here we go, Joseph. ANRO taking out some levels. Oh, baby. We've got 08s showing me 29s. Spread opening up a little bit. We do have shares on this one, so we will wet the beak here, but I'm looking for a bigger move, man. I'd like a price spike up through 11.5, maybe test that $12 area again, but it looks like we're being encountered with some selling over here. Now, look, the chart pattern is not bad on ANRO. I just think again, like I said, I think I was a little too gung-ho with how aggressively I got into this one. This is a good-looking chart pattern. I should be positive on this one. I'm going to try to trade it a little bit more carefully now and size in at the appropriate times, possibly into areas of technical support. So that's what I'm looking at. And then REPL, last but not least, it's running right back up again. Sorry. Where's my REPL trade? Did I take that off? No, there it is. Right back up. So coming back into that 960 area again, showing me 58s now. Let's see if this one can, test that $10 area. REPL 991 high, but certainly looking for more than that. Joey.
All right. Yes.
Oh, we got Membies.
Yeah, we got
Membies
from KC.
KC again.
Yeah,
what a dropping the cash.
What a superstar! What an absolute superstar KC is. Thank you very much for that. All right, guys, we're gonna go off to Adara. By the way, likes are only at 510. We're halfway there. Come on, listen. I'm an extremely impatient person. Just get it to 1,000 so I can show you. That's it. It's not that hard. All right, Adara, what do you got?
What we have here is our crypto segment for the day. I'm going to start here with this interesting infographic. I did not make this one. It was actually, you can find it on Stock Market News, which is a really awesome account there in X. But anyways, I like this infographic because it shows how the holdings for BMNR, Bitmine Immersion, which is, of course, has Tom Lee on the board, how these Ethereum holdings have grown. Now, their goal is 6 million Ethereum. As of their most recent filing this morning, they have just over 3 million Ethereum. So interesting look here for BMNR. The stock itself, I checked, it's in very much a channel here on the daily chart, so nothing super significant in terms of patterns on the daily, but it is worth noting we are up on the day by about 7.5%. Now let's take a look at Bitcoin, which is also up in the day and actually poised for its third straight green session. Now what's interesting, since we've had that new all-time high, or the most recent all-time high, Monday, October 6th, when we clipped above that 126,000 level, what we've had here is sharp sell-offs, bottoming tail candles, a bit of a reprieve, and then the cycle repeats. We're now making potentially our second lower high, depending on what we do for the rest of the day and tomorrow, since this push to the all-time high. So let's see if we continue to kind of stall in this uptrend. It's worth noting Bitcoin slight break of the uptrend here potentially, especially after losing that support around 108,000, but all hope is not lost for BTC. Of course, it does tend to pull back a little bit after making these new all-time highs. So let's see what the rest of this week brings. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
All right, Corey Ewan dropping cash in the chat. Thank you very much, Corey. I'd hit the animation, but I got it. Sharif, my guy, you called out NUAI a few weeks ago at 94 cents. I jumped in. Give it a look now and pat yourself on the back. What do you think of the future? All right, let's have a look at NUAI. I'm happy for you, Corey, my man. Oh, no, Corey, you're up 500%. No.
Bro, what?
Round of applause for you, my man. Way to have conviction. Definitely a lot better than me, because you know how I feel about these small cap gappers, but this is a good looking name. Let's zoom out a little bit here. Let's put the 30 on. So this is the 30-minute chart. No, we got to do it more justice. Let's put the hourly on. Oh, no. Look at this thing since September. Let's take mid-September area price action. You're up 1,200%. So great look there on NUAI. What do you think for the future? Look, Corey, ride the trend, baby. Wherever the trend takes you, keep going. You're getting continuation of structure. You're not getting structure breakdown. Higher highs, higher lows. This is an area of resistance from the breakout area initially. Look at that, how we're using that prior area of resistance as support. Same thing over here. This 4 to 425 area was previously resistance in and around October 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, until we got the breakout on Friday. And now we're using that 4 1/4, as you can see from that price action print this morning, into that level. So look for that stair step up pattern. So long as it's holding structure, and by structure, I'm talking about, the trend of higher highs and higher lows. If you're generally getting that, ride the trend until the structure breaks, and then wet the beak at an or take profits and stop out at an advantageous area. For example, if you were riding trend, and all of a sudden, we start stair-stepping up in the same way with $6 in the way that we did with 425. If $6 gives way, I'd be getting out. I'm just giving you an example. In the same way that if 425 lost the bid today at 425, I'd be getting out. The reason I say 425 is because that was obviously in price action resistance, again, on the 11th. the 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th finally when we broke out from there. So let me know how it goes, brother. Happy for you there, and I hope you print up multiple storms. All right, ANRO, we got stopped out of that one, Joe, but we did wet the beak nicely on the way up, so we were able to de-risk a little bit. We'll end up being negative, though, on ANRO, but here it comes into 10.5, and 10.5 is VWAP. Let's see if it holds up here. I could be interested in this one again, believe it or not, but if it has to set up a bit of a different way. I think I was a little too aggressive with this one, as I mentioned, off the jump. But GSIT is breaking out again. So here we go. Taking out 15, taking out 16, and now it might be moving above that 16.5. That's kind of one of the areas of resistance we were looking at. Ultimate high of day, though, 1756. That's actually where I believe it did halt at that area, 1749. No, it was this print over here that took us into that area, 1756. So GSIT holding 13.5 very well. If this comes back into 13.5 and it hasn't broken structure, I could certainly be interested in this one, even though it is a little bit risque for the moment. But REPL at the $0.75. We're still holding some on this one. I'm looking for a $10 test. It's a 991 high. Let's see if it holds up at that level. And then last but not least, the other trade we're involved in, CAN, still holding trend. So even though I'm out of the money by an entire penny, I'm going to continue to hold this one. I like the way it's looking. If it loses 210, that's my exit on this trade. Joey.
Good win there. All right, guys, we have a lot of people naming some, pointing some things out. Yeah, Gaurav, that was definitely the signal there on Tesla as it's breaking through. Again, guys, I listen. I don't want to continue to say it. I truly hate repeating myself, but let's just get it. With 627 likes, it's 400. You just got to hit the like button, and I promise you, I'm going to show you what we got going on. It's what Gaurav, Las Pollos, and Jag and I we're talking about every single day. But guys. All right, so for the individuals who are trading on Webull and on Robinhood with the AWS outage, please let me know what is going on, because you can see that Robinhood is climbing right back up to 138. 348, that's crazy. Bull is trading up to $11, which isn't too bad. And then we got Amazon starting to climb once again. So that's not a horrible look either. So just tell me what is specifically going on. Is it quote highlights or anything along those lines? I'm curious to see. But yeah, for the individuals talking about UNH, it's starting to move, right? But there's some liquidity issues. Maybe Adara's involved in this one today. Who knows? Not today. Okay, but there it is, continuing to climb. We can take a look at it from a daily. Bang, wham, bam, and there it is continuing. Oh man, not Gaurav. Where's our guy Nimrud, man? I thought that he was supposed to be coming here. Where is he?
You want to hear what people are saying?
Yeah.
What's going on is nothing, says T27. LOL. Bless you, Neil. Page half loads. Data takes forever to load. Still can place orders, but very, very slow and have to refresh multiple times. YouTuber says you can't place orders, and if you are trading, you will get hammered if you don't use stop orders. So you're getting mixed reports there, Joey, depending on really who you're asking. So it looks like it's a you-know-what show.
Yeah, that's not good, man. We don't want our good friend Robinhood to go in that direction. I mean, here it is. At the end of the day, bad news. The thing's climbing up to $138. It's insane how the market thinks. You would obviously think it would go in the opposite direction. But there it is on Tesla. Beautiful print right there, right off of those lows. First one got wicked out, and then you start climbing a little bit higher, so not too bad. I have a look on TSLA. If anybody's involved on that specific print, please let me know about that as well. What are we at here? 740, Sharif. We're gonna get there today.
Close, Joey.
Yeah, we're gonna get there, man. And I'm super excited, even though it may not be much, but I think it's pretty cool. So yeah, it took me some time, man. It was a lot going on. I tried to do something. I used so much of my activity on GPT that I had to go to it downgraded me. It sent me down to 4.
Oh no.
Yeah. Or whatever they have.
You gotta use the work one.
I know, but
So
I didn't have this. I didn't have the. Yeah, I was going to, but I'm like.
And you have Gemini too. You have Gemini Pro. Just use your work account.
Oh my God, this is so dangerous.
Pro,
You don't want me to start doing this stuff here.
So here's the deal. Whatever he's working on over there, you guys are gonna find out. But the point is, you may want to be quicker about it. And here's why I say that, because you guys may be on the receiving end of this, right? I'm trying to convince him to make it into a product.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't convinced him quite yet.
But, you don't got to convince me. I will more than happily share with everybody.
Bro.
Hey,
that's a commitment,
brother. I'm cool with that, man. I'm more than cool with that. I don't. I like to share, man.
I know you do. Bro.
Yeah, I'm just that type of individual. So yeah, if I can eat, everybody else around me can eat too, man. We gotta. That's what's going on. But let's see Bitcoin starting to chop around. I think this might be the move. We're forming these consistent higher lows. That's positive. You can't see it that clean on this time frame, but here it is. Nice steady downtrend. A lot of these candles are overlapping each other, but that's all right. As long as we continue to go to the northeast, I like our chances of breaking through 63.40, and that's a previous pre-market high level right there. So we can get rocking and rolling. It's the exact same thing in what we were referring to a little bit in Apple, is that we've seen at the highs, let me pull it up on the daily, we were forming a consolidation, and then eventually it's like, okay, after X amount of days and it didn't want to break, well, what usually typically happens is you have a massive liquidity grab. Okay, bang, there it is. Donald Trump decides the truth that the talks with China are not going so good, and he's going to slap more tariffs. Now, okay, later on, everything seems to be fine, and sure enough, that was enough liquidity absorbed from 245. It allows you to punch through this consolidation zone and put in a brand new all-time high. It was only a matter of time until this name did it. Are we thinking super cycle on the iPhone 17? I think we are on the brink of that, Sharif. Anything north of 12% iPhone sales growth, we love it.
I know that. That was your benchmark right there. But I was saying on the Big Desk this morning with Brendo, anecdotally, I went in Friday afternoon to get the Mom Dukes the new iPhone.
Oh,
did she
pick it up? Nice.
We got it. She's got it. Then went again Friday to get the old man a new iPad because his iPad's like 100 years old. And dude, the amount of people Friday night, Saturday afternoon at the Apple store was prohibitive. It was annoying because you're trying to get in and get out and be serviced quickly, and that was not possible.
That's not
it was not possible at the time. So it's nice to see Apple store like that. And then he was trying to sell us Apple Care. I'm like, nah, man. I seen what Jerry Rig everything did to the iPhone. I am buying Apple. I am buying Apple Care.
Yeah, get out of here with that.
And he started chuckling there because he saw the same video. But and did you hear about the iPhone Air? And China sold out.
Oh, just like that.
Yes.
So you're probably going to. Man, we're probably going to see some insane sales growth in.
I'm good with it, Joey. I've been waiting, bro. I've been waiting.
The super cycle that Dan Ives has been waiting for.
Yeah, he's been waiting too. He's a patient guy.
Yeah.
God bless him. All right, here we go, Joey. There's a whole lot to talk about right now because you're getting a lot of these moves. BTBT taking out levels, not at the high of the day, but it's a couple of pennies off. Look at that beautiful trend structure on BTBT. Be on the lookout for that. GSIT. Yes, that is a real print. New intraday high, 17.95. But as this one has shown you already twice before, this is thrice right here, Obi, my man. This is you right here. No, I'm kidding. 17.95 area high drops all the way down to loses 15. Almost drops more than $3 on that one move, but it's still, believe it or not, holding trend because it's above the 10 EMA and it's got a higher low on the current 5-minute bar. So look, the money fills maybe around 13, 14, but it's holding structure. Keep your eye out certainly on GSIT. It's very volatile, so you're going to have to be able to stomach that kind of action. Otherwise, do not get involved. DGXX, a holdover from Friday at another intraday high, 496. This one looks like it's destined to slap that $5 area. Be on the lookout for reversion off 5, but I do like that 470 area as a buy if it does revert. Reason being, it's a pre-market consolidation area high, as well as both these bars here in regular market hours, the 1055 bar as well as the 1130 bar, all hold that 470. So beautiful look when resistance flips to support, even if it is in the pre. So I'll be certainly keeping my eye out on that. That was, DGXX. Assassino, are you paging me in my hair? Because I still can't hear you. Yeah, I can't hear you. All right, we're going to Midday.
Meeting is live here now between Prime Minister Albanese of Australia and U.S. President Donald Trump. Just went live. They are in a room. They're talking. Once I get any more details, I'll let you know. But this stream literally just went live. So just to let you know, Trump is speaking. Again, this is not always market related, but his comments can move the market. So just be aware. I'll keep you posted if there's anything major being said. Back to you.
Not only did Rob change all my settings, but the audio that actually asked him to fix is not working.
It's not working.
Fantastic.
So there we go. So we
fantastic. All right.
Overcook, undercook.
Shout out to Casey. RANI, she says, is running. Let's have a look at Rani. Let me just load that up on the second because this one was a strong one earlier, but I didn't put it on the side chart because it was losing trend. So let's take a look at RANI. Yeah, breaking out. Really good look there. Give me a second just to take out. Don't know why I didn't get out of everything there. That's all right. No worries. Oh, boy. RANI. Let's flip to the 5 on this one. Yeah, it's still below the pre-market high, Casey. That's why I didn't want to get involved in this one, but it was below VWAP. Now it's well above VWAP. Good look here, waking up midday RANI. Let's do some TA. So Friday's price action, 240 high on Friday. We know that. That was regular market hours. It was about 5 to 12. on the afternoon. Now it's 238 area high. So we know for a fact this is an important level, this high 230s, 240 level. The pre-market, this topping tail candle there at around 415, that got to around 218, and it was on good volume, 2.8 million shares. So I don't want to discount that level as well, because there was a good amount of volume done there. It was a candle of indecision. In fact, it closed exactly flat as a result of it being yellow. So yeah, I don't mind this, Casey. I'd like an aggressive break through this 240, you know, maybe even 250 area. I'm going to keep my eye on this one, certainly. I think it does have potential to really go, but up 41 some percent, multi-day runner. For support, where am I looking here for support? Aside from this bottoming tail candle over here, it looks like generally trend holds around $2, generally. We'll see if that ends up holding again, or whether or not this is indicative of something, this 10-10 drop over here. Yeah? Okay, we're going with Dare.
Keep an eye, guys, on critical minerals and rare earths. I look, the stocks aren't doing too much here, but Trump did explicitly say that he will be discussing with Prime Minister Albanese of Australia critical minerals and rare earths. So critical minerals and rare earths on watch. They're going to be in discussion here, but again, the stocks aren't really moving too much on this headline. Again, if I get more specifics on the critical minerals and rare earths talks, I'll certainly let you know. Back to you.
Thank you very much. LA 1769, thoughts on RVMD December options. All right, let's take a look. I'm not too familiar with this name, but we can see what's up with the technicals and then what they actually do. RVMD. Revolution Medicines. All right, so these bios I don't necessarily really love, and let's take a see if we have a look at the options chain to see if we have the liquidity that we're looking for on these here. So RVMD, Now, okay, so that's the issue that we would run into with these, right? Like you can buy some of them, but then look at the liquidity. It's extremely low. You have one contract. Like this person is so identifiable. All of them are, and you want to be cautious of these things. At the money IV isn't substantial or anything along those lines, but this is the expiration cycle you're referring to, 60 days out, December 19. I'm gonna give it to you straight. No. Oh no. Just no. Just
give it to you straight. I like it.
No,
you're setting him up for failure there, but
what?
I don't know. Like usually when someone says that, that means like, you know,
they're involved. They're already in it.
Right.
The liquidity issue's there, so I mean, by all means. But Adair, what do you got? Breaking news.
Yeah, I just have a MANU here on watch. Manchester United making some moves. Not a ton of volume, about 500,000 shares on this candle alone in the 15-minute chart. But the Star reporting that David Beckham is in talks to front a new Man United takeover bid. Back to you.
Neil, did you happen to watch a game yesterday, Neil? I know you were busy with the Blue Jays. I respect that. But your beloved Liverpool FC was playing yesterday, Neil, and they happened to be playing Man U. Oh. Where were they playing, Neil?
Where?
Not at Old Trafford.
Oh.
They lost, Neil, 2-1 to United. I know. I respect that. I respect that.
My baby.
I couldn't be more happy. You want to know why?
Train.
Oh, bro, can I?
Isn't that the theme song?
Which one?
The one I was just singing. My baby.
I know about that one, but I don't think it's not for United. That's crazy right there. Nah, but Arsenal now clear at the top, 3 points ahead of City. I think we're 3 points. 19. City's got 16. Then boys, Neil's boys, I mean Liverpool, they're down into 15. They lost 3 times already this year, bro.
Yeah?
Yeah, man.
Damn.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a tougher look there for the good folks that you'll never walk alone. Oh, you will walk alone.
Dart Trader, you got it. That's exactly what I mean. I haven't seen that movie in. Whoa, okay, Gus, don't say that, man. I mean, it's for me. I think it's I mean, just don't say that, please, and thank you. But no, in all seriousness, guys, there we go. Continuing to climb back to these markets. We got the Jays. The city is going to erupt tonight if they win. Erupt.
I'm staying home.
I might have to go there. I was downtown when the Raps won. Insane. Everything was shut down. You could not go anywhere. And everybody was playing that Steph Curry theme song, which was a lot of fun. But back into these markets, guys. There goes IBIT starting to climb. This is the trend that we were talking about earlier. We're just going to be going over a lot of these names here. Our VMD, we did that for our friend LA 1967 or whoever that went there. Now I got to pull up my old good friend Amazon as it's holding just a little bit below the volume weighted average price. Apple 264.21 and still climbing. This is a genuine breakout, guys. You open up right here above this high, and then you're just completely off to the races. So we open up at 255, and a $10 move in Apple is pretty big from an intraday standpoint, guys. You don't see that every day. 3 1/4 right there. So a beautiful look. Now, as for Tesla, right back at the volume-weighted average price, slightly under it. Webull and Robinhood still grinding, even though they're starting to, or even though they are experiencing some delays, poor quotes, etc. The chart, no executions. Well, guess what, guys? It's all right. Not every day you have to trade. And with that being said, have fun. Enjoy the Blue Jays. Enjoy all of us hopefully going to the World Series and not getting swept by the Dodgers. I think we have a chance.
Let's
go ahead.
Yeah. This is okay, bro. Did you see what Shohei did on Friday?
Yeah. He's the best player of all time.
What the hell is going on?
That's crazy.
I mean,
this guy made in a lab or something?
10 Ks and 3 bangers?
What?
Dude,
no one has ever done
on,
that.
Man?
That is crazy.
I don't even want to play him, man.
No.
I don't even want to play him.
I actually want to play him.
No, bro, I don't want to play him because they're.
Yeah, we want to play him.
You want to play him, Neil?
We want to light him up, man.
All right, Neil's got guts, man. I give Neil credit. Yeah, they look terrifying.
That guy, they look
blew
absolutely
through the Brewers like they don't even matter.
No, but you got to look at it. The Jays are leading in multiple categories. I'm pretty sure they're leading. They're like first. Offense is through the roof. And the D was playing phenomenal last night. 3 times the bases were loaded, and our guy Savage just boom.
And 3 innings back to back. He gets the ground ball.
Exactly.
Bro.
So yeah, I mean, we like what's going on with the Blue Jays.
Let me ask you something. Neil, that split finger fastball that causes ground balls, right? Because that dips at the end, which usually means hitters. That's what the point is, right? Yeah. I was doing a little bit of reading yesterday about like why they don't teach the fork ball anymore. Because I remember like the holding of the split finger fastball was similar to the fork ball, but like the fork ball. Your hand up, and they stopped teaching it because it causes all sorts of crazy.
Everybody was getting blisters for that. Remember, I remember. Neil remembers. Was it Sanchez? Remember Sanchez? He was a really good pitcher, but then he started to get the blister issues. That's when I used to.
forgot about Sanchez.
Yeah.
Man.
That was when the ball was flying too.
Gracious.
But Adara, what do you got for us? Oh, some crazy volume coming in.
Trump softening his stance on China once again here, saying that China has been very respectful of us and they're paying us a lot of money through tariffs. So yeah, actually, as we get a little bit of a push down in certain stocks, at least briefly, Trump is speaking positively here about China for the most part. That again, China's been respectful and that he still will be meeting with President Xi in South Korea. Just said we have, quote, a pretty good relationship with China. Back to you.
We'll take it. And we'll also take this fill right here on IBIT. Bang, 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 bang. Let's start rocking and rolling, guys. Okay, listen, this is going to be the last time I'm going to say it. 822 likes, 6,100 people watching right now. Let's go. Another 180, and then that's it. We're done. I'm showing you guys it. I can't wait anymore. Just get it done. Hit the like. It's absolutely free to hit that like and subscribe. And you know what? You're going to gain from it, hopefully, at the end of the day. But there it is, a big-time pop in IBIT. We were posted up right there. We caught that fill. Let's see if we're going to continue to climb. The relations with China, apparently, according to Donald Trump right now, everything is going smooth. So let's see if we can catch another fill on IBIT, and then maybe we might have to buy a little bit more Amazon down here south of VWAP Street.
Yeah, Joey, it's going to be interesting. Apex, I think, starts on the 28th. It goes, I think, to Halloween, the 31st. Your friend Jensen also going to be there. We're going to see how many more business leaders make the trip. Of course, President Xi and President Trump, at least, as I think late as last week, we were talking about them meeting, that was possibly put in jeopardy vis-a-vis one of the truths that Donald Trump dropped. What's the point in meeting with him if all this is going on? Talking about, of course, about the critical minerals restrictions. So I'm super interested to see exactly what we get with that meeting and whether or not we get some sort of, where he takes, Donald Trump, that is, takes American business leaders with him in that same regard. So it's going to be super interesting to watch there. I think we're going back, though, to the big desk.
Yeah, more talk here from Trump with China. As I mentioned, generally, this is a bit of a softer stance, continuing his, I guess, softer stance on China over the last week and a half or so. But he did say, though, that Trump might pay a 155% tariff by November 1st if they don't strike a deal. So again, saying that generally China's doing pretty well, but there might be a 155% tariff if they cannot strike a deal. He also just said that Boeing's doing really well, so keep an eye on BA. Back to you.
So there it is, 155% now. So things are going good, but you might get slapped with a 155% tariff on that one. And Bitcoin is not liking that as it's starting to sell aggressively with that inverted hammer candle printed on the 5-minute time frame there, guys, with volume supporting it. So we have to be cautious of this print here now. If we have no chance of rebounding, I thought that it was going to slightly close green, but this channel is being formed. Let's zoom out just a little bit here so you can see a little bit clearly, but now I could see clearly now. And then, so essentially there it is. There's the channel, but we might get stopped out there, guys. So cautious, cautious, cautious. The market seems slightly toppy right now, but a big time rebound. I wouldn't even call it a rebound. Big time move in AAPL. And also, as for the likes, guys, but we're almost there.
Where are we at?
We're almost there.
We're almost
946.
That's crazy. Let's just
come on, just get it done. 54 more likes. 54 more. Did you like, Shree?
Of course.
Neil,
that's
did
like
you
my
like? All right, which means everybody does their part here. But in all seriousness, not too bad. Let's run through our scanner. We haven't looked at the top performing sectors of the day, but we'll get there eventually because we have still plenty of time throughout the session. But let's get to our top volume scanners here, guys. That is going to be okay. Who is this guy? GSIT.
Oh,
starting to put in some volume today.
Talking my language.
Yeah. I mean, Sharif, opening. Did you trade it today?
Nah, man. It's moving dollars.
Got no bang. Got no
terrifying,
bang.
Bro.
So $15 to a high of around 18. That's 256%. We got the 1,000. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we'll go through a couple names. I'll send it to Sharif while I set it up, and then I'll just talk to you guys and display essentially what I got going on. Thank you very much for the likes.
Keeping an eye on that GSIT. Shout out to Joey for calling that out. Good look there. Still holding a piece, guys, on Rappel. This one, I think, got into 980s. It's a 991 highs. Yeah, we're right back into the mid 80s here. Let's see if we can get into that $10 area. This is going to be, I think, the second area attempt at the 990 break. Initially, we had a double top there at 930 right at the open, which rejected, dropped all the way down to VWAP at 8 2/3. And here we are again, knocking the door. And there it goes, 988. Looking for 991 break to see if we can get that move. Rappel, guys, up 120%. Let's keep an eye out here. We got 26s, and there is the new high of the day. It is 10:01, 98's on. That's the end of the trade for me there. We're going to look to get in more now. Let's watch what it does with 10. So REPL up 120%. Good strength on this one, but we're out of shares. So what's the next move over here on REPL? Well, it's going to have to be a decided break of 10 or a retesting of some technical levels. To me, the technical level is a 10 EMA. It doesn't change from there, so that's 9 2/3. So if we get a rejection at that $10 area and a move into 9 2/3, I will be a buyer for that one for REPL at that level. Separately, BTBT continuing to hold trend as well. Fantastic look here by the crypto name. It does at times lose a 10 EMA on the wick basis, but look how quickly it retraces it. So keep your eye on trend structure here. You got the higher highs, you got the higher lows. That's been intact for a while, and it really hasn't broken. And use the upper trend line as your area of possible resistance to wet the beak at, right? It's not going to make it up there every time, but when it does, take some profits off the table. So that upper trend line for the upper channel should form some of the areas where you're looking to take profits. So that's what I'm looking at there. And then, yes, Bovin mentioning NUAI to me, and there it goes again. This is, I think, an attempt at the high of the day. This current candle has 84 highs when we know it's the 90 high that was printed right at 935. Yeah, 590 high. So right at the open, we print NUAI high right there. 590, we're 83s. So let's see if we get above that, and then we take out 6. NUAI has been consolidative for the most part today, right? You picked it up in and around 5. You're printing. It certainly did not have a consolidative day on Friday. It was a series of higher highs and higher lows. In fact, it started running aggressively into the close right around 3:45. This thing broke out quite aggressively from there, and by the time the bell rang, this thing was up 26%. What's going on over there, Katina man?
441 long.
The Katina man's got 441 long on the Cybertruck TSLA, almost 444 right now. So good trade there for Katina man. Keep your eye out on Tesla. Katina man taking Tesla long at 441. It's up 1% on the day, Joey.
Perfect stuff. All right, guys, we're going to go over to Adara with happening now, and then Neil's lesson of the day. And when we get back, you're going to get the treat of the day. Well, I'm not going to call it that, but
Crazy.
we're going to get into what I was talking about earlier and what I've been excited to show you guys.
Bang.
Been pretty choppy here for the NASDAQ, just consolidating here near highs. Let's see if we get a breakout here on this 15-minute chart. As we can see, recently we've had almost these sell-offs starting around the 11 a.m. period. Today, though, tighter consolidation, and with Apple making new all-time highs, let's see if this market can push higher. Now, it is a big week. Not only do we get CPI data we're expecting here on October 24th, which is going to be Friday. That was mentioned earlier by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, but we also have a slew of earnings this week, and not just from bank names either. We're going to be getting some big tech players, including INTC. Now, Intel actually was up to start the day today. They did have some positive analyst notes, specifically from Morgan Stanley. They also had some neutral ratings maintained as well. So interesting look here for INTC. Netflix also strong here ahead of their earnings report tomorrow after the bell. Intel will be reporting on Thursday after the bell. And then TSLA, they have earnings coming through here on Wednesday after the bell. Now, let's see how they fare after that blowout deliveries number that we had for Q3. We're going to send you over to Neil, but make sure to like and make sure to subscribe if you enjoy the content. It is worth noting U.S. President Donald Trump still speaking. Back to you, or back to Neil.
Thanks, Adara. Usually the dog wags the tail, but every now and then the tail is going to end up wagging the dog, and it can be helpful to pay attention to when that might happen, because I was going to talk about something else, but I'm going to make it real simple with this one, because IBIT just now did this with the market doing nothing and cruising. Like, it was trend holding VWAP like all morning long. We were long VWAP from 10:30 into the highs of the day, and then it wicked that top and got it. It's like, well, okay, well, then how did you know to get out at the top? Remember what I just said about the tail wagging the dog? Like, if Bitcoin is supposed to be the leader in the crypto space, well, what was happening when this was catching this top here? Well, if you know a certain something called Ethereum, it was losing the volume weighted average price right around that 4,000 level. So ETH, which had been going sideways and not participating in the move, started to roll right over and just lost 1.5% in the last couple of minutes. So again, whether you're looking to take profits, whether you're looking to reverse into a short, doesn't really matter, whatever it might be. But the second ETH started losing it, you started to see Bitcoin fall as well. Now, obviously, in this particular case, Bitcoin is still relatively strong, but until ETH stabilizes, then this could fill in more of the gap. I'm not going to get back into the long until I see at least this one stabilize, maybe down around 29.8, down around like 39. It could be like 39,002 or something along those lines before jumping back in IBIT. So every now and then, like, you might be looking to take profit at the high of the day anyways, but when I see ETH start to roll and fall like that, easy exit point when looking at Bitcoin. There's a reason why you keep all these things up in concert with each other. Like, you're probably not going to trade a chip name without knowing what's going on in NVIDIA. You're probably not going to trade tech in general without knowing what's going on in the NASDAQ and vice versa. And this can work in either direction. Sometimes the sentiment doesn't always go with the strongest or the biggest and then followed. A lot of times it can be weakness in one of the other names that drags it down, purely on a sentimental shift. So as you just saw there, market's still strong and Bitcoin was following it. When ETH took a bit of a dive, this one was an easy exit. Allow it to calm down, because we still could hold these lows. But I want to see ETH calm down a little bit. So there's a quick lesson of the day for everybody. Crypto still in play, but ETH very, very weak and just made a top for us.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stuff. All right, guys, so let's get into what I was referring to earlier. So for all my quants and everything along those lines, not mine anyways, I'm relatively new to this. So essentially what's been going on, I've been in conversation with one of our guys here in the building, a good friend of mine, Jose, and he's like, you know what, Joe, you got to automate this. And I was like, you know what, yeah, you're right, Jose, I'm sick of missing all of them, regardless of the scanner. And I'm also kind of like, hey, what if I just eliminate the discretionary aspect of what I'm looking at? So now essentially, what I did over the weekend is I created a file in a folder, and I just went through the privilege of TradingView. I just went through months and months of charting, and I looked for a specific setup. I talk about it every single day. We're looking for hammer candles at the low. Well, the tough thing is describing and plotting where you wanted to put this. So essentially what I'm getting at here, guys, is that I had the ability to automate. It's again, we're in the early stages, but I had the ability to automate exactly what I was looking for. It took a lot of time. It spat out a lot of things, but I took its best and I said, all right, let's refine this. Let's get a little bit more detailed in what specifically we want. Now, as for what you're seeing right now, this is just minimal capital being used. So essentially what I'm displaying to you guys right now is the automation of a system that I've essentially worked on for a long, long time. So taking from what's in here and putting into ChatGPT and using it as code. Now, let's get to the list of the trades. Now, again, the dollar amount is substantially, look at the position size, super, super small. But what I want to show you is what it's picking up, and that's the most important thing. So we'll hop into this first chart, not the best example. So we'll go over onto the next one here. But it's starting to identify exactly what I'm looking for. We talk about isolated candle prints and volume. So what this algo now picks up is that specific signal. So here you can see it enters long here, relatively small size, and then the exit is a little bit long, ways away, but it never stops you out. It's always going to be a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio, all right? So that is on Google, NVDA, the exact same thing. We'll pull up the list of trades, and just the ability, just what it's identifying is really important for us here. I want to make this a little bit bigger because look at these candle prints. It's just pattern recognition and taking that from what you see on a day-to-day basis, describing exactly what it is, and then being able to quantify it. So you can see how identical over the just past couple examples that we went over, that the entry and the exits are. All right, how do I get out of this here one more time? Why did it do that? No. Okay, there we go. So yeah, essentially that's what it is. It may not be too exciting for some, but for me it is, because if I have the ability to eliminate the emotional factor and just allow the algo to execute what I'm looking at, then that's absolutely perfect. Without said, I was at Amazon. I don't think the profit factor was fantastic on that one. So Amazon, not every ticker works. Robinhood wasn't horrible either. But what I'm getting at essentially is that it's picking up the right signals, and we slowly have to just refine it a little bit more. So as I continue to work on it, I'm definitely going to be displaying it to you guys, and I'll bring it to you to say, hey, this is really starting to work, and it's grabbing more of the signals that I want to be able to identify and put that into a positive algorithmic trading system. So yeah, as to what Sharif was mentioning earlier, I'm going to keep working on it, and then hopefully we can get this rocking and rolling to the point where it's picking up the majority of what I'm specifically looking for, and then we can definitely relay that to you guys. So yeah, I hope you guys liked it. It's worth the 1,000 likes in my opinion, and yeah, I'm super excited about it, man.
All right, man. I just wanted to test the waters. So I started out a new, so you guys know we've been doing the morning note that our paying customers on YouTube can get every single morning. I hope you guys have been using that. So I was doing a bit more experimenting on the weekend, and I figured, you know, one thing I would really like personally to have would be something to get me ready for the earnings week, especially, you know, earnings season, when there's a ton of names that are reporting every day. So Assassino or Chilean Nightmare, if we could put a poll after I'm done this, yes or no, that would be fantastic. So this is what I came up with, guys. It's kind of like a weekly note. It would get released Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, ahead of the earnings week, and it would be for all the big names. Your Netflix, your Teslas, something like that. And it would have the following: your earnings schedule, the earnings track record, the beat, miss, last 4 times, the price action, the implied volatility, the beat percentage. You have your options market set up over here, your sector peers, how they did. For example, Disney is often cited as a comp to, to Netflix. Your analyst expectations, what they're looking for in terms of EPS and revenue. The technicals. Let's cut the crap. We all want to know what the technicals are, your daily trend, your key areas of support and resistance, what the 50, the 200 are doing, and then the trading narrative, things to look out for specifically. Are you looking for ad tier traction? Are you looking for margin expansion? So what are the analysts talking about in terms of the fundamentals? If you guys would like something like that, throw it in the chat. Assassino, if we could put a yes or no kind of poll. Do you guys want a weekly earnings note in the heart of earnings season so you guys can get prepared for your week? This is one of the new products that I'm trying to running a beta test on right now, and we did it this week specifically for Netflix, so we can just kind of get ready. So we'll throw that in the chat for you guys there. If you guys like that sort of thing, vote on it. Let everybody know that that's what you like, and that's what we'll get right on for you there. So shout out to the production team. Let me know if you guys are interested in something like that. Maybe we'll make it free for a little bit. I can post it for everybody free of charge, and we'll see exactly what the response is from there. Yes, Bovin, I see NUAI coming right back in to that $6 area. So made a 621 area high. Came back down, lost 6, held 575, and here it is trying to test 6 again. So certainly keeping my eye on NUAI, looking to work into that one. I'd like a decisive clearing of 6 before I get in on that one. There's the poll, guys. Super simple. Would you like
Who would even
a
say
weekly
no?
earnings? No, who knows? Who cares?
Who would?
Yeah, just let's gauge sentiment to see if people are interested in something, so that I don't have to waste my time if there is no interest for something like that. But yeah, it would be for the biggest names, your Teslas, which is obviously reporting earnings this week. Many other names as well. I mean, I think Intel, and you would have the biggest names separated by day. So the biggest earnings names on Monday, we would have ready for you, maybe like say the top 5, 6 on a Monday, the top 5, 6 on a Tuesday, and we go all the way to Friday, of course. And so you guys could be ready Sunday night to know exactly what to expect. If you like that kind of thing, throw in the chat, get the votes in, and hopefully we'll have that for you guys sooner rather than later, Joey.
Absolutely, man. Beautiful stuff. Look, here it is. Once again, Shreve's going to bring you even more to the morning Shreve's Morning Note with earnings plays, expected moves, previous expected moves. That's insane. That's huge. Look at this. IonQ. Algo picked up a beautiful signal. Look at this,
Crazy.
Gorev. Look at this signal that I picked up earlier this morning.
What'd it do,
This
Joey?
is today. Perfect entry, perfect execution, eliminating all forms of bias. This is exactly what I'm trying to construct and refine. We can go back to Tesla as well. Previous trades here from earlier in October. Beautiful. Look at these signals. Gorev, Jag, lost. Everybody, all the VPA. Excuse me. VPA individuals. This is exactly what we're looking for. So this thing is really starting to cook up. We'll go through a couple more names on it here just to display like, hey, this is what it does. Okay. The performance. I think the profit factor is huge as well. So if you get that over 1.3, then you're really good. Yeah. We'll go there 1 second. There's the performance, the trade analysis, shooting 50% accuracies on this right here, and just having the ability to identify exactly what we're looking for is absolutely monstrous, and I'm really, really happy about it. So there's another signal right there. There's some of them are quirks because that was supposed to be at the low of the day, and that wick didn't print it. But again, small potatoes and small bugs that we can sort through. Adara, what do you got?
Yeah, just be aware, Trump is still speaking primarily about tariffs with China and then rare earths. during the Q&A portion of his meeting with Prime Minister Albanese of Australia. He was just asked what's going to happen if you and China can't necessarily come to the table on rare earths. And he said, and I quote, "We have a great power, and that is the power of tariffs." So Trump basically saying once again, hey, if China decides not to agree with us, not to negotiate by November 1st, they will be facing a 155% tariff. So Trump reiterating previously made statements here on tariffs, specifically with regards to China and rare earths. Again, these rare earth names not moving very much as we get this chatter. Back to you.
I just want to remind everybody, please, if you are not subscribed to the channel, please hit that subscribe button below the video. 45 to 50% of you guys, of the viewers currently right now, are not subscribed. So if you like what you're watching, if you like the news items that Adair is bringing you, if you like the trades that Joey Options is bringing, if you guys want access to that algo, you gotta be subscribed, baby. Make sure you guys are hitting that subscribe button. Obviously helps us a great deal. Lets YouTube know that you guys like what you hear, and obviously it helps with the impressions as well as everything else. So we would be greatly appreciative if you guys were able to do that. Thank you very, very much in advance, of course. Above it, I just got into NUAI. We just took a bit of a breakout there into 620. I went the beak at 620, 622. Looking to add more and defend into 6 now that we've, looks like we've cleared 6 with a loss of 575 ending the trade for me on NUAI. We're going to keep an eye out on that. Welcome to Josh Raposo for joining Trader TV. Shout out to you, my man. Hope you enjoy your journey with us here. We're going to keep tabs on all of that, and we'll keep bringing you these small cap gappers. Currently keeping an eye on NUAI for a top break into 621. That is the area high. Looking for a general hold of 6. I'm also back into Repel. REPL, sorry, where's my REPL trade? Here it is. We're trying to build into the 10 EMA. It popped up into 1029. We do have a profit taker there, but I'm looking to ride trend off that 10 EMA, which is currently showing me 983. It did lose 10, which I definitely don't like. So I'm going to keep my eye very close on this one, looking for trend continuation, not trend breakdown. And trend breakdown to me is below that 10 EMA. So definitely don't want to take that one below that level. Shout out to D. Westermeyer, if BYND gets above pre-market high, will you buy? Dude, I was looking at BYND for a degenerate swing now that, this one's in vogue, clearly. Doing things there. Now, I don't know if, Wall Street Bets or retail is going to push this one in the same way that they did to open. But yeah, I definitely see this, man. A pretty aggressive gap up. Looks like, we lost the dollar for the first time, I don't know ever, but I don't know if it's ever, I should say, but we haven't certainly spent that much time below the dollar. So you don't really know whether it was, what kind of buying was happening at that time, whether it was to push the stock back above the dollar so it can maintain compliance, or whether it was a retail trade. We're going to be keeping tabs on it. But let's look at the 5 quickly here and look at the pre-market high. Shout out to D. Yeah, that pre-market high is $1.25. So here's what I'm going to do, D, just for you, my man. Shout out to D. Westermeyer and everybody out in Midwestern America. We're putting it at $1.24. That's the alert. So if it gets to $1.24, I'll have advance notice, and we'll weasel into it for you, D. Shout out to my man. We're going to the big desk.
Yeah, keep an eye here on BA. Trump, again, mostly talking about China during this meeting with Prime Minister Albanese of Australia. He's saying that he'll be going to China sometime early next year, and that date is apparently, quote, sort of set. So seems like there's a soft schedule, I guess, here to go to China in early 2026, despite generally speaking positively about China and saying he has a great relationship with President Xi. He also said that China's in big trouble if they don't do a relationship with him. And if China threatens them with rare earths, then he'll just keep threatening them with tariffs. He also said as well, and that's why I have Boeing here on the screen, that he could threaten China with airplane export controls. So again, BA and on watch here with airplane export controls being potentially threatened here by U.S. President Donald Trump. Back to you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Data Robinson, what's up? Hey, Joseph, I'm new too from last week. Say hello. Well, hello, my friend. What is going on? Hello. Fintra, BTFD. My friend, listen, This is real as it gets. There's no paper trading going on right now, so that I can promise you wholeheartedly. So don't think that otherwise. So yeah, I mean, real dollar. Shreve, are you trading paper over there?
I'm not trading paper.
I know.
But guys, look,
listen.
it's super easy. If you see a ton of gateways on my level 2, it's live. If you see a few gateways, it's sim. All right, I've got every single gateway under God's yellow sun. So we're good to go over here.
Right here. Look, Bats, XYZ, everything, Arca, everything. Where's Edge A, Edge X? All of the lads right there on the good old level 2, and we got the quote highlights as well too, guys. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be rocking and rolling. What happened?
Nothing.
Katina, man, share size is what matters. Sim are real.
Thanks for dunking on us, Katina, man. Appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate.
Always appreciate you, Katina, man. Okay.
Yeah, all right, bang, 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 bang. At the end of the day, let's see what we can get rocking and rolling here. Because essentially, like, I'm out of this IBIT. So once that volatility really kicked into the market, then you have to just go with the flow. And if the volume is to the downside, then I'm not going to continuously hold on to this, especially when it comes back to my break even. So I'm going to be keeping an eye out on that. Amazon continuously holding a view up, and Tesla right above the volume weighted average price as well too.
All right, guys, keeping an eye on NUAI. Here comes the retest of 6. You have almost a pseudo triple top at 620. Each one has a lower high. So that doesn't look very good, to be quite honest with you, when you have not significantly lower highs, but a definite trend of lower highs off a key level. So let's continue to watch. Let's see if 6 wants to be that area defend. Right now, we built up the position to 607, showing me 603. Packing the patience on this one, looking for a move up, maybe to take out that 6 1/4. Separately, also looking at REPL. We did well on this one earlier. Now we're a little bit out of the money. We've got 07s, it's showing me 94, so we're 13 pennies out of the money. But what I'm seeing here is a defending of the 10 EMA. Now that's the good news. The bad news is it's south of 10. So if short sellers are looking at this one and or profit takers using that $10 level as a level of resistance, well, they've certainly got a good area right here. So we're going to have a good eye on this one. So I'm packing my patience right now on NUAI as well as REPL. Separately, we also have DGXX. This one is a bit more of a slower mover, so I don't really need to, manage this one as aggressively as I need to do with the other ones. But it's got a rounded, let me tell you, this one doesn't look good at all right now when I look at it. DGXX, we got 84s on. It's actually showing me we got 81.5. It's showing me 84s. I don't think this is the right trade. It feels like it's going to break down. I'm going to end this trade right here for basically break even or maybe a penny winner. If it can get above $5, I'll take it as a different trade. But it's got this kind of rounded topping looking shape. And, I'm definitely not in it for that. So steering clear of that. Repel. Back to this one, moving back above $10. It goes again, preceded by a doji candle that defended the 10 EMA. So are we getting the right move here? We're going to pack our patience. We added a little bit into this one. So if we can get a nice move into maybe that area high, 1029, 1033, that 10 1/3 area, we'll have to pack our patience and see. But I need this one to clear 10 decisively, again, for the reasons I just stated, which is, it's a critical area of resistance and or support. So we'll have to see how that one ends up doing. And then how's the NUAI trade doing? We took off a little bit over here, and we're going to wait to see if this one can hold. Generally, Joseph, that 5 3/4, that's where the 10 EMA is hanging out, man.
All right, guys. And now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60 semiconductors and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S. focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more now there, folks. All right. We have not done this today, and that is going to be looking at the top performing sectors of the day. All right, top of its class bang, Katina, man. We got the tech sector up 1 1/3. Industrials sitting in second place, up 1%, guys. Materials up a little bit more than 0.8. Geez, Louise.
You all right?
Yeah.
Take over?
Take a second.
Yeah, no worries. Choking there. All right, guys. We'll give Joey an opportunity just to set up again. Keeping an eye on NUAI as this one is coming down.
Good.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Sorry. Anyways, real estate, we're up 0.4. Consumer staples, we're still holding on to red, but just by a thread there, guys, less than 0.1%. And then utilities is down 1/4. All right. So that's what we got. Yeah, I don't need the Heimlich. I think I'm all right. It was just I was choking on air. So if you're doing that, then you're having troubles probably. So maybe I should stop choking on air. But yeah. Anyways, other than that, guys, not too bad of a look. Let's pull up our scanner once again because I brought to you the algo and what I was looking for, so we didn't get to go through a lot of the names. Here goes Mara. Once again, just not necessarily trading with Bitcoin. This is a breakout. We're now at $21. Okay, maybe not. I was speaking too soon. But we have broke out from 1621, and then we're continuously pushing up higher and higher. Can this act? What I'm thinking in the back of my head, I know I am, I apologize. So what I'm thinking at the back of the head, could this be somewhat of a leading indicator of what Bitcoin's direction might be possibly heading in? I don't know, maybe possibly. Only time will tell on that front. So there is Mara, our guy Pathic. I know you're steadily trading that name, so hopefully you're still cooking up in there. There's Clean Spark. What a beautiful bounce off of these specific levels, 2038, and continuing to climb on the intraday session. So a fantastic look there, and really, really strong price action. GLD, what is gold up to? Oh, going back up.
All-time high.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that one. Are you, Sharif?
God, no, I'm not.
The only thing is, like, this is what you want to be involved in, especially from 314. At what point is this like, okay, this is just going to continue to climb higher and higher, but I want to get involved, but I think you're a madman if you're buying all the way, GLD all the way up at 400. That's a big time move. Criminal, Sharif, starting to cool off. It was in play. I know the past couple of weeks you were trading that one.
Yes, sir. RANI is breaking out, guys. Waking up, that's a new high day, 262. Breakout as we speak happening on RANI. RANI about 57, 58-ish%. Keep an eye out on that one. Looking for good continuation here. It's 262. That's the high of the day. Show me 61. There's a big seller, iceberg order at 61. Let's see if this one can squeeze. Haven't really done any TA on this one to see what the wider time frame looks like, but RANI getting a midday break over here, so keep your eye out on that. I'll certainly be keeping my eye out on it as well. Continuing to watch NUAI, drop below 6. I don't mind punching. Oh, this is the prior area of resistance over here. So this is an interesting ad. So let's keep an eye out here on NUAI for a possible continuation. I'm talking about that 930 double top that it put in, 935 and 940, got to about 590. On the wicks, the closing prints got to about 581 or 580. And that's actually where the 10 EMA is right now, 580 on NUAI. So if this doesn't hold 580, I mean, that's really the end of the line for me. We're not going to be DCing into this one, but a good look right now for that one. Let's see if it comes back in and holds some technical levels in and around this area. Can definitely get in a little bit more here, given that we're so close to the stop price. We might as well be adding to these levels. But let's go back to RANI because it's still trading near highs. Still showing me 260, even though the high of day 262. It's not really giving up the ghost, at least not quite yet. I see a possible breakout level at around 245. That's where we had a couple of prints reject on RANI before dropping back down into the 10 and then taking it out from there into that 262 area high. And here we go again, the bid coming in aggressively on RANI. Still unable to shake that 62 level though. So whatever profit taker or short sellers really got it out for this 262 level. And here we go. Look at that. There we go. Now we get the break of 62 into 64s. Do we get continuation on RANI though? It's so thickly traded. Look how long and how many shares are churning at 64 into 65. We go. Good strength here from RANI. I don't know about this one getting into highs like this, and it's having a lot of trouble taking out levels. You feel there's a lot of selling coming into the buying as well. It feels like maybe a bit of an equilibrium right now between buyers and sellers. Let's keep an eye out on RANI and see exactly where this one goes. That's all I've got at the moment. What else we got? NUAI popping back into 90s. Good add there. Looking for continuation in a 6, but won't add until this one takes out 6 decisively. So we did add at the bottom of that candle right here into the previous area of support. I'm talking about that 935, 940 double top. Holds that area, but no continuation yet through 6. Showing me 99s, but no continuation. So keep an eye on that. And Hangry Wife, judging by Friday on Rainy, it looks like it will go up just slower than you would want. Yeah, certainly. I definitely want them to move a lot quicker. So yeah, the capitalized U there, absolutely appropriate. But yeah, we'll have to take what we can get, man, because we don't decide how quickly this one moves. We are a market observer, not a market mover, Joey.
Oh, big time. Yeah, big time market observers. And that's exactly what I'm doing right now. So rock and roll. Those big rivers and rapids are gnarly. They have wanted to create standing waves. People surf. Yeah, exactly. So Mike P. DeRider, a little off topic here. We'll get right back into the market. So what I used to do is like massive excursions, like weeks long. I think the longest time I ever spent on a river was 3 weeks. And we were just canoeing the Petawawa in Ottawa, Ontario here, and going down rapids. And I told everyone the story of when I saved a kid. His name was Mike. We were going down a rapid. Our canoe upset. We hit a pillow rock. Our canoe upset, and his head was trapped under. His body was trapped under the canoe, and his head was on the other side of it. And the rapids were just drowning him. And then what I did is I lifted the canoe, and when I did that, my knee hit a rock, and I split my knee wide open, and I caught. I could see my kneecap and everything. What? And I was at the right end of the. I was at the very end of the trail. Any further, I would have had no one been able to come and get me. I would have been having the rest of the trip with that. So I was fortunate enough to get moved from the last point there to the hospital. And then I went. The doctor stapled me up. Went right back, and I was in the rapids once again. Yeah. Savage. I was a young kid.
Bro.
Yeah, savage.
Nice,
it was great times, man. Yeah. So shout out to Petawawa and those who are all familiar with it up there in Ottawa. The kid's name was Mike. I'll never forget it. But yeah, anyways, guys, let's take a look at some other names here. I'm not in anything right now. I think I'm going to get involved in a little bit of Tesla, even though I'm not in love with what we got going on with it. Tina Man's in and at a fantastic price, but there's multiple indecision prints that I like across the board here. You can see hammer candle 1, 2, and 3. The algo wouldn't have picked this up because why? It's closing as a bearish candle, but what I'm going to do is slightly adjust it so it catches full bearish prints right there. Why? Because I seen one on a ticker I was just looking at, and I'm like, hey, I wanted to pick this up, but there's another indecision print right at the volume weighted average price. Let's get involved in this name, relatively small, just to see what we can cook up. We're going to go like a quarter risk unit to start off because our trade on IBIT was phenomenal, and we had a good start to Monday. Last week, full disclosure, it was tough. It was a really, really tough week for me last week. So yeah, aside from that, let's rock and roll. Let's get Tesla cooking up here, guys, and see what everyone else is looking at in the chat. AMD, yeah, let's pull up AMD. I seen the breakout on NVDA earlier in the morning, and I'm like, oh no, I wish I got involved in this one, but that shoulda, coulda, woulda, and what if history. We don't play that. We only go with what we're currently trading right now, but AMD, another big time monster move. I was talking about this 250 level. Let's pull up that strike price and the expiration right now to see if we've grown in open interest, because I think that's going to tell a lot. They can be like, hey, we're going to head towards 250 by the end of that expiration. And it's funny because AMD, the next one is November 21st. Why doesn't this thing have weekly options? Get with it. But as for 250, 14,400, 3,300 contracts traded at that specific level. I think it's starting to grow. We can reference what I was looking at earlier in the day. But for now, Adara, what do you got for us?
What I have here is a TXG, guys, 10x genomics to the upside. Sharif, this might be your type of name. It's got a $1.5 billion market cap and a short float here of 11.4%. 10x genomics and Anthropic partnering up here to make single cell and spatial analysis more accessible through Claude for life sciences. So nice collaboration there between Anthropics and this stock here. TXG, I do want to remind you guys, 11.4% short float. Back to you.
Cool. So yeah, as for advanced money duplication right there, new all-time high on that one. So fantastic move. I mean, we were talking about this. I'm like, it's going to take a long time for AMD to recover off of these April lows, considering that it was in over a year and a half downtrend. Did I ever think that from April 8th to where we're currently trading at, we would be up 215% and establishing a new high off of that 227 level? Absolutely not. Lisa Su and company doing a fantastic job over there, striking deals left, right, and center. Let's go.
All right, Joey. I got nothing on. Everything's breaking down right now. Let's bring in the side charts. They're all dropping below technical levels. BT's losing VWAP. GSIT's really the one that's still holding trend of higher lows. Not necessarily higher highs, but definitely higher lows. NUAI came into the 10 EMA, lost it. DGXX is around the top, losing trend as well. ACHV's breaking down below VWAP. REPL stopped me out, man. It broke 10. It had nice higher highs, higher lows, holding the 10 EMA, as well as taking out $10. And then that one felt like a bull trap because it dropped right down into the 70s. Again, it's up 120%, so it's certainly got a lot of buying, just not exactly at this level. So we'll look to execute a little bit better on it. CAN looks like it's headed for VWAP, and RANI, it printed 271 high a day, so technically did take out that pre-market high, which is around 267. So that breaches there. But yeah, I guess, you know, short sellers were seeing that as well, or profit takers, because it went right back down, lost the bid into 250. Now, most notably, it's still holding higher lows. So RANI is not really breaking trend in that sense. It just didn't have the continuation right into 3, like as if, you know, I would have wanted that, obviously, but I did not get it. So we'll keep tabs on all these at the moment. I've got nothing on, so we'll keep an eye out on the scanner. TT Mass saying MGX. Let's have a look at MGX, see what that one is up to. MGX. A little light on volume for this one today. Here's what I'm seeing on this one. What do we got in terms of volume on this bad boy? 492,000. You're up 9 1/3, so it's not a bad percentage move on the day. What's the daily look like? You're getting a nice trend locally anyway. You're probably coming from a lot higher, which is normal with a lot of these small caps, but at least you're above the 200 moving average, and you've been putting in higher highs and higher lows since the tariff tantrum back in early April. Since early April low, by the way, from that other price spike we got, 260% in Greensville, not current price action, but that price spike into 4 from a few days ago. So MGX is not bad. It's just volume-wise on the day, it's not going to cut it for me. Like these 5-minute candles are doing about, you know, 12,000 max. Shares more like, you know, 5,000 on average, though, on MGX. So, yeah, I can't really manage risk as well as I would like on that one. But NUAI looks like it's breaking out again, so probably need to weasel back into this. I should have been giving it to 570, but I was adding aggressively. So let's see if this one can get back above 6. If it gets back and holds above 6, I'll get back into this one. No problem with that. It's just got to get back above 6. And then RANI is right back into that new high day again, 272. That just printed, but just like it did prior to that, it makes an area high, and then it's met with aggressive short selling or profit taking. So I'm really unsure how to square this circle right now on RANI or NUAI, both for that matter. The NUAI is a bit more straightforward. If it gets back and holds above 6, we could certainly get involved, and here it is now looking like it's breaking trend into 6. But yeah, look at that, profit taking and or short selling right into that whole dollar level pushes this one right back down. So it's got a decent trend on it, but a bit of a back and forth right now with this whole dollar level. Shout out to Patrick,
hey.
Sharif, and Joe. Straight gangsters, lay off the creatine.
No, it's funny. Did you see what I wrote in there?
No, I didn't. Where is it at? Oh, I just bought a year's supply. Didn't you do that before?
On Saturday.
You bought a year's supply last time as well.
Last time, but now I re-up, man. So I bought another one on Saturday.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
So last week when I was sick,
I
didn't take it for like 3 days.
And you felt? Did you feel?
I did it, but it's more. It's up happen here? You know what I mean? Because you have to be taking that consistently. And
it is. You know what, dude? I'm not even gonna lie. Consistent creatine performance just across the board, like on the ice, it's just better for some reason.
Hockey?
Yeah. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Yeah. It's just like even though I always had a pretty good gas tank, but now it's just like I can just keep going later on in the game, and that I think that's just one of my strengths is that when everybody else is getting tired, I'm still running around the same pace, just a little bit cooler, and I'm like, yeah, we're rocking and rolling, man. So yeah.
We were was at the club, not the nightclub, but the club on Sunday, playing tennis. So we were outside
before the rain, obviously.
I was about to get to that. So we're on the clay courts, and then it just starts coming down, right, dude? The clay courts are a different beast when it's raining. You gotta get. So we went inside. We played on the hard courts for a little bit.
That's
completely different bounce. So your bounce off the hard court, and if you're coming straight from clay, it's like you're almost playing a different game. Your timing is completely different.
Yeah. You get more of a hard way harder
bounce. And you can't slide as aggressively to reach the ball. You got to like actually stop, which is a completely different technical method there, but. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Let's get back.
Let me cover one thing here, because thank you for that super chat there, brother. And we ain't laying off the creatine, that's for sure. More, if anything, more. But as for RCAT, guys, an individual in the chat was asking us about this name and said, hey, what do we think about that via options? We can take a look at them. Puerto Rico-based provider of product services in the drone industry. Yes, that's what it was, drones. Let's see what the at-the-money IV is, RCAT, to see if we can even think about it. So you're at 124%. I would wait for that to cool down a little bit there, because that's one thing that's important. So on this downward move, you can see that the implied volatility is really starting to pick up, and that's something that you need to be cautious about, right? So again, if you really want to get involved with this name, I think the best start to this is going to be via shares. Let the at-the-money IV cool down, and then you can start to amplify and really, what's the word I'm looking for? Leverage your system via options, all right? So start with shares, because you're not going to be affected to implied volatility, but your options contract will. And just to display it to you guys what specifically I'm looking at, 4 days out, 125. Even if you go a little bit more, you can still see that it's triple-digit stuff. This is not what we want to see. We want to see low digits. We'll take a look at the Amazon contract that I bought. It's just one to get started. Half shares that were nice at what was it, 213.40. I'm in roughly around there. So I bought the 215 strike price, expiring in February or March. But you can see 35% at the money IV. This is when I want to be buying, because it's relatively cool, right? And then sure enough, some of the VIX can tell you, hey, there's not too much fear within the underlying asset. Let's rock and roll and get some contracts rolling there. But as for Tesla, starting to head towards the volume weighted average price, we were in at the lower end of the range. We're not going to piece anything out just yet, but not too bad of a look right there on TSLA.
Attaboy, Joey. All right, continuing to watch NUAI, dilly-dally here, a little above 6, a little bit below. It really hasn't decided, so neither have I. I'm going to continue to wait until this one decisively takes 6, otherwise I don't get in. Shout out to D. Westermeyer talking about BYND. He's like, look, bro, your alert's going to trigger very, very soon. So I took a look, D, and I see why. I've got my trigger at 24s. High of the day that he just printed there is 20s. So shout out to D. Westermeyer, man. BYND could be running for a couple of days, and I wouldn't be standing in front of this freight train if you're a short seller, because we all saw what happened to Open Door, at least locally. Whether or not it ends up mean reverting, or you're able to afford to keep adding more into your short. That's just not really my style, but some people do that who have a lot of liquidity, a lot of money, and then they end up getting, they do better than break even, quite frankly, from what I've been seeing online. But it's unlimited risk, so it's not just it's not my style to do that. But BYND, very, very strong today. 82% and change. It had a good day Friday as well. Let's see where this one is headed to today. But RANI is coming back into local area highs, and it's got a seller at 70. Rani has a seller at 70, give or take. But it is bull flagging here. So let's see if we can work in to RANI and then see if we can get something maybe through that 70 penny area. Joey, what do you got, my man?
I'll tell you what we got right now. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. See you later, PDT. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit that profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Shh. Tina, man. Shh.
What happened?
Tesla starting to cook up there. Yeah.
You gonna jinx it?
Yeah, we don't want to jinx it. We're already moving on, man. There's nothing to jinx. It's already written in destiny, Sharif. What will be, will be. There's no changing it. It's written in the depths of the books, everything. I don't know what I'm talking about, but let's go Tesla. See if we can get a break. I'm still looking at the specific names. I'm swing trading Amazon, so we're going to get a full-on analysis day by day until I'm out of that position. But there goes Bitcoin, up nicely on the session. But I think we're going to head in and start feeling this gap potentially, because whatever that news Donald Trump brought us, not too good of a look as the crypto space continues to bleed on today's session. Now, no one makes me bleed my own blood. There it is. ETHA, you know what that's?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. So there it is.
I don't know too many movie references, bro. I'm not a movie guy, but I knew that one. That was excellent. That's what is it, Dodgeball?
Yeah, Dodgeball. Yeah. It's Ben Stiller.
It's Stiller,
Yeah, Ben Stiller.
What do they call him? The Jewish Brad Pitt?
Yeah,
they call him that?
Jokes. Yeah, that movie's hilarious. Shout out to Patches O'Houlihan over there. Patches. So 30-34, you break that support level on ETHA, and you're continuing to bleed, starting to fill the majority of this gap. Sure.
All right, Joey, we took the breakout there on Rani, but it's not continuing. 280 high. We've been scalping some out there. It's got sellers at 75 now. RANI, it's been strong, but it seems to be met with aggressive selling on every attempt up. Is it easy to borrow? I'm looking at my brokerage. It doesn't look like it's not easy to borrow, actually. Now, a huge seller at 75 here, and it's an iceberg order because barely anything coming out on the ask side of level 2. Let's see if this one wants to price spike up back into some profit takers that we have over here. No, it looks like it's going to sell off, so that's going to get me out of the trade. We'll get back in at the 10 EMA on this one, so keeping my eye there as I watch BYND continue to accumulate at 20s as well. Shout out to D Westermeyer, the Tranquil channel going up. Big green candle in the 3-minute. Let's look at UP. See what this one's up to. All right, not bad. Kind of light on volume though for up. What do we got? 3.5 million shares on a $1.65 name, 6.82%. Looks like there was certainly selling in and around 160, breaks through that 160 area, and now it's looking at 167 in the face. So not a bad look there. I'll keep tabs on that one, but I want to get involved with the one that's doing the most volume right now, and that's RANI. I just want to set up at a more appropriate price. Having it into the high is a little bit dangerous. So look, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get in small share size, because what I was doing was I was adding aggressively at the entry, and that made me a little bit nervous, because if it went against me, well, then that would be no good. So we'll look to work our way into that price level that we like so much, which is the 10 EMA showing just a little bit below 260, more like 256, 255, in and around that area. So we'll keep an eye here on RANI. Back into 75, spiking up into 76. Let's see if we can get another big move up now on RANI. Certainly has higher lows, but it needs that higher high through the 80s. Not much else, man, going on. Nermin, Ulker. Why is Oracle crashing? I'll have a look at Oracle for you. We'll see what was going on there. I don't know if it's crashing, but let's take a look. What's Oracle doing? Oh, it's selling off, certainly. Yeah, 5.5%. Yeek. Okay, so Oracle taking it on the chin today. Let's have a look at if there's any news on Oracle. I just see Sunnybrook Health Sciences. What the hell? Isn't that like down the road from here? Austin, no. Oh, Sunnybrook Health Sciences. Is that like our Sunnybrook? No, it looks like it's going to be Austin. So I don't even see a bad headline here. Sunnybrook Health Sciences selects Oracle Health Technology. That was at 9 a.m. Do we have anything else? Oracle enhances public safety suite for real-time data intelligence. That's not really the one either. Looking more and more, that was 8 a.m. Anything before that? HSBC raises target to 382 on Oracle. Not really seeing anything, to be quite honest with you, but we know that Oracle has, been selling off a little bit after that huge move up when they announced their 2030 guidance up to 345. So we're certainly down about 20% off those levels if you're looking at the wick. If you're not, if you're looking at the closing print, we're down about 17.5% given the current price action right now. So I really don't know why. This is the 50 moving average, though, on the daily. So possible support here. If it doesn't hold here, I'm certainly looking as a buy area for myself, 260. That's the breakout area. That was previous area high before we broke out and came right back down. So I like the 50. The 50 held up before, most notably, I would say, October 7th. It price spiked down to the 50, held it. But this is an ugly kind of topping tail breakout there from the 16th. That's a no good, if you ask me. So I'm not really sure why Oracle's selling off specifically, but it could be valuation concerns, of course, as they are really guiding very, very down the line into 2030. There's been, different reports, most recently from the Information, who's questioned Oracle's gross margins on their data center rentals, right? They say it's more like 30 some odd % gross margins. The Information was positing it was more like in the teens. And then also when you compare Oracle's number of 30 some odd % gross margins to CoreWeave's got something 50 something % gross margin. So it may not be the best play if you're looking for which one to deploy your money into. So I have really no idea exactly what's going on in the day, but that's my look there.
All right, cool. So yeah, I mean, we're looking at it. Case and I in the chat talking a little bit about Bitcoin there, saying, yeah, it got trumped, which I think is a little bit funny. Yeah, I think it did. It sold off. Again, we looked at this name from a daily. Let's pull it up here as I got my old little, I'm just going through some names here and picking up some signals. I wish I could, what I wanted to do is I had another script essentially made, and I'm like, hey, I want to go through everything that they had and then just eliminate the trade because it's data through X amount of time, right? Oops, we don't want to be in stocks. And I'm like, hey, if I can just go through the list of trades and say, hey, don't take this, take this, take this, and take that, that would be absolutely phenomenal because that'd be just like, again, trial and error and just a process of elimination at the end of the day. But there goes Bitcoin. Guys, we were talking about this for some time.
Up or down? Up or down?
What do you mean?
Bitcoin.
Right now, it's up.
Oh, I thought you said there goes. I thought it was moving.
Oh, no, it is moving down.
Yeah.
But I'm like, again, I'm talking about from longer, like past couple of days, right? There it goes. From that support level, and then there's that indecision print with the volume supporting it right there, guys. So we might get an additional bounce. I was thinking mid-teens. If we are going to break through, then that would be amazing. Is this enough liquidity absorbed? Maybe, hopefully so. Over-leveraged individuals here. And I'm just really thankful enough to have gotten out right there before I started to buy back in this. So not too bad of a look on BTC. Ethereum starting to put in an indecision print as well, too. The algo won't pick this up. Why? Because look what's going on the 5-minute. Okay, so performance. Yeah, so it's not performing that good. I found that some of the ETFs don't perform as good as some as just individual stocks, but there it is. I think I'm going to write the script so that it catches some of these signals as well too. At the low of the day, that might be a good area for a potential bounce in ETHA, but once the majority of the wick is starting to get covered, avoid it at all costs, all right? So yeah, going back to this stuff here, guys, just having a little bit more fun and referring to just some of the prime time entries that it's looking for. So you can see the similarities, and that's what you want, is that you're not implementing any form of bias, is that once the technicals show you a specific thing, then you just get involved with it right out of the get-go. I did some on it, and the thing is, though, it's not profitable on every underlying, so I don't know from again, going back to the process of elimination, do I go back and say, hey, these are the names that it's working on? stick with that basket of stocks and just avoid everything else. But what works today may not work tomorrow. So, yeah, UNH is on one today. Absolutely, Jameson and Mark Sushi. It opened up at 358, now trading at 364. So not too bad of a look there. I'm going to get involved in small size in ETHA just because of the signal, and we might get a potential bounce. It's yet to have cracked the low, so I like our chances there. Just using a little bit of today's realize to get involved in some names to see if we can amplify it a little bit more. But again, nothing substantial whatsoever. We're going like fraction of risk units right there. Now, what was a good name that I had up on here?
Which one was
let's see. I got to figure it out now. My brother, man. My brother. So yeah, Robinhood, not too bad. Only picked up one. But see, look at the time frame. This is September 8th to October 20th, right? So we're not going back. What I was running over the weekend had a substantial bigger time frame and picture. But one thing to note, I think if we stay more selective, yes, you're going to be in less trades, but the probability drastically starts to increase. And I think that's the objective, right? Is just slowly accumulate wins over time. And sure enough, once you get that exponential growth, you just accumulate, and eventually the size becomes substantially bigger. And what was once a small trade is 5 or 10 times larger than what it previously was. But there's another example on Robinhood, not too bad. So yeah, going to continuously work on this. I'm going to see if Jose's here after the bell, and I'm going to talk to him about a couple of things.
You see your boy Joey Bats throw out the first pitch yesterday?
Joey Bats,
he got an ovation.
Yeah, big. You have to give Joey Bats.
Oh, 100%.
I love that team, man. Like with Edwin and Carson.
Oh, yeah.
Troy Tulowitzki.
and the bringer of the rain.
Donaldson,
Kevin Pillar.
That was a good time. Pillar's doing the announcing. Yeah, that was a good team. Pillar played in the outfield for
Superman,
for
bro.
so
Center fielder,
long,
my
man.
boy.
Yeah. For like, I feel like he was.
He was there for a hot minute.
Yeah, his whole career was essentially with the Blue Jays. I think. I don't know. Those guys would know a little bit more than me on that one.
It feels like no center fielder for the Jays has, like, had the type of defensive skills as Devon White. Because I saw Varsho, he tried running that ball down in center field. No one could do it like Devo,
and
bro.
same
That's
Addison, what's his name?
Addison Barger?
Yeah, Barger. Yeah,
excellent.
Barger,
Good hitter.
Yeah.
Guys, you're getting the breakout right now on BYND. There's the take of the pre-market high. We're involved at 20. There's 25.
Oh,
That's
nice.
a high of day right now on BYND. It's squeezing out the shorts here into 93 almost percent. Let's wet the beak at the $1.25. Keep your eye out on Beyond Meat. There's a prohibitively large seller at the 1 1/4, and that's just what we can see. Shout out to my man D Westermeyer. If I had animations, I'd be hitting them, D. But alas, we're animation-less. So we're going to continue to watch here. I get whatever you got there, Katina Man. There you go, Ozan. The Katina Man gifted you the exploding money cow. So here's everyone's favorite. Here we go. That's soft, Katina Man.
What is it? Oh, man.
Bro, when I laugh, it's bad. It's bad.
I don't get it.
What is
the context behind this one here?
Data?
Yeah.
I actually don't know. Yeah. Did Brendo ever?
Stock data, DADA.
Stock data. Oh,
yes. There was a stock that was called Data. I guess Brendo liked it once upon a time. It's still there. Katina Man says it's still there.
All right.
Yeah.
So shout out.
It's available
for
anybody who wants it. I am talking about BYND BK. Are you not looking at the screen, bro? We're talking about it, my man. We're long. We're looking for that 125 continuation. Look. 10 EMAs at 118. Let's see which way this cookie crumbles, man. On BYND, we've got a lot more outs. So let's go ahead and post at 26. We're going to post at 27. And you know what we're going to post after 27? We're going to post at 28. So let's see if we get the continuation.
I was going to say 69er.
69er. Just before we start the news, I know we're a little bit late today, guys, but we're still trading. I want to point out we still have this, what's it called, this poll. Would you guys like a weekly earnings note that would basically summarize all the big earnings play coming up for the week? This is sort of my beta test today. I did it over the weekend for NFLX. This is the kind of thing you're going to have on it. Your trading narrative, your technicals, analyst expectations, the earnings schedule, the earnings track record, how often they beat, how often they miss, how much do they beat by, and look at this, price reaction. The last report, Netflix dropped 5.1% on a 1 day. But when you look at the average one-day move for Netflix post-earnings, it is plus 8.5 to 11%. This is the kind of stuff you're going to have, this more quantitative stuff in this type of note, in addition, of course, to the technicals and the fundamentals that will both be there. So if you kind of like this thing and you want to see it on a weekly basis on your Sunday night prep, your Monday morning prep, get into the chat right now and vote to see or vote yes to this whole thing. It's right there. How many votes do we got, Joey? We got about 1,100. Decidedly in green territory, 75-25. Someone told me that they voted no. Because what happened? Oh, we didn't do the push-up contest yet. So like I'm voting no as a protest.
So they want to double. they want to take the double L on that one there.
Whatever, it's all good.
Double L to each their own, man. I'm not about those double L's. I'll tell you what I am about here, though.
Sir, which one are you about? Oh no. Get it. All right, Joey, look, I got to cover this for a second.
Okay, go ahead. I got something cooking too.
Yeah, BYND losing 20. If it loses the 10 EMA, it ends the trade. So the breakout level, the way that I see it, is around 15. So we might give it a little bit more room. The 10 EMA is at 17, 18. But the breakout level, and I'm talking about this area right here, these two candles at 11.15, 11.20. If it loses that level, that ends the trade for me. We're going to keep an eye out on that. How does it differ from Adair's info? It doesn't really, but it's just going to be there on Sunday, right? So you're going to have it in addition or prior to your week. So if you're getting ready Sunday night, a lot of traders do, right? They get ready Sunday night. They want to know especially what's running Monday. And if it's earnings season, you want to be ready for every day. So it doesn't really differ in any meaningful way, except it may have more information. Check it out. I'll probably put it free for a little bit. So we'll have the audience kind of test the beta test with us. And then it'll have to go for premium or for YouTube subscribers, of course, Joey, just like the morning note. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, all right, man. Let's see what we got going on here. Sports and stonks. You're funny. No, you're a good time, my good friend. So there it is, 29.75 or a little bit 29.77. We'll take that one in a nice little pop on Ethereum there to see if we can get rocking and a rolling.
Rocking and
still big time. Why is it that every time I start talking, I get the hiccups here?
I don't know why.
Hydration Nation, shout out No Hesitation Nation around here. So yeah, we're bang Hydration Nation, and yeah, I mean there it is, guys. A nice little move off of those lows, looking for that that indecision print off that aggressive selling. Maybe we can get a move back into the volume weighted average price. That would be very, very nice. But again, we're really, really small here, just holding on to what we got cooking up from the Bitcoin trade earlier this morning. We need another intro. Oh, you want? Oh, don't say that, Darth. That might be Sharif's thing. I think that would be a good one. Darth Trader saying that you should get. Can you smell what the Rock is cooking? That entry music, because I got Steve Austin here.
Yeah, I don't mind the Rock. I don't know if he's my favorite.
Who's your favorite?
I don't have to think about that.
Oh, really? Goldberg for me, hands down. And I like Kane as well too. We like Kane back in the day, because no one really liked Kane. And then you have to go Kurt Angle, because everybody said he sucked, but he didn't really suck that much. He was pretty good. So no, but in all seriousness, guys, a nice little move in ETHA. Amazon just chopping and churning in this specific zone. Anything south of this 214 level, I think I'm going to be a buyer of. And I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat still saying that they're having trouble with their Robinhood login. Yeah, and that's not something that we want to hear. It's obviously not good. I'm glad that you can use it on your mobile phones and get out of positions if you are stuck in some. So yeah, go that route if you need to. We're going to send it off to Adara. We're going to piece a little bit more out here on ETHA. Bang, we caught that fill. Not too bad of a move there, guys.
Yeah, take a look here at AMZN. Not really moving here, but on watch after Amazon Web Services just announced that their underlying DNS issue has been fully mitigated. So their underlying issue here with DNS or domain name systems, that's apparently been mitigated. Back to you.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so Los Polios said he can trade his options on there. Says Los Polios. Yeah, that's unfortunate there, my friend. Yeah, I mean, so you guys seen my dreadlock picture? And for those who remember, they used to call me Carlito Caribbean Cool. You remember that guy?
Yeah.
Carlito Caribbean
That's not
Cool.
cool.
Yeah, that's not cool. That's not cool. Yeah.
Hilarious, bro.
So that's what that's not cool. Yeah, so that's what they used to call me. But here it is, another out on ETHA. Let's go over a couple of names. What are you guys specifically looking at? We'll go over some of the options activity on the SPY and the Qs in the meantime until I see Yeah, so there it is, Carlito. There's Carlito, man, right there. Caribbean.
No, but there is a bit of overlap there.
Yeah,
you gotta admit. And like,
cool,
you guys
man.
got the same skin color. You guys got the same hair.
Yeah, it's
like,
crazy.
can we put a side by side?
Put a side by
we
side
gotta
of
do that.
Carlito Caribbean.
Hold on, let me pull it up. Let me pull up Carlito WWE. Let's see what we got here.
Carlito Caribbean.
No. We need the old Carlito. Let's go 2004, 2005. Because that's when he was young. There we go. That's what we're talking about there. Yeah, he's definitely a bit beefier. You're leaner than him, Joey. He's got a little bit of,
Yeah, well, I wasn't saucing.
No, but he's a different breed there, Joey.
He's a big, those guys are all big dudes, man.
He's hilarious, though.
Okay, we'll send that to Assassino, and then we'll get the side-by-side there. I know when I first started, you guys were calling me Blake Griffin, and I'm like, I don't know if I really look like Blake Griffin, and Ram would always be trolling me. So we're posted up on ETHA once again. Let's see if we can catch that fill. That's going to be a nice move. But let's get back to the options activity and on the SPY to see what we got going on those 0 DTEs. Bang, we caught that fill up there, Sharif.
Okay.
Yeah, we like it on SPY. Me like it. Very nice. So there it is, 672, putting in substantial. I guess the open interest is still high. We got more volume through the 670 and the 671s there. So not too bad of a look. 219,000 contracts there, and 225,000 right at that 671. So some odd numbers, but we'll go over to another day expiration. Not everything hasn't rolled up. So all the D-gens, as you would like to say, running the 0 DTE, Sharif.
Not the G-gens, really, not the D-gens.
0 DTE D-gens out there, obviously being sarcastic. I tried dabbling in them. It just wasn't for me. I was just getting lit up left, right, and center trading those things.
All right, let's start the news, guys, because we're getting a little bit late. It's 5 after 1. I've still got some positions. I just want to throw out some stops here, Joey. So here's what I'm going to do. Let's go 113, and then we're going to drop down to 110, and then we have to go for that many. So we'll stop out there. And then how about my RANI trade? RANI, to me, is a loss through 60. So we'll go ahead and do that, and we'll give it a little bit of room as we typically do. And we will not load the trading screen as our reading screen. So we'll do that. Just a second, guys. Give me 1 second to set up here. Yes, we are good to go. It's not too big of a news day, quite frankly. There was obviously some stuff running in the morning, but I was definitely having some trouble finding a lot of news stories today. So let's get right down to business, baby. Apple, the monster today, 4 2/3, strongest name in Mag 7 world. Good demand, it looks like, for the new iPhone. So Apple is experiencing its fastest smartphone growth since the pandemic, driven, of course, by iPhone 17 demand following the September debut. Supply chain data from different analysts shows stronger than expected sales momentum, with analysts highlighting robust carrier and retail demand heading, of course, into that very critical holiday season where we expect them to do their best sales for, of course, the iPhone. Analysts now are projecting iPhone revenues to rise about 4% for the fiscal year 2025, up to a little bit less than $210 billion. And then they're looking for 5% growth next year into 26. That's Visible Alpha citing that data. And Bank of America, for their part, they noted that shipping times are up 13% year over year, signaling sustained demand strength across major markets. Just to give you an anecdotal piece of information, as I was talking about on Friday, I went with my mom, Dukes, to the Apple store to pick her up the new Pro Max, and she had basically, we checked online before we went there, and it said that they had the model that she was looking for, but when we got there, it was like, oh, well, they're sold out. And so she had to get the one above it, so by the size above it. So, just from my condo to Yorkdale, which is not that long, which is a mall near my area, it's like a 10-minute drive. It was sold out. So it gives you an idea how quickly these things are moving. Apple will report Q4 earnings on the 30th of October, with iPhone 17 sales, of course, expected to play a key role. And they're saying store traffic and channel checks point to much stronger orders than for the last year iPhone 16, according to IDC. And then I saw separately another headline on Friday that the iPhone Air was sold out in China. Now, we know that it was delayed. The launch of the Air was delayed in China, and so maybe that kind of made things a bit more exciting with some pent-up demand. Who knows, Joey? In any event, the market liking it, an Apple at all-time highs.
Yeah, absolutely. We know our guy Marquez loves the iPhone Air. He thinks it's a spectacle. Obviously, if you're looking to take videos and everything along those lines, apparently it's not the one. But just how thin it actually is insane. But then when you add the battery, you have to add a battery pack. But surprisingly, it performed significantly better than what he thought it was going to. But as for the iPhone sales, is this going to be the super cycle that Dan Ives was waiting for? He thought the 16 would be it, considering that he thought that Apple Intelligence was going to be integrated into the software. That has not been the case so far, but the sales and the growth the iPhone sales seems that there's going to be plenty of demand for that. What the street is looking for, I think we're going to get a little bit of a surprise, and the street loves surprise. If that iPhone sales comes in better than expected and substantially larger, watch out for this name to continue to climb, and you're going to see some numbers in Apple that you would have never personally thought. I think that they're going to beat it across the board. I think service revenues are going to be up as well too, Sharif. I like our chances with Apple. I think it's going to be a good look leading into the earnings report.
And I didn't mind that F1 headline. Obviously that they got to ante up and dole out money to get the F1 rights, but yeah. I was talking to Brendo, and F1 is just booming in popularity in North America. Well, it was already popular in Europe. I mean, the question there, but it's a nice new drive into a new market, and to have the rights for that, not a bad look.
Instead of going left and real fast, right? Going real left and going real fast. That's NASCAR.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah, I totally missed that. I was asking him, is there overlap between the sports? He's like,
no, not whatsoever.
I don't know anything about this.
But you know what it is? Excuse me. I think that with F1, I think it attracts the higher-end consumer. And we know that the higher-end consumer isn't that easily damaged or persuaded, right?
Really so there,
I think that's one thing with. But as for the NASCAR lads, those guys bright and early drinking before the track. Even you ever seen that one video? He's like, I don't even know what time it is. I've been drinking all morning, and we're going left, and we're going fast, baby. Yeah.
All right, Adair, what do you make of this Apple headline?
I think it's a good look for Apple, and I honestly think Apple kind of needs that positivity. We know they were one of the lagging Mag 7 names earlier this year. Well, that's completely gone. As you guys know, it's been actually now Apple apparently, as you're seeing as of a couple hours ago, $100 billion away from becoming the third ever company to reach a $4 trillion market cap. So great look here for AAPL. And I think also this I would call not just related to this iPhone 17 excitement, but we also have some really positive analyst notes too. As Sharif mentioned, people are expecting good things here from fiscal 2025 iPhone revenue in addition to fiscal 2026 iPhone revenue, but ahead of their earnings report coming through here on October 29th. I was seeing, I guess, or sorry, that's Google. Either way, AAPL earnings report likely within the next couple weeks. I do want to let you guys know that Loop Capital upgraded them with a $315 price target. Evercore ISI adding to its tactical outperform list. These analysts, again, $315 price target for Loop, $290 price target for Evercore ISI. So both of those targets imply a pretty significant move to the upside here. Apple already hit new all-time highs. I think with these, I guess, this optimism on the company combined with this positive iPhone 17 outlook, I think we could maybe go even higher.
Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, let's fire it up. In Africa, a new generation of leaders is rising. The woman boss empowers them. We provide the training and mentorship women and girls need to start businesses, create change, and build sustainable futures. We've already impacted over 10,000 lives. Your contribution creates the next opportunity. Scan the QR code, empower the next woman leader today.
All right, just putting in my stop here, Joey. Give me one sec. We're going to put it in at 61 to 61 for just that, and then we're going to have to give it a bit of room, Joey. So we're going to do that.
K-Town, baby.
Put some beak wetters over here. Just allow me a second, guys, to set up for my trade over here. Ooh, no, that's not the one we want there, Joey. That's not the one. So we're going to profit take, and then, sorry, guys, just let me set them up.
Yeah, do you want me to?
No, it's fine. We're just going to put these on there, and we're going to be good to go. So here, let's go on to the next story. Amazon Web Services, not big deal. Amazon's up 1%, but we're going to talk about it for, obviously, maybe, for the fundamental traders, but on a technical level, it really didn't do much. So AWS, if you didn't know, the world's largest cloud infrastructure provider, experienced a massive outage early Monday, causing disruptions across dozens dozens of major global platforms. The issue stemmed from what they're calling in an operational incident, no more than that, that affected over 70 AWS services, including the core systems in the U.S. East 1 region, one of AWS's most critical data hubs. Websites like Amazon.com, Disney+, Reddit, Ring, Robinhood, Snapchat, Venmo, Lyft, T-Mobile, United, the New York Times, Katina, man. I mean, like, where else can I go? Government systems got hit. Financial institutions got hit. Toronto Star, Katina wants to killing me, bro.
Did Toronto Star actually get hit?
No, he's like comparing it to the New York Times. That's what's funny. Even crypto exchanges like Coinbase were slapped. Roblox, Fortnite, Perplexity, who wasn't spared? All of them had some sort of service disruption, Joey. From my understanding, everything's kosher again. What's your take on this whole thing?
Yeah, I think it's very, very interesting. It's obviously not good whatsoever. But aside from that, Sharif, Robinhood is breaking out now up to 140. I don't know why I keep saying 300. And then Amazon climbing right back towards the high of the day. And we didn't see that in the CrowdStrike scenario. Everything absolutely tanked. This is the opposite of what we're actually seeing right now. So very, very interesting. I'm sure they'll get it sorted out. But how many customers...
Robinhood's still down, Joey, everybody's saying. People are saying right here.
Yeah. But Robinhood, the platform is down, but the stock is really, really bigly up today. It's up bigly on today's session. So not too bad of a look. Again, doesn't make too much sense, but I'm sure they're going to get it sorted out. And is Amazon going to have some payouts? Are they going to have some potential lawsuits? I think so at the end of the day, considering if it stays down longer, that payout is going to be significantly larger because CrowdStrike had to pay out. Who was it? With one of the airlines?
Oh, bro, it was Delta, and there were others too.
Yeah, a lot of
they sued them.
Exactly. So I think I don't see why this would differ in this scenario. Robinhood, who already had a little bit of a sketchy track record with the GameStop scenario and everything along those lines.
Yeah, you
so
don't
that's going to get a lot of people frustrated and mad. Hopefully, you can get out on your cell phone. If not, man, oh man, I really don't. I don't even know what I would do if I was in that scenario.
Hold on, so the app is working, but the website is not.
That's what someone told me. The web browser isn't working, but they got out on the app. They were able to get out on the app, not on the...
Well, at least there's something there.
Yeah.
All right, Adara, Amazon. I know your affinity for really looking at price action. It didn't do much today. What's your take?
Yeah, I was going to say here, I want to talk a little bit more because I really agree with what Joe said, the way that these stocks are not reacting the same way that we had with the CrowdStrike outage. And I think potentially with that, I mean, obviously, as you guys just mentioned, the scope of this Amazon outage, or the AWS outage, sorry, was much more significant, a lot more companies affected. But I think the extent to which Delta especially was, Microsoft as well, but Delta especially was impacted there by the CrowdStrike outage, really, I think, outpaces any of these smaller impacts for these companies that were hit by AWS. And that is not at all to, I guess, delegitimize the real impacts for these companies. But I think because AWS was very obviously the issue, they were able to come out, a lot of companies, including Perplexity and Robinhood, and say, hey, this wasn't our fault. This isn't our issue. We're waiting for responses to AWS. Now, some people I've seen on the internet, I've seen people basically split here. Some have argued AWS did not respond appropriately to this, saying they're going to be investigating the issue like hours after it first happened. But then other people are saying, hey, sure, this outage is pretty scary, but it does show, I guess, the breadth of Amazon's cloud power and how many people are using it. So I think that might be significant. Either way, I think Amazon is probably fine long-term. I mean, the stock didn't care. But let's put it this way. CrowdStrike, when they had a similar situation, which again, really bad for Delta in particular, CrowdStrike's way of dealing with it was offering DoorDash coupons, or Uber Eats coupons, some kind of food coupon to its some of its clients. Coupons didn't even work because they used the same code. So I think as long as Amazon doesn't do that, they probably get out of this pretty unscathed.
All right, thank you. We're taking out some levels here, guys, on BYND, so I'm just posting. We're taking out levels on Ranny as well, so I'm posting there as well. Let's see what we get on these bad boys. Good move up here on BYD and RAN and RANI, but we're no means at day high yet. Oh, we are. Oh, no, we're not. Excuse me. Yes, we are. What am I saying, man? Get it together, Sharif. RANI, we just got into day high 280. Were we long? We're long 66s, so let's see if we can get some more moves. Let me just post over here, guys, at 85s, and I'm also... No, you goof. Let's go ahead and post at 82 and 88s. We'll see what we can get there. Yeah, I put 388, which is a little ambitious there, Joey, so that's why I changed that. All right, let's talk about Bitcoin finding support as the macro pressures ease. What are we talking about here? Well, we're talking about Bitcoin moving up nicely, 2% in 24 hours. Initially, the resistance was 109.405, but we know it's at least gotten to 111 from what I've seen, signaling what analysts are calling potential stabilization after a steep correction earlier this month. Analysts say the move suggests a local bottom may be forming, with BTC potentially preparing for a short-term bullish reversal. We'll have to see if that happens, or that's just obviously speculation until it does. The recovery, though, follows some dovish comments from Fed Chair Powell last week as he indicated that more rate cuts were to come. As well, he hinted that quantitative tightening, something you've been talking about for a hot minute, QT, may soon end. So we'll have to see when that does, if it does. The potential end, I should say, of liquidity withdrawal, which is what QT is viewed, of course, as a tailwind for these risk assets, which Bitcoin, whether you like it or not, still is. Here we go, guys, on what's it called? BYND. Joseph Options, this is taking out levels right now. Let's go ahead and post at 28, 27 showing up. We're posting at 29. We're posting at 31 for a break of 30. Shout out to my man D freaking Westermeyer, bringing this one to my attention. I know there's a lot of other people looking at BYND in the chat as well, but we'll get to that in a sec. So let's continue on with the story. Peter Chung of Presto Research says, quote, this is probably the local bottom, but an escalation in the trade war could cause another tumble. We know the APEC conference, where President Trump is slated, at least for the moment, to meet and speak with President Xi, could change all this if it doesn't go well. And that's what I was saying as well. The upcoming U.S. inflation report, Joey, one of the only government data points we're going to get comes later this week. This also could be moving for Bitcoin.
Absolutely, big time move. I like that you brought that up there. We'll hit up the old JP. We reloaded a little bit more here. So we got more than this size. We get this pull back. Now let's see if we can go on continue this trajectory. We snapped this support level, then we're at a dodge on that one there. So again, still relatively small on the size, just holding on to some of these gains that we got. So yeah, I mean, go Amazon, go.
Get it, Joey.
Katina, man. Oh, yes, my days. There it is, right at the high of the day. Outage who? I know I obviously don't want to make light of it, though, because people's accounts are obviously being played. But yeah, Amazon, I'm glad to have grabbed a little bit this morning. But as for what's going on with Bitcoin, listen, my brother, he's 10 years younger than me. He's 23 years old, and the kid doesn't own any. So I had to be like, what are you doing? Yeah, smack him around a little bit and say like, hey man, listen, this is the future. This is what your generation is doing. It's good because, dude, he has a wicked job. He's security at TTC.
Thanks,
so patrolling the subs, doing
that's a great job,
that's
right? Like a foot in the door with the police service.
Exactly. And I told you, he's a big dude, handsome fellow as well too. So he's got a lot going from. And I said, hey, listen, stay at home for the next 7-8 years and just save money and just invest. And sure enough, you're going to be leagues ahead of some of your peers. But no, as for the Bitcoin, guys, we love this. We're still not even halfway through the current halving cycle. I think once we get a little bit more easing, I was expecting a substantially bigger move, maybe into 135 with Bitcoin on that previous rate cut. We didn't see that. We seen a little pop, but then it started to come back in, and you've seen last week that we traded around some $100,000 lows. Now, is this going to be kind of, and again, I'm comparing two different things. Dan Ives was expecting the super cycle on the 16. We didn't get it. Is the 17 going to be it? Maybe, possibly. So what I'm getting at here essentially is, if we get another rate cut, is that going to add enough confidence into the space where we get that big move up into the 150 that I think everyone's truly looking for? Maybe, possibly. Time will tell, but that's most definitely what I'm leaning towards on Bitcoin and the crypto space.
All right, Adara, what's your take on this latest reclaiming of the $110,000 level?
Yeah, I mean, I think Bitcoin, as I mentioned during our crypto segment today, with the last couple new all-time highs, this is just I have here on the chart, we've seen with Bitcoin, we'll have this, I guess, push to new all-time highs, then we'll have a sharp drop, we'll have a bottoming tail candle in the daily chart, then we'll come up and make a slightly lower high. But I mean, that's kind of par for the course now. We're kind of now aware, at least as of late, that Bitcoin will make a new all-time high and then pull back a little bit. I don't think it's anything to worry about. We did get out of at least the more recent uptrend of the daily chart. But as you mentioned, that 110,000 level reclaimed, and I think maybe more key as of late, the 108,000 level. That's certainly something to watch out for. And even when we made these recent lows, we didn't get below that 100,000 level. The lowest, I believe, was in about 103,500. So not a bad look there necessarily. Bitcoin is allowed to pull back. Pullbacks are healthy. I think, of course, there are a lot of macroeconomic catalysts here. We have the government shutdown, which is currently still happening. But either way, we are set to, reportedly, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we're going to be getting those CPI numbers on October 24th, Friday. So that should certainly be interesting. And maybe the more interesting number on Friday, of course, the University of Michigan consumer sentiment. So let's see, with the shutdown, with that rate cut coming up, how are consumers feeling? I think that could maybe be key, at least short term.
There goes BYND into another high of day 130, guys. Here we go, looking for that 130 break. Good size posted at the 130 side of the equation over here. 129 on bid, 130 on the ask. Let's see if we can get above that level, keeping an eye on that. Separately, RANI retracing over here, down a little bit. So anything below 69 ends the trade for me. Topping till candle into 82 is going to stop me out for the last remaining amount. I'm in at 66 as if it loses 70. So pack in the patience there, and there we go. We're stopped out in the remaining amount there on RANI. Let's go on to the next story, though, guys. NVIDIA CEO, not a big deal here, but just to let you know that he is headed to the APAC Summit, the Asian Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC. He's going to be headed there. It's going to take place in South Korea, where President Trump is going. President Xi as well is going to be there, as we mentioned earlier. The dates for there are October 28th to the 31st. NVIDIA confirmed that CEO Jensen Huang will meet global leaders as well as top Korean executive to strengthen ties on a multitude of issues: AI, robotics, digital twins, autonomous vehicle technology, the gauntlet, guys. They're going to be talking about everything. The summit, of course, is going to coincide with the annual APEC leaders meeting, where the heads of 21 different nations, including, as I mentioned, President Xi and President Trump, will gather to discuss trade and innovation. And we know that NVIDIA has big partnerships with a lot of South Korean companies, the Samsungs, the SK Hynix. We know that SK Hynix very much supplies a lot of NVIDIA's high bandwidth memory, which they include, of course, in the servers, the GB300, the latest one that's going to be slated for next year, GB200, the latest of right now. Guys, there goes BYND into 133 high. We went the beak there at 132, Joey. This one's really going. It's up 100% now. BYND, we're at 16s, 33 area high. We have no more profit takers. That's no good. So we have to put those, and then we're going to put them in the mid to high 30s. Let's watch out, though. Topping till candle manifesting right now on BYND. Anything below the 10 EMA ends the trade for me. That's a $1.23. I need it to hold trend. Otherwise, I get out. So BYND up 100%, looking for a little bit more. So I want you to comment, obviously, on NVIDIA, but I want to shout you out for calling the $100,000 level on Bitcoin, because it's exactly what it did. It was a flash crash into that level. But I also want to tap myself on the shoulder a little bit again, because it right back into 110
and you grabbed a little, didn't you?
I grabbed a little. I grabbed a little at 59s on IBIT, but definitely not a huge position or anything. But we're going to wet the beak every now and again, Joey. Add a little bit on the dips.
Absolutely. Hey, man, again, it's just like at all costs, I'm just rotating absolutely everything that I can into it. It sounds crazy, if you ask me, but at the end of the day, it is what it is, and to each their own. Again, fortune favors the bold, as we like to say around here. Katia, man, everybody can agree with that. But as for NVDA, Shreve, sir, I was dialed in to my algo here, just like running through some things.
He's going to APEC. He's going to Korea.
Yeah, going to Korea. I mean, his expansion is going to continue to grow. A lot of the analysts, yes, John, Courtney, the majority of us here do. But anyways, a lot of analysts are going to say, what I do know is that a lot of this AI trade does not happen without Jensen and company. And if it's going to continue to grow, he's going to be at the forefront of this. He is essentially the build out and everything that is needed to do so. I like NVDA. We can pull up the options chain and look at it. I mean, now so the approval with the chips going over to the Gulf countries, absolutely fantastic. We've seen a pop in the stock on that one. And then hopefully he's going to start selling some of these things to China, and we can get those on the books as well too. Options chain. I know that a lot of the corporations in China did get the approval for the H20, Sharif. But again, the Chinese government saying
they don't want that.
They don't want that.
And can I mention one other thing? Remember that B30A? That was a new China-specific chip that was supposed to be based on the Blackwell architecture that Donald kind of gave the nod to. Weren't we supposed to get a sample of that sent to Chinese companies by the end of September? I didn't hear anything about that. I can neither confirm nor deny, but I assume it would have been a story that we would have reported on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another China-specific chip. But you can see completely why that wouldn't even be sent, Joey, based upon the headwinds they got right now.
So, I mean, saying it won't be sent, maybe currently it's just not sent yet.
Yeah,
I'm sure
I don't want to discount it.
Most definitely it's in the works, right? Like, so if he can send it, he's going to send it.
I'm going to send it.
He's going to say it's super duper. That's what Mr. Donald Trump used to say. Now, as for, let's get to the NVDA chain, guys. And we had a concentration. Why isn't it pulling up? We had a concentration at the 195-200s. Let's see if that's starting to cool off a little bit. So 53,600 right there, and then 88,700 at 195. So that size is still there, but it's not anything what we've experienced before when you have hundreds of thousands. Watch out for NVDA. The market does need to cool off at times, but I think in the long run, those are going to be rolled over, and you're going to see them consistently being lifted in the strike prices. And I think that NVDA can get to 200 by the end of the year.
Well, that'd be crazy. All right, guys, double top possibly here. On BYND at 33, still at 31, but there's certainly a seller at 33, so just be on the lookout at the third of a dollar. Not saying it's going to reject here, but just something to keep on watch for. All right, Adara, there was very little in the way of details about what Jensen is going to do there. We got to use our imagination. What's your take on this story?
I mean, I think it's a good look once again here. When Trump goes to visit a country, Jensen Huang is following him, and I'm not saying that these are necessarily correlated. Of course, Jensen has his own business, specifically with regards to the UAE trip. But I always think I think it's a good look that he's kind of, continuing to follow in lockstep there. Now, with regards to the China meeting aspect of things that we're also going to be having during APEC, we know that Trump, as of right now, and as of, I would say, the last couple days or so, he's made it very clear that he still intends to meet with President Xi in South Korea. So that's something of note. I want to mention another story here with regards to NVIDIA. This one, it came out on Friday. I believe I mentioned it here during the recap or just before the recap, but then it wasn't really, I mean, I didn't see too much about it this morning, but I do think it's worth noting regardless here. NVIDIA and TSM celebrating their first NVIDIA Blackwell wafer produced in the U.S. So any U.S. production is going to be a good look here, I believe, for NVDA and especially TSM. I just wanted to add that on too. But yeah, I mean, kind of hard to comment. As you said, we don't have a lot of details. Let's see what ends up conspiring or taking place there when we get to APEC.
All right, let's ask chat what's going on over here, Joey. Let's find out. Did NVIDIA send a sample of the B30A chip to China for testing? Let's just find out if there's anything to this story. Yes, I see. Chat. Stop embarrassing me, bro. Quicken up a little bit over here. No, there's no confirmed publicly available evidence that they've already sent production samples of the chip documented as B30A to Chinese customers. What we know, they're developing a China-specific chip we know called B30A on the Blackwell architecture, Joey. What we don't have is there's no publicly confirmed statements from NVIDIA or any Chinese customers publicly acknowledging the receipt of the B30A. Okay, just good to know. It didn't make a whole lot of sense. Joe, let's cut the crap, okay? Yeah. They don't want the chips over there. They want to be able to catch up. They don't want to be held hostage by American technology. Yeah. Whether or not they're able to catch up and catch up soon, we'll see.
I think they can.
I'm not going to. You're not going to find me discounting the Chinese, bro.
There's zero
but anyway, Guys, BYND still on the rampage to the high side, 136 high. We just wet the beak there at 135. We're posting at 136.7s now for the high of the day break. We also have some at 39s. BYND, it's up 110%. It's still going. Here comes 37s. Momentarily, it looks like on the level 2, whether or not we cross it, an entirely different story. There it is, Joey. As we get into another high of day on Beyond Meat, you're not going to catch me eating any of their food, but we'll take this monster long. There's another high of day, Joey. 138 high. Let's go ahead and post at 40s now. We're going to wait for more profits if it does come in on that level. Pumped. Number 2 fear. Why is it Streamlabs blocking your comment for saying fake meat? Pretty fake. So yeah, there's that story. Let's talk about Waymo possibly facing, well, they are. They're going to face a federal probe over a school bus safety violation. It's not just FSD here that's getting into some trouble. So the U.S. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, NHTSA, has launched a preliminary probe into about 2,000 Waymo self-driving vehicles, citing potential violations of traffic safety laws near stop school buses. Again, one of those real-world incidents that, autonomous driving vehicles are going to have to learn to get accustomed to. The probe stems from a media report describing an incident where a Waymo robotaxi failed to remain stationary when a school bus had its red lights flashing and stop arm extended. This marks the latest federal review, of course, of self-driving systems amid growing scrutiny over autonomous vehicles. So what happened? What's the incident? So a Waymo vehicle initially stopped, then maneuvered around the bus's front, passing the extended stop arm as children were disembarking. Yeah, that's not going to work out. The vehicle was using Waymo's 5th generation automated driving system and was operating without a human safety driver at the time, which most of them do. They don't have safety drivers for most of them. Waymo said the vehicle approached from an angle where the flashing lights and the stop sign weren't visible. Again, a real world concern that they're going to have to figure out. It said it maintained a safe distance from students while driving slowly past. Yeah, that's not what they want, bro. They want a full stop behind the bus. The company's response and the software fixes that followed. A Waymo spokesperson said the company has already implemented improvements related to stopping for school buses and plans further updates. They emphasized driving safely around children has always been one of the highest priorities, and the company said the software now includes enhanced detection and compliance logic. Joey, let's just cut them some slack here.
Yeah.
The fact that they responded to it, but this puts into perspective the real concern about FSD, right? Or these autonomous driving systems, that these situations that a human would be able to completely understand in 1 second. Most humans, I've seen some humans maneuver around school buses before.
I just seen a dude blow
That's why I said some. Yeah, that's why I said some.
Yeah.
But quite frankly, Joey, this is the kind of thing that they're going to have to figure out. This safety thing with children is not going to be tolerated.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
No, it's zero tolerance. I mean, but we have to also take into consideration how early these stages we are in this. Obviously, we don't even have it in every single major city. I think they'll get the bug sorted out. We talked about the likes of LiDAR and comparing it to Tesla's camera comparison. I don't know, maybe Tesla would pick that up and then Waymo having a little bit of trouble. But the software upgrade, I think, in Waymo is going to be significantly easier. And we're not even close to any form of profitability just yet. Once they have the ability to get into mass production, I think things are going to drastically change. They'll be able to sort these bugs out. Until then, it's beta mode, in my opinion, until it's accessible to everybody, no matter where you are. But I'm not overly worried about this, Sharif. There's going to be bumps along the way, for sure, in this stuff.
I want to read out Danker's comment.
Absolutely.
Great comment there. I'm a funeral director, and we have had issues with Waymo cutting into funeral processions and hitting escorts. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that, brother, obviously to the family who probably had to deal with that as well. But again, another real world incident. A human will realize it's a funeral procession and you'll kind of give space. Whereas, the AI has to know that. It has to understand that. And again, AI could be so much smarter in advanced thinking, but when it comes to human tasks, regular every day, we've seen them fail. ChatGPT being a very clear example of that. I know they're not the same thing, but I just want to draw some parallels.
That's the thing. It's funny that it's like like, I'm working on the exact same thing. I ran into those issues with my algo that I was working on. It's like you have that discretionary and that human aspect that you can't code.
No, right? Like, it's a lot harder to, for certain.
It's definitely more difficult to code, right? But yeah, I think they will get sorted out. We obviously don't want any issues with that, even though here in the province of Ontario, we're looking to ban the speed cameras. I think ban them, but just keep them in the school zones.
But you know what they're doing with them?
No,
so your boy Big Dougie wants to refit them for crime, and he wants to take that military thing. You know, in the military, where when someone shoots in your direction, you have to be able to ascertain where the bullet's coming from very quickly, right? So that you can focus your attention there. So he wants to actually put these detectors on the cameras that detect shots fired as well as the direction of the shots. It feels like a war zone. These are our communities, bro. These are our houses.
But,
so I don't really like that. I like, of course, that he's taking a fight.
But I don't want to be like monitored, like a
there's that whole thing, of course.
The privacy kind of aspect of things. So.
All right, Adara, what do you make of this latest Waymo debacle? Just another sort of evolution in the software?
Yeah, it's scary, and I honestly think, and I am fully prepared for this to be a hot take and for people to go at me in the chat, but I welcome discussion, I welcome debate. If we're having these like really big safety issues, I mean, we know we had them with FSD, but especially like with the Waymo pausing and then deciding, wait, I'll just drive around the school bus arm while kids are disembarking off the bus. I think that's a real concern, obviously. And so I think maybe what we do is we take a step back, we take a moment to just make sure all of these vehicles are really trained in, you know, I guess road etiquette. Like obviously, you know, laws, regulations, those are important too, but just road etiquette as well, because I mean, obviously, that is still, I believe, illegal. I don't drive, so please correct me if I'm wrong, to just, you know, go around a school bus. But I think it also, at the very least, is super unethical. So, yeah, I think it's pretty scary that we have these vehicles out there that maybe aren't, I guess, trained to the best of their ability. I don't know. I find this to be a little bit concerning, especially the fact that I know, Sharif, you mentioned as well your experience with the FSD in the Tesla about a year back where it wasn't necessarily like, you know, I believe it was yielding properly. So this is a concern. And again, as you guys are mentioning, real world examples happening. I think that the school bus is certainly a large concern given children and the safety of children. I think especially how a lot of drivers, to my understanding and knowledge, really prioritize the safety in school zones and with buses. So I think this is pretty dicey, and I wonder if maybe it's just time to take a couple months, train these AIs and these algorithms and these systems properly before letting them back on the road, because big yikes.
For that, yes, I have to agree. Hopefully they get everything figured out, because that's obviously a very big concern for us, the safety of children. Let's talk about Boeing winning, finally, FAA approval to boost their 737 MAX output. Not by as many as you think. It's just 4 per month, but that could be a good thing for them as they look to get out of debt. Let's talk about it. So as I mentioned, the FAA is allowing Boeing to raise the amount of 737 MAX they produce per month from 38 to 42. The prior cap was put in 2024 by the previous administration after the Alaska Airlines MAX 9 mid-air emergency, which exposed missing bolts in a door plug, and obviously renewed scrutiny over Boeing. And there goes BYND into another area high into 39s. Let's wet the beak here as well, and we're also going to wait at 40s. Good strength right now from BYND, continues to print higher highs and higher lows. Go ahead, Joey.
All right, cool. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now.
Thank you, Joey.
Yes, sir.
So the FAA said inspectors conducted extensive reviews, of Boeing's production lines, and they concluded the increase could be safely done under enhanced oversight. I don't know what the enhanced oversight entails. You can do a bit more digging into that. So let's talk about the possible financial rebound, because Boeing has been, you know what, defecating the bed here for a long time. Increasing deliveries, though, could be crucial for them, especially for their financial recovery, as the company actually only receives the majority of the money for the airplane once it delivers. So they don't have like 50% upfront payment by a buyer. That's not happening. Again, the most of the money comes when the airplane is delivered. So they remain heavily indebted. They're carrying $53 billion on their balance sheet in debt. Just compare that to the $12 billion they had back in 2018. Orders of magnitude higher. Analysts, though, expect Boeing to remain unprofitable through the rest of the year. We're talking about 25, but they do see 2026 as the first profitable year, potentially, of course, since 2018, if the production continues. Production ramps up smoothly, I should say, Joey. So Boeing also has some supply chains that remain fragile. They built up about $11 billion in raw material inventories as a buffer back from $6.4 billion in 2018 because of the shortages right now in some of these critical minerals, critical supplies. So not a bad look. What do you make of this whole thing?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. I was reading a story a while ago, and I'm talking a couple of years back, where everything with Boeing was so bad that they're like, hey, you guys need to hire the FAA into your own division so you can start spinning out planes a little bit faster. But in all seriousness, we know they have a backlog, and they essentially run a monopoly in the commercial airspace. The margins must be absolutely horrible, and it's weird for me to see a company like that, because we're not going to say that NVDA holds a monopoly on the market, but look how fantastic that is, and especially on a physical product, they have good margins, Sharif, as you always mention. And I'm curious as to why Boeing can't get it together. They're starting to crack some deals with the FAA. I think that's really, really good for them. They can spit out more planes, and they can meet some of that demand in that backlog. I think it's only a matter of time until Boeing really starts to pick up some steam. But once they get all of that under control, they spit out some more product, they get those delivery numbers, and they beat on deliveries, hopefully, if they somehow imagine to. I think this stock has a potential of some massive room to grow. But currently, right now, not until 2026 is when they're going to become profitable, Sharif. You're going to have to be patient and sit down and wait on that. I want to bring up one thing here. Sharif, you were mentioning gunfire and all of this stuff, and people in the States are like, hey, do they even have guns in Canada?
What?
You got to understand.
We got plenty of guns, man.
Again, this is per capita, per 100 people.
It's not the United States.
It's not the United States.
We have plenty of guns.
But trust me, we're up there on the list. And where do all the illegal ones come from? You guys, because they bring it over.
You want to give them the stat?
Yeah,
Let's give them the stat. So, gun crimes in Toronto, it's been increasing a lot. And when they look at the data, over almost 90-some-odd% of the guns used in crime are smuggled from the United States. They're not legal gun owners.
They're not the legal gun owners.
Yeah,
no.
So that's another some food for thought there. But we digress. Yeah. Joey, are you done?
Yeah, I'm good with Boeing. I think, listen, we're holding some support levels right here. Watch out for a liquidity grab south of that, and then maybe you can continue its climb. As for those April lows, it had a nice bounce, Sharif, 87%.
Understood. All right, Adara, what do you make of Boeing and Kelly Ortberg and Company?
Yeah, I think it's another win for Kelly Ortberg. And guys, can you just specify how important it is that Kelly Ortberg do a good job? Because right now, he's actually in a position where he could maybe be Boeing's first CEO since 1996 to not either resign in disgrace or later be called the worst CEO in the history of America. So Kelly Ortberg has a chance here. The other CEOs, for the record, were just interim. So, I mean, we'll have to wait and see what he does, but I think so far he's done an excellent job of turnaround, as Joe mentioned, and something I want to add to as well and emphasize because I think it's really important. The FAA has been giving Boeing a little bit more breathing room. It's allowing it to grow up a bit. It's like, hey, Boeing, now you can certify some of your own planes. Now we have, I think the biggest thing here was the production cap, especially because, and I didn't realize this, Boeing receives the bulk of its payments here upon delivery. I think that's a really good look. If we can get more of these planes produced, we can get more delivered, and Boeing can make some more moolah. But yeah, either way, I think it's a good look for Kelly Ortberg. As of when I posted this infographic, which was late July 2025, I will update it ahead of the latest earnings. But either way, 41% increase here in the stock at that time since Kelly began his tenure. So I think it's a good look. And I think, hey, as long as they keep the Dawn out of the plane factory, then maybe we have a good chance for Boeing to fly higher again.
All right, thank you. Let's go on to Cleveland Cliffs, surging after or on rare earths pivot and, of course, a strong quarter. Where's CLF at right now? I know it was up bigly in the pre. Well, it's still up almost 18%, 17.79, but it is about $1 off the highs, 1670 high, trading at 15.69 right now. So $1.01 off the high. But let's talk about this. So CLF reported adjusted Q3 EBITDA at around about 143 million, but that is up from 122 a year ago. So good look there. EPS still negative, coming in at 45 pennies and missing the consensus estimate of 4.7 billion in revenue. What's going on over there, Katima? Is it still raining?
No, you don't look wet.
Is it still raining? Yes or no,
That
bro?
guy's just drippy. All right, he's working on the dramatic pauses. Yeah,
You got your headphone in. I got my headphones.
Hold on. Let's do this here right now. Yeah, come on. We're gonna do that right now. I know Sharif's
We're gonna
got
do a live
thing, Cleveland Cliffs.
What are we gonna do? We're gonna do a live right now. Let's find out over here. Yeah, we can hold off on Cleveland Cliffs right now.
Let's see what we got, brother.
Joseph, you're entitled to 50% of that if you win.
Parliament Hill, it's a brown though. We don't got much on that one, man. We don't really like this one.
Oh, is this Monopoly again? I love this.
Monopoly.
There's always one you can't get out of the three, right?
The park
All right,
place.
Katina, man, you got Lake Louise.
Ooh. Is that blue? What color is that? It's light blue, though. Light blue.
What do you
Yeah,
got
I knew
there?
that was light blue,
How'd
man.
you know?
Because I used to be a
Crazy.
Parliament Hill. I got Parliament Hill brown. It's not worth too much.
So Parliament Hill obviously is Canada. So this is Canadian.
Yeah. You put them in the app.
I like
there.
it.
All right, rock and roll.
Oh, this is cool, man. I used to love playing this when I was a kid. But let's talk about the Cleveland Cliffs. Let's go on. 4.7 billion in revenue. That missed the 4.9 expected by analysts. The company did lower its 2025 capex about 525 million from 600 and trimmed the guidance down to 550. Shares jumped though. At least, 7.8% the pre-market, as I mentioned, up more now, outperforming the S&P, at least in the morning, on solid margins and a new strategic direction. We kind of prefaced that by talking about rare earths. So we'll talk about that rare earths. So the biggest surprise came as Cleveland Cliffs announced it is exploring rare earths production from its iron ore deposits as a strategic shift with potentially huge implications. Gonsalves, who's this Gonsalves guy? He's the CEO? Yeah. He said assets in Michigan and Minnesota show signs of rare earth mineralization, adding Cliffs aims to help the U.S. reduce dependency on China. The move comes amid rising geopolitical tensions, of course, especially around rare earths between the two superpowers. But Joey, let's get even more real here. It's one thing to have the rare earths, in your backyard, in your jurisdiction. It's an entirely different thing to take those rare earths and make them usable through the refining aspect. And your boys in China, they have over 90% of the world's refining capacity. So it's not just enough to get them out, Joey. We know the Ring of Fire's got plenty. You know that for a fact. Brazil got plenty. I think second most in the world after China, if I'm not wrong. I think China's number one, Brazil number two. And then, we've got our fair share as well. I think the States does have more than us for certain ones. But none of us have the refining capacity that we need that China already has. Does this make a difference? At least in the short to intermediate.
I think so, right? I think it has to at the end of the day. They don't want to be overly reliant on China. That's been the narrative. They obviously want to strike a deal, but that dependence is not good. And you can see you run into issues like this here, which I think is very, very interesting. But speaking of refineries, you know how we are, Sharif. We don't, for some reason, I don't know why Canada doesn't, aside from what we're talking about the rare earths, it's like, why have we not built an oil refinery?
I think we have one in the east. There's one. I think it's in the east. Yeah, like in the Maritime. I'm pretty sure. I'll double check on that.
Yeah, we'll double check on that.
It would be great if we could refine our own oil and drop the prices.
And not like, you know what I mean?
Fantastic.
Extract it, sell it to the States, and then buy it back, because that makes a lot of logic. But at the end of the day, not too bad, guys. The whole space has been running as of late. This is Cleveland Cliffs here, Sharif brought to us. This is a big time move up. Watch out for the implied volatility on this. And then same with the likes of LAC as well, too, Lithium America Corp. We're starting to see some big time moves in this space. Why? Because when there's a crisis at hand, there's ways that the stock market can take advantage of it. I think that the Americans are obviously onto the right path, but just starting their own for now.
All right, Adair's not there, so let's go on to the next story. Weight Watchers partnering with Amazon to sell these GLP-1 drugs for delivery. So let's get right down to it. Where is WW up on the day? Let's find out. They're up 9 1/3%. not doing the most volume. I would have anticipated they would have been a lot more active. They're not, but they're still up nicely here, 9.29%. So Weight Watchers announced a partnership with Amazon Pharmacy to deliver GLP-1 obesity medications, including injectables like everybody knows, Wegovy, Zepbound. It's going to be directly to the customer's home. The integration allows customers to check real-time drug availability, which is an issue because sometimes they're on backlog, as well as order refrigerated prescriptions for fast, temperature-controlled delivery, important for these GLP-1s. WW emerged from bankruptcy back in July. It eliminated a lot of debt, and it pivoted towards a digital telehealth rather than the food side of things. And they really are focusing on the GLP side of the telehealth. Competitors, kind of, I'm talking about Hims and Hers, they went a different route. They didn't deal directly with the manufacturers like Lilly and Novo Nordisk. They went, with the compounding pharmacies that make generic versions of these GLP-1s, which cause problems, of course, for Hims and Hers. Weight Watchers didn't do that. They went directly to Novo. They went directly to Centerwell Pharmacy for distribution. So they're getting the original stuff and foregoing that whole compounding thing. Amazon, the pharmacy aspect to Amazon here is what we're talking about. They continue to expand their pharmacy footprint. They put in $4 billion they're going to put $4 billion through 26 to triple their delivery capacity and add same day as well as next day service to 4,000 additional towns for delivery of drugs. Prime members, Joey, they're going to get 1 or 2 day shipping on medications, and they recently launched prescription kiosks at One Medical clinics, which could be nice as well. Another option if you don't want to wait for delivery. You mosey on over to a kiosk.
Yeah, I was talking about this a while ago when I told you that Amazon was hopping into the medical field. Now they're obviously looking into some deliveries for the GLPs, which is absolutely fantastic. Why? Because we're long Amazon as well, too. The outage, a little bit surprising that we're continuing to climb on today's session, but I think it's a step in the right direction. This drug has absolutely taken the market by storm, and we've seen some of these traditional, I guess, snack companies, if you want to call it, like Coca-Cola and PepsiCo, have to just completely change their systems and their products to attract the individual looking for those healthier snacks. Amazon's doing the right thing, partnering up, getting these kiosks out, and then now starting the deliveries. I think it's a really good move, in my opinion, considering that seems to be the motion and the move of the consumer these days is healthy and slim via these GLP.
Yeah, and you and I have talked about it as well. There could be further uses for these GLP-1 drugs, man. And so we're talking about wait for now, but that is, underline that now, for now. We'll see what else they get to. All right, Adara.
Yeah, sorry, what was I going to...
Go ahead.
I forgot. It slipped my mind. So, yeah, let's go to Adara.
All right, Adara. This interesting take right now between Weight Watchers out of bankruptcy in July, teaming up with Amazon for GLP-1 delivery.
Yeah, I think it's a good look because I think both companies and users of both companies benefit, right? If you're from Weight Watchers, you get this partnership with, again, a major company here, Amazon, specifically their pharmacy. And then I didn't realize, too, if you are a user here with Prime, that you also get perks. So I think it's a win-win, truthfully, for both companies and the users of both companies. Not much else to say, but I think a good look.
IND into another high of the day. There we go, 141. We went the beak at 140. We're now posting at 43, 46. BYN frickin' D, it is up 118%. Obviously, this is a short squeeze, guys. Keep that in mind, before holding overnight or making any other decisions about punching into this for less than just an intraday trade. I'm not trying to disparage anybody who's been holding this, but just look at the chart, where it's coming from, what it's been doing lately, and the short interest, most notably, guys. 142 high a day. It's eating up all the sell orders right there. Short sellers, be made aware, guys.
Absolutely.
Let's go on to the next story here. Joey, we've got 5 minutes left. Tesla will report earnings Wednesday after the bell. Make sure to catch that with us on the Market Recap Show. It's going to be bigly, as somebody says. It's been rallying lately, too. Decent move here for Tesla. I got to digress. There goes BYND again, Joey. Into 145 high. Here we go. We're posting at 146. Let's go ahead and wait as well at 49s. Good move here.
Way to grab the whole trend there, man.
Yeah, man. It's been rocketing up. Your boy D. Westermeyer is responsible for this trade. Shout out to D.
Shout out.
Let's go back. Sorry to digress. So the rally follows optimism from our very good friend, I don't know him, but I like him, Danny Ives at Wedbush, who said after a brutal few quarters, we're finally seeing stable demand trends for Tesla. Let's talk about those trend demands. So Tesla delivered just shy of 500,000 vehicles in Q3 of this year, which is a 7% year-over-year increase. They delivered specifically 497,099 vehicles, but we know some of those Q3 sales were pulled forwards due to the September expiration of the federal $7,500 EV tax credit. So will we see that same demand continuation? Give you the other side of the coin, which is that for the first half of 2025, Tesla sold 721,000 vehicles. That's down 13% year over year. So you see the good locally here with the trend moving up, but it could be because of the pull forward September demand. We'll have to wait and see. Tesla's earnings call is expected to shift the focus away from car sales more towards AI-driven growth initiatives like your robotaxi rollout, the Cybercab production timeline for 26, as well as Optimus, which is their humanoid robot entering limited testing. Ives emphasized that Tesla's entering a new phase. It starts with autonomous driving, then robotics, Danny Ives said. Joey, Tesla stock's up 99% in the past 12 months, and Ives maintaining a buy rating with a $600 price target on the Cybertruck.
Not Danny Ives remaining bullish on thing there. But no, as for the crypto space, guys, we'll get into Tesla 1 second. So you can see on that reload, that didn't work out. It stopped me out at the lows here, and then now it's starting to climb. But that's okay. We take a little bit of a win there, stop out there. Not too bad. So we had, we traded 3 names today. IBIT was our by far the most profitable one, and holding on to all of those gains. Tesla and Ether, slightly red on them, even though we got some nice moves. I put in a little bit heavy and just stuck to the stop. But anyways, yeah, as for what's going on with Tesla, Sharif, yes, I think it was, for a while, a lot of what I was thinking is, hey, has the reign of Tesla's EV supremacy come to an end? Why was I thinking this? Well, because we've seen what was happening in the likes of Europe, and even in North America, sales were starting to absolutely plummet. There was brand damage along the way. But I think with obviously the EV tax credit now ending, you've seen a little bit of bump in sales and deliveries there. But I think with the new and cheaper model, I'm not going to say it's going to change everything, but I think it's a needle mover. And we're also going to be looking for that. We're not going to get that Model 2, but it's good to see that we have that cheaper model. But forward looking in this name, it's going to be the energy storage, which is starting to grow substantially. We have robotics is coming in the pipeline as well, too. And then most importantly, robotaxi. Once he gets that cooling up, I think that we're going to see some price targets, not in the Kathy Woods realm, but substantially higher than what we're looking at right now.
Fantastic, right? Yeah. She's so ambitious, but I happen to agree with her. Maybe in the long term, obviously not.
Yeah, I'm not saying by. I think again, once the robotaxi, once he has the ability, once the green light is on the robotaxi, that's when you're going to see an additional growth cycle, in my opinion. 100%. Because we mentioned
it's margin expanding. It's huge.
It's huge.
It's huge.
And I forget who said it. Someone in the chat. I don't know if it was or somebody said, like, someone mentioned, and they're like, yeah, I just use my FSD. I don't drive anywhere now. I just literally click it and let it do its things. Yeah.
And the Katina man was praising autopilot the other day.
Exactly. And that's what I was getting at. At the end of the day, humans are lazy. If you have the opportunity to not hit anything and just sit in your vehicle and do what you want and scroll on your phone and do this and do that, humans are going to take advantage of it.
Oh, all right, guys. BYND is absolutely rocketing. Here we go. 135%. We took out the $0.50. I was anticipating more resistance at the $0.50. It is not resisting here, at least not yet. 153 high. We're showing 52s. There's 53s again. There's a prohibitively large seller, excuse me, at 53. We've been rejecting that level, but I've seen this kind of stop at a particular price before, only to retake that level, or to take that level, I should say, moments later. So be on the lookout here for BYND as we end the show. All right, Adara, interesting move here for Tesla today. They're up less than 1%. So what do you make of this whole thing ahead of earnings?
Yeah, I think with Tesla, as Joe kind of alluded to here, I think it's always less about what numbers they release that quarter, and then that it is going to be what type of thing Elon hints is coming in the future. We know Elon Musk loves his button teases for things that will happen in the future of Tesla, often with timelines that are, to put it mildly, optimistic. So, for example, Q1 2024 in April 24, that report was not the best, but Elon Musk said, hey, we're going to get the affordable model. We're going to start production on said affordable model in early 2025. Did not happen. But either way, the idea that it could happen got investors and market participants really excited, even though the report itself was kind of abysmal. So I think we even saw with Oracle this year, too, to make a more recent comparison with a different company. Oracle posted a miss in earnings on September 9th, but they also said, hey, we have insane guidance for fiscal 2030 that we can back up here with our remaining performance obligations. So I think if Tesla or Elon specifically kind of guides or hints at anything coming forward, I think the stock will probably do well, but I really don't think it's going to have anything to do with the numbers that they post. That being said, if they post good numbers and Elon hints at something awesome, I think the stock will probably do a lot better, but that's just my take.
All right, thank you. All right, here we go. BYND, we're done this trade now. It's, I think, possibly losing trend, topping till candle through 155, current candle, lower high and lower low. It could mean nothing, but I'd be looking for maybe a buy into that 140 area to hold the 10 EMA on the 5. I'm talking about BYND up 125%, Joey. It's 2 o'clock. Well, it's actually 2:01.
2:01.
All right, send them off, Joe.
Let's go. Blue Jays. Let's play.
You want to make some predictions before we go?
Okay.
All right, so let's go ahead. So win or loss? Let's start with that.
Well, I want them to win.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about what won. I want them to win too.
Win.
We're gonna win.
Yeah.
All right.
Because we got Bieber at the mount.
We got Bieber on the mount, right?
Yeah.
Neil, who do they have? Kirby.
Is
that the mustachio guy? It's a mustachio guy, isn't it? I remember that. We beat him up last time, though, didn't we?
I got a couple choice words
we
for
tagged
Kirby.
Him. Yeah, I remember we tagged him. So maybe he'll be looking for revenge, but who knows? We tagged him. We know we tagged him. Let's make a score prediction, Joey.
Okay. Ooh, if the bats are up, I think it's gonna be a tight. This is Game 7. I'm going 5-4 Blue Jays.
5-4?
Yeah,
that's a close one. That's a sweater.
That's a tighter, man.
I'm gonna go. Let's go 7-3 Jays.
Oh,
7-3 Jays.
7-3 Jays.
Let's go 7-3 Jays, Joe. I like number 7. 3, you throw them a bone. All right, guys.
We'll go 7-3 Jays.
What's this over here? Look at this.
That's
Look
the got it.
Like Hoffman went 2 innings.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome back. We were just sort of
we didn't want to go to the pen too much, but Hoffman looked great yesterday.
He looked great, but he threw 2 innings, so it's like I know who's not going to get into the game tonight.
Codes.
I can bet you that much.
Who?
Well, I mean, Little's obviously not.
Oh, Brandon Little. Yeah.
I actually think one of our starters is going to come into the game a little bit later, but welcome back, everybody. As you can, I was about to say, as you can see, the market, the NASDAQ is up 1.4%.
It's gone now.
But you will see it in a second. The NASDAQ 1.4.
Almost.
And almost.
Yeah, we have a new little box here.
Like the new little box that's up there. So as it matriculates in, I'll just patiently wait for it to show up again. The ES, the highs, the market, absolute beast. Beyond Meat, which I thought it was going to stop at $1.20. It very clearly didn't stop at $1.20. Reversing along didn't hold. So there's not much standing in Beyond Meat's way until $1.70 and $2. The squeeze is on for this bad boy. But as mentioned, this is the NASDAQ, and we are right back to where we were when things dumped a couple Fridays ago. Pretty much on the nose. So the recovery, and now the recovery is complete.
Yeah, we're interested in this. I mean, up another $1, up another 1.5%. No, I was saying, Brendan, I was sitting at home watching the show on Friday, and I thought there wasn't enough market. We have that thing on the bottom right, the very, very bottom, but I just thought a bigger look. When you're watching, I don't know, whatever, different shows. It's like, what's the NASDAQ doing? What's that? But it's all on the bottom right there, but we're going to have it up soon there again. But yeah, welcome. I only have one trade today. It's all just reload, and it's promised land. So just on that one, it's been a great one there. While I was actually out on a walk right here. We had our 441s there, giving ourselves $1 worth of risk. We come back and it's $4 or $5 in the money, so we take that out on the way back up, VWAP and so on and so forth. So we'll see about reloading this at some point. But yeah, we are now 6 hours away from first pitch, man. I mean, 8:05 or so tonight will be the first pitch, and we'll see what winds up happening. Be exciting to see who throws out the first pitch. I know we had Batista yesterday. I think we can.
How do you?
I think he just goes back. I think they're saving Joe Carter maybe.
Joe in the World Series.
Well, we got to make it there first. What I'm saying is maybe use him tonight. for another good luck
Get it
there.
hyped.
Or what about Vladimir Guerrero Sr.?
That would be pretty sick.
Really nice. There's actually
Pap Warriors World Series MVP.
I sent a picture to my daughter. I'll have to find it for you and I'll show it to you. Where it's Vladimir and both of them, Vladimir and his son, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And he was like wearing a little Expos jersey, and he's like this tall and fat and chubby and everything like that. It's really cute pictures. Yeah, we're excited for tonight as the Dodgers await Monday Night Football. I'll be at the rink for a little bit. I just told my wife, I was like, I'll take Gia to the game tonight, but she's like, nah, Gia wants to go to hockey.
What's
so
the other game tonight? It's
I don't know. It's Houston. It's Houston.
Houston and Seattle.
Houston and Seattle.
Oh, there's the second game.
Yeah. You have two guys going. I'm beating you, by the way.
Dude, without my team shit the bed. Oh, well,
yeah. So did
the bed.
my team.
And also the Bills are on the bye, which doesn't really.
Yeah.
My team really needs.
I've got some guys on the bye too.
It's because Detroit's won. Detroit versus somebody. Because
you have Jameson. Bucks.
Oh, that's a good game.
Bucks
versus
Lions.
Bucks Lions.
Yeah, Houston.
Why are we looking at the screen?
I don't know. All right, let's go back. Oh, it was there. Oh, the information was there, and then eSignal took it over. So, anyways, we're going to be figuring out this one as well. Okay, here we go. Let's ask this. Will the Blue Jays win tonight?
Yes.
If this is going to say ask perplexity,
Yes.
then I'm not.
Yes.
Too much. Well, yeah, I mean, the answer is going to be yes, but this is.
Boom.
Man, this
We're
thing
good.
anymore. Oh, why not ask perplexity? Honestly, that's exactly what it.
I feel like it's only ever coming up with that one. Well, what does perplexity say? Will the Blue Jays?
I don't think it's gonna. I think it's gonna say like sports are like well undetermined or.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be great for the Jays. I mean, the Jays at the beginning of the season were 250 to 1. What does it say?
Well,
I was checking sources.
checking sources.
It's gonna say they're the favorites.
Checking sources. It's projected to be close. Most betting models give it to Toronto. 54% probability. Yeah, whatever. 130. Yeah, the guy I was telling Sean, the guy next to me.
It's just odds.
The guy next to me really needed that. Ernie Clement hit a bomb or hit a triple that landed like 1 foot underneath, and he needed that one to hit for his ticket.
Yeah.
It's like, I wanted to.
Who throws the ticket with Ernie Clement on a bomb?
No, he needed. It was the total number of home runs. He just needed that one to leave, and he would have been good. But then I was telling Sean, like, was it you or Obi? It was you last week. Last week at one of the games, it was 2 weeks ago against the Yankees. We're sitting 3 rows behind a guy, and we're no-hitting the Yankees. I think it was whatever it was. It was like the 5th inning.
It was Judge, right? Was the story.
And Aaron Judge gets a random single, and this dude 3 rows in front of us is losing his mind because he had 13 large on essentially Aaron Judge just getting a hit, which is one of those crazy bets because I would imagine, because a bet like that, like he's probably he probably gets 1 hit a game, like obviously. So it's one of those that you probably we figured like 8 or 9 down just to make.
It could have been part of a parlay. It could have been like a.
Well, from what we heard from one of the dudes that apparently talked to him was no, it was just
that
straight. It was just that one straight bet. Aaron Judge.
I mean, I bet that Springer would get a hit tonight, but that'd probably be like minus 300 again too, right? Because these guys go 1 for 3, 1 for 4.
Well, the most sure thing is that Vlad will get walked once.
Yeah,
because I think there'll be an intentional walk.
Too.
I bet you Raleigh will get intentionally walked once today too.
Probably. Here comes yeah, I guess so, depending on the score. Yeah. There's Tesla again. It just hit VWAP again. We actually didn't have an order there, so we do now. We're at 45. So one little rip through that, and we'll get filled. Rate. Nope. We're almost getting out here. We'll take another fill rate. Oh, we got it actually. Okay, so we get that right there at VWAP again. So $3.50 winner there. We'll just wait to see if it continues here for my good friend and hopefully yours as well, Tesla. Earnings on Wednesday. Lots of earnings this week, including, again, we had Tesla, we had GE Vernova as well,
Netflix
IBM, Netflix tomorrow.
Intel Thursday.
What is Netflix's price rate here? Like Netflix.
$11.97. I'm guessing.
Yeah, no, yeah, $12.50.
Oh, $12.50.
Well up, but yeah, it was $11.80. It was down here $11.40. Those are probably some buy opportunities down there. But okay, let's go back over to the desk. We've got Sharif ready to locked and loaded here with our rundown.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, guys, where the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers right there, join us in the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to precede that by the $sign. Throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Guys, all 4 major averages decidedly green here with the NQ about to take out 1.5%. Trading near the day's high right now at 25,354. The ES likewise very strong as it approaches 68,000 again. 67,872, up 1 1/5, and the Dow doing nicely about 1 1/4% in Greensville as it's about to take out 47,000 again, trading a little bit below that at the moment. And then yes, the Russell 2000 back above 25,000 and just shy of 2%, the best performing major average on the day. But this monster, BYND, oh baby, what a move up BYND had today. 153 high, dropping below 150 now, up 126%. Look, there's really no news, but we know this company did file for bankruptcy back in July, got rid of a whole lot of debt. And that's what we're talking about over here. The company announced it completed an exchange of nearly $1.15 billion in zero coupon convertible notes that are due in 2027 for a new mix of assets, about $202.5 million in new 7% convertible notes due 2030, and roughly about $326 million in new shares of common stock. So dilution, guys, an issue here, but this feels like much more of a retail short squeeze. What do you guys think of BYND?
Yeah, you mean you just said it. It's a retail short squeeze, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, just because. Oh, the fan's finally. The last time the fan went, like, didn't we lose
I was gonna
power?
say as long as no power went out, but it sounds like that's good.
Okay,
Normally
we're
we
good.
hear that.
No,
We hear that fan go down.
the
and
last time
everything.
that happened, we lost power. So we're fine. Beyond meat, no. Like, again, like retail short squeeze, dilution doesn't. At the end of the day, like I think there's still obviously the chance, a decent probability that things don't work out for them because there's a lot. Obviously, they have a lot of issues and a lot of troubles in terms of getting enough sales to have a viable business. And so there's a lot going on here. But you just got to be worried about the squeeze, right? Like, what was the number? 72%? You said it was short float or whatever it might be currently.
Yeah, something in the 70s.
Yeah, it's ridiculously high, somewhere in the 70s. And I liked it off $1 in both directions today, but I kind of thought it was going to stop right in here, like this prior low, and then into these highs at $1.20. So I was playing it short off $1 and then long off $1, but each time, like short only got to 92, long I took to 15, and now it's at 150. Like I'm trying to be patient about this because I think there's a back end coming on Beyond Meat. And I'm looking at $1.70 here and $2 up there. So those are the two places I'll look for a reversion on BYND. Again, squeeze play, so pick your spot if you're ever trying to go short, or at least be particular about it, have yourself an out. But 70 and $2, 170 and $2 are the places I'll look short.
All right, yeah, I mean, I'm thinking that, you often will get like multiple day runners, right? I mean, we've seen this market happen, this move happen in many names, LAC, Open Door, BBAI, and everything like that. So I think I almost think it's just getting started here. I mean, is there a world where somebody comes in and takes them out of essentially bankruptcy here and the stock can rally back to the upside? I believe that there is a situation where that could happen. Either, a Tyson Foods or somebody can come in. And I haven't heard anything, but, maybe somebody can right the ship here. I mean, Beyond Meat, I know there's not a lot of fans out there of this product, but I think at the end of the day, they still do have that sort of first mover advantage. Now, they didn't take advantage of it. Maybe somebody else will. I wonder if there is any brand, not loyalty, but like awareness left in this name. And if so, maybe they can, with maybe a different marketing campaign or different product altogether, bring this back to life. So I think that's probably what this little bump is. And with that short float, I could see this continuing in for multiple days. So I would say what you're looking for right now is 2 to 250. That's where the 50-period moving average is. The 200 period is up here at $3. I still think there's extension able to happen in this. I mean, imagine here today, you're like, look at this bid, first of all, 500,000 shares right here on ARCA, which is not that much. I mean, we're going to do 1 billion shares today. But I just wanted to say, like, is there a world where you wake up tomorrow and this thing's at $2? I mean, I think someone goes to sleep tonight. If it closes right here, they expecting maybe they're going with a big short overnight, and if it opens up lower, great, they'll be cashing that out and we'll see what happens tomorrow. But what if it opens up higher? Then is there a panic to squeeze out of this even more with 70+% short? I think that's a possibility that there could be a lot of traders holding this overnight and hoping that, again, the fundamentals eventually matter and this thing does wind up going to zero. But we all know here that, there's other things at play here other than simply looking at the PE of PEs of stock. So we'll pay attention to this one here. The fans are starting up again, so I think we still have power around here. The generator, is that? No, I think that was one of those. I
don't know what
they're using nail guns and everything.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, Ryan Cohen is live, says Nate. Yeah, so I don't know. Is Ryan Cohen a Beyond Meat guy right now? I don't know. I mean, Ryan Cohen, wasn't he in Chewy and things like that? So I mean, we can have a look.
It's not on this thing.
I don't know what Ryan Cohen's in right now. You guys can let me know, but maybe still GameStop, obviously, as that's been a good little stock here for a couple minutes as well. We did have Martin Shkreli tweeting around again all last week, so we do know that there is some influence there. And EWJ, Eric Jackson there, AWJ Capital, on stocks like Better, and then he was on Hut 8 last week as well. Oops, that's his Toronto name right there. This is the Toronto stock, Hut. Let me just give it to you what's happening in the United States right now on Hut. Bitcoin's dropping a little bit, 10.3. Hut 8 still up 1.4%. All right, I'm sure, no, Bitcoin is not on this list. All right, let's go talk about GSIT, and then we'll get over to some of the bigger names here as well.
GSIT, guys, GSI Technology shares trading much higher here, about 155% in Greensville after the company announced research showing its APU compute in-memory architecture can actually match GPU-level performance for large-scale AI applications while also reducing, very importantly here, energy consumption, guys. So GSIT breaking down below VWAP right now, which is about 13 2/3. But this is a great move, guys, for a small cap name of 160%.
Yeah, great move. Like, I think it would get even more attention if it weren't for the billion shares that are about to get done on Beyond Meat being up over 100% as well. Unfortunately, like, what's crazy is we sort of said this we say this almost all the time. For specific ones like this, like the pre-market is probably your best friend. Because the second the market opened, it was just halt fest on the stock and only now calming down. Like, by the time it calms down, it's like it's on the back end of the trade and there might be like these little consolidations for you. But that was at this price here, like 13.5. That's what needs to go. Like, it needs to be able to start holding in that 13.5, and then maybe you get a second salvo as well here on that GSIT. It has the possibility of a little something to it, just because of how big the volume is holding like the top end of this, whatever formation you happen to want to call it. It's still bullish as long as it holds this 13 area. And I'll probably, I'll be looking at Beyond Meat instead of this afternoon. But if Beyond Meat were to die, let's just say, then maybe GSIT is one that you look at. It doesn't look terrible when you look at that, when you look at the actual chart on the day. You're just rather seeing it hold that volume weighted average price a little bit better, because for now that support from earlier is kind of resistance until it's not.
Just real quickly here, for those of you riding with this one, we just took 4 on Tesla, just got up to 445 again. So we should take it out right here at 85. So just another quick out there. This is basically the best that we've been able to get is in and around VWAP. If it continues to rip higher, I'm still at 446.80. Actually, I just canceled that. I'll put that back. Because I took a fill here at 445, I canceled this one, but I think this would be the next sort of tranche right there, 446.50 or so. And then up to 448, 449, and then we'll see if we can take down 450. We've seen Tesla go on some pretty crazy runs here in the afternoon, so we'll wait to see if that's another possibility. If anything, I was debating shorting the market right here at 25.3, and I'm actually still thinking about it right now. Would rather it come back a little bit. We'll talk about the Qs in a minute. But all right, Robinhood off to the races here today, despite some people telling us it's down. So let's go find out the story here with Robinhood.
Yeah, guys, Robinhood up decently here, trying to take out 140, up 6%. They're getting more investment from BlackRock. That's what's going on over here. So they've been a lucrative investment for shareholders, as this article speaks about. But BlackRock has increased its position in Robinhood by more than 40% in the third quarter. It disclosed in a securities filing over the weekend, guys. The asset manager now owns about 55.8 million Robinhood shares as of the 30th of September, giving it about a 7.2% ownership stake. That is up from the 39.7 million shares that they had, and then that was also up from the a 5.2% stake. So now they've increased their share ownership by about 2%.
Yeah, and for a lot of people, the story today with Robinhood was just like it was for Webull, and I think a few other places where there were outages and an inability to trade, access, or maybe sometimes some people were reporting incorrect account balances. So there was just a lot of internal things going on. A lot of it probably related to the AWS outage, which just goes to show, like, Amazon's all over the place for you. But look, it's up 6% anyways, and I think that might have to do mostly with the crypto bounce to a certain extent, and the fact that Robinhood pulled right back into almost the 50-period moving average here. It did a bit of a right turn off of 150 to 155 and comes right back into 1/4 on Friday. Looks like that 1 1/4, temp bottom, rounded bottom, and then some nice continuation. What's interesting about this is it's holding out the top of the range despite the fact that people are complaining literally all day long. All you see on X is people complaining about Robinhood. And it still was managing to hold up all day. And it's doing so with, if you look at the Bitcoin recovery, like Bitcoin's bounced at several spots, but it's trending. It's now trend down. Like I'm in this one off of that 62.5 support that we talked about earlier. So it was 63 and the 62.5. That's where I've been transacting. I like the strength. I mean, SoFi's next. Okay, we'll talk about SoFi. I was about to say, like, I like the strength in both of these names when you start to factor in, like, what isn't strong today, because not all of fintech is strong today, and crypto is certainly part of it. Robinhood holding up despite that, and despite this outage. I think that's a big positive for Robinhood. The fact that it did not have any sell-off, despite being down all day, and people really complained, but they're not selling shares, obviously.
Yeah, I still wonder if how far it's been down. Remember, they had tokenized all these securities over in Europe today, so there was a good news story with them today. And stocks going or internet outages, you can't. I think it'd be buying opportunity, as we know, if there was any stocks that went to some downside because of that. Tesla's still going. The big name for downside today is Oracle. I feel super lucky. We were able to get out of this name. I forget how much of it, but at 319, and I was actually doing research on its PE and everything. Its PE is still pretty high, at 65. Historically in the high 20s, low 30s. We'll wait to see if Oracle can come down even more. But I don't know how lucky we got on that top wick there. We even tweeted it out on Thursday. But Oracle, some nice downside. Yeah, look, I really, really like SoFi. So let's go have a look at what the story is there for SoFi.
All right, guys, SoFi up nicely as well. Very similar move here to Robinhood, up 7.84, looking to take out 8. Rejected generally that $29 area that we rejected back on the 15th, but here is the headline. SoFi was upgraded to a Zacks rank 2, which is their version of buy, reflecting what the company's calling upward trend in earnings estimate. The upgrade here is suggestive of an improvement in the company's underlying business and could positively, I should say, impact the stock price. For the fiscal year ending in 2025, they're expected to earn about 32 pennies per share. We'll have to see how they do on the day. But guys, nice move up here for SoFi.
Great move. And on that monthly chart, remember the IPO high breakout play. That's what Robinhood already did. We've seen several names pull this off. And you've had the break on the monthly. We have yet to close above that prior high. Well, with about a week and a half to go, this is happening. It feels like there's nothing that can stop it from closing. It's like 28 or something like that. So if it closes above, and it's above that price now, then you now have closed on that monthly chart, sort of satisfying the breakout terms on SoFi. And I think that's the second salvo. It's already done a pretty good one here, just going back to the start of the year, all the way from like $10 or actually underneath $10, and you've got your triple up. But the consolidation above the prior high and that next breakout. Now, do I think it'll do what? Oops, I didn't mean to full screen that. Do I think it will do what Robinhood did on a similar break? Not really, because I think the market's. Oh no, why can't I look at the Robinhood one? That's not cool. Okay, well, thank you, Robinhood, for not showing up. Robinhood doing a much better move. Oh, there it is. Okay, these signals a little bit slow today for me. Robinhood did a similar move where it broke out of its prior IPO high, and it was like 3 straight months to the upside and gave you like another 60 to 70% from there. So if I were to do something similar to this, it would get to about $50 by the end. Well, not by the end of the year, but by the start of next year. So I think it can do something similar, maybe not quite as parabolic, because again, market conditions do matter. But that's what I love about SoFi. I think it does that close as long as it holds that month. I think we're going to get that shot similar to this. Love the IPO breakout. It's not an IPO breakout. It's like the IPO high breakout play.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, exactly the same play here. I really like SoFi down at these levels. So, you know, we've already recently just rebought it here at 25, 25.50. So obviously I like that, and I think it's going to be a great windfall moving forward, right? I mean, I'm still pretty large into JP Morgan. That's my #1 financial, but SoFi might even be 2 by this point. I do hold some Canadian banks as well, but I've been averaging up. SoFi was one where I did take some profits here at 24. We're hearing in our ear AWS is almost all the way back, so hopefully everybody's corrected there. But yeah, we got some out there, and I actually bought some more right there, and we did sell some. So we've been getting in and out, but I've been reloading it, trying to get longer on SoFi. So definitely a name that I like, and up 8% today. Not even thinking about ringing the register. If anything, I'm thinking, like, that's why I didn't buy Oracle on the dip today. I was telling Neil during the midday there, I was like, I don't want to buy more AI names. I'm trying to get out. That's why we sold some Marvell. We sold some Oracle off of these huge rips recently. So pretty grateful to be able to get those opportunities to do that. We sold some Palantir. I sold some AMD on Thursday. All the names that you think are toppy, I did not sell NVIDIA, and I wish I had bought more Apple. So.
NVIDIA's not really moving the same way. Like AMD did.
I mean, I know NVIDIA's the king.
Maybe it had like 30% move, and now it's back up at the highs. Like, that's crazy. Before we go back and talk about Ronnie or Rani, whichever way you're supposed to pronounce it, IonQ is having a pretty bad day.
Yeah, man. We sold SMR too on Friday or on Thursday.
You know what's interesting? Everyone, and this is what's weird to me, is I shouldn't say everyone. I should say the only person that said it. Between the quantum names, you know, IonQ and between the quantum names and the what's the other? The nuclear name.
Nuclear, yeah.
And then you can sort of extend that to a lot of things that have just been like ridiculously high flying. Like, it was to an extent HIMS. Like, there were a lot of like big time continuation pullbacks. One of the things to watch, especially today, is okay, well, what are the things that bounced after they had a couple of days down, like extreme days down, like IonQ, like heavy to the downside, and then no bounce whatsoever. If you can find ones that continue that move down, I'm talking about your runners, and that were bouncing today, I think those could be good for, you know, a couple of days worth of strength. But this does not fall into that bucket. Like, I thought maybe this would have done a rounded bottom breakout, but you know, that's a good thing about looking for something to set up on a break. Is when it doesn't set up, you have no business being long. Bad day for IonQ, good day for Ronnie.
All right, guys, yeah, RANI, what a move up here, 42%. Multi-day runner, though, guys. This one was really running in the pre-market on Friday, continued in regular market hours, did the same thing today. Pre-market highs around 230, and that's where we found ourselves right now. We're trying to hold the pre-market high, but here's the reason this thing is moving up. They announced a collaboration and license agreement with Chugai Pharmaceuticals for the development and commercialization of an oral product. The company announced an oversubscribed $60.3 million private placement. Continues to run, guys, from Friday. Higher highs, higher lows.
Yeah, Ronnie's loving VWAP right now. Unfortunately, it's loving it a bit too much because it's not moving. Like if you look at the last, let's zoom in for you. If you look at the last, call it half an hour, pretty much, it's got a 7-cent range. When going into that move, like, it fell 40 pennies, which is a pretty good chunk for a $2 stock, and is now just loving VWAP. It also coincides with that Friday high right in here. So there's a potential for a breakout. I would say on Friday, just in the afternoon, when it was going sideways and tried to break out right in here, like, I remember we got the fit, we were long at like $1.90 something, and then it filled us at 209, right? The next print was like stopping out break even. It was just within seconds, and it was a bamboozle, and then after it's like, get away from it because you don't want any part of it, and then it just fell for the rest of the afternoon slowly. So even if it breaks out, I think you look for the scalp break there, volume starting to fall off, and then after the fact, you know, like if you get like a one and done this breaking out, you know, just maybe go away from it the second it loses a bit. After what happened on Friday, I trust it for like one move and then walk away.
Okay, so here's, I'm trying to send this to the screen. Oh, it's not working. Send super chats. Send. No.
I just tried to.
Not
it didn't work.
working. All right, our thing is not working, so I'm just going to call it down because we do have a super chat right here. Alert to Fabian. Right now, that chat thing we have is not working. All right, Sean, thoughts on QBTS? So, yeah, I mean, we just talked about this. I don't, like I said, man, I don't know if anybody else got out of a lot of these frothy names. I got out of pretty much the only frothy name I think that I have. Obviously, all the weed names are down to nothing. SMR. I'm completely out of that one, and I was pretty lucky to get where we got out on that as well. But yeah, look, man, QBTS down 11%. What do I think about all these stocks? Honestly, I think all these stocks have a lot more to go, man. I mean, I'm not. It's not about being negative on the stock itself. I think I don't know enough about Rigetti, QBTS, IonQ, all of that to know anything. But what I do know is this move happened already. And if you go and look up their EPS, don't look too hard, you won't find one. I just think that this is all a lot of excitement, honestly, about what is to come. And I understand that there are businesses where we, foresee opportunity, like in Amazon, like a Tesla 20 years ago, all these kind of things. Will QBTS, will this D-Wave, will Rigetti, will IonQ be something at some point? Yes, but do they deserve the market cap that they have now? Probably not. So I think that when people are going to look to sell some of their positions and get out and realize profits, I think that this has already started, and I think it's just the beginning here in this. So I don't really like it at all until at least here. I mean, this is only goes back to, this is 2.5 weeks ago. You were 24, you doubled in a week. So I think there's a lot of pullback. And I mean, we talk about being greedy and being a pig. This was $1 a year ago today, basically. So you're up, you're up 40 times in a year. So I think it's a lot. And I did the same thing with SMR. When SMR was acting like a normal stock, I was buying 11s and 12s, and I only bought it once. So like I said, I think it was more down over here on this kind of a break. We did sell some up here the first couple times, and then we were sold some again, not trying to be too greedy. Got some out on the way up, and then we just topped out at 57 and actually got out last week right there near 50, exactly at 57. I could show you the trade fill, but all the way back in. So for me, it's again, another name that could be something, and I do believe that, in the long run, something's going to have to power this revolution, and it will be nuclear, some sort of nuclear base.
You know what sets them apart?
But I don't know what sets them apart. But I think $33, $34 is a good spot. If I can get out at 57 and back in at 34, I mean, come on, man, it doesn't take a genius to understand that some of these names are really frothy. So
I've been in SMR for a while, and I'm still holding. I've trimmed a couple of times, but I'm never getting it all out. I'm holding on to a third of what I bought. What's weird about the interesting thing about SMR is how many times everyone's all said about Oklo. The difference between SMR and Oklo, SMR actually has approval from their design, the small modular reactor actually has approval. Whereas Oklo doesn't even have that yet. They've applied for it. And look, neither one of them is selling anything just yet.
No.
But at least a major, they've at least hit a major hurdle's been done. So to me, if you're picking one, give me the one that has something that if they figure it, they can sell it. The second because they've got approvals. Oklo and the administration right now is pushing to get these done. So, they want it to happen. They all want them to succeed, and there's going to be a demand for it. But SMR just has, to me, a little bit of a head start. Anyways, it doesn't really
Yeah, I mean,
matter.
I sold it 30% ago. So, looking to maybe take advantage of a 30% dip.
And you can, right? And you can play this a lot of ways.
Yeah.
You can play this with companies that don't, what's the best word? I can say it positively. With companies that do have solid revenue streams. I was going to say, you can play it without playing it in frothy, crappy, or whatever type companies. But you can play this with Vistra, and you can play this with Constellation, and you can play this with GE Vernova. But you also have to consider, most of us, if you own the Qs, what's your exposure to AI right now? Pretty large, right? All of the hyperscalers, the data centers, you're talking NVIDIA, Meta, all the other hyperscalers, Broadcom. Then you throw in, then if you have that, like myself, because I do, and then you're also in something like GEV and SMR, it's okay. Well, you start to realize that if you make a top, you got to be trimming something. To me, I trim this, and this is the one, GE Vernova, I don't want it to break down, But if this breaks down and sees like the 500s or the 480s, like somewhere in here, 10, 15% down, that's a dip buy. And it looks to me like it's coming. Again, it just looks like that on the chart. But if you never take any profit, then you never take any profit.
Right. Exactly. So that's why I was saying about this SMR. Like, you got to ring the register, right? And even back into here, like Neil just said, trying to buy some GE Vernova. That's a name that I like to get into as well. But okay, yeah. Someone in the chat said, one and done today, and yeah, that was basically what I was doing, and we're still in it. So I'm glad we weren't one and completely done. As Tesla, we reloaded it 3 times, and it is a good one right there. So we're pretty happy with that. But we're going to look for some more here as well. As I look, try to find some scanners tricking around right here. We have the trade rate one more time here. So I don't know what MXF is. I'm going to assume it's nothing. Mexico Fund. Okay, so some of these things just start blasting off because they're doing different volumes than normal. So that's not it. There's Rigetti. So RGTI looks like it's going to be something to talk about at some point here with a nice move down. That's $43. Looking to maybe now find a bottom on Rigetti. Again, like, I know that I was talking negatively about the quantum space, and it's just about the valuation. It's not about trading opportunities. I also don't think AMD deserves where it is either right now, but it is up there. So AMD right now kicking around. AMD, Joe did a thing about options there today. I was talking about 250. So I still think 250 could get hit. It was November expiry, so maybe the last Friday there in October. But, that looks like a great little break opportunity right here for AMD off a nice rip. And we'll see where it goes. But I think that Joe might be close to something here with that 250. So we'll see if that can come into play again. Wouldn't mind trying to buy some of this. I sold some on Thursday, so this day rate, so the second rate up here somewhere, in and around 238, 239. So that doesn't look like a good sale right now, right? But again, we're raising capital, and we actually went into Bitcoin at 108
That's
flat.
my price.
So that was good. So we did that, yeah. And then, okay, so Big Bear AI dancing around here a little bit. We can have a quick look to see what the biggest of the bears are doing there. Shout out to my brigade as well. Looks like their volume starting to pick up a little bit now into the close. So gets back into 740, 750. We'll always look at Big Bear AI. This name, again, has been holding 7. This reminds me of the Army. And, Open Door has been holding 7 as well. So I kind of think this is a possibility here. If you're looking for something on Open Door, 7 would be a good one there. Apple, let's give it up for Apple, man. You really got to have diamond hands and believe in this name. Apple, great stock, obviously moving forward. We'll see where it goes, but I really like Apple, and here it is right here, taking out everything today on better than expected iPhone shipments and deliveries. iPhone 17 kicking it. You wait till you hear more about these AirPods. These AirPods are, everyone in my family owns them, and they're just awesome. Even if you have kids, it's like the quality. They drop them, they step on them, they lose them, everything. Absolutely great product there. I don't need to tell everybody that. Look, wow, this one's an interesting one. We haven't talked about it at all today. I haven't heard anything about CoreWeave.
7%.
Yeah, CoreWeave down, getting hit again here. So again, I don't know, Adair, if there's any story here. I don't think so. Oracle's getting hit. CoreWeave. Oracle's getting hit today.
Yeah, I guess it's true. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think just the networking side of things here and using the uses of these GPUs and whatnot. CoreWeave has big clients, and yes.
I would guess it's just Oracle sympathy. That was my take anyway. It has no individual catalyst of its own.
Okay, so you and I very similar.
On Friday, there was stories about.
Oh, was there? Okay.
No. Well, the stories on Friday was more
Uber.
about major shareholders telling them to reject that Coors deal.
Yes, they should actually.
Yeah,
that Coors.
But I was going to say, that's actually probably positive relative to a lot of times you don't want the big acquisition to go through. So that's Coors. I actually didn't check to see how Coors reacted off of that.
I think you could buy Coors if they let that deal go right there for Coors. So what I was thinking about was I think it's a great deal for CoreWeave. I said that the wrong way. I think that whatever price these guys agreed on, if you see what's been happening to the names in the space right now, this stock would be way higher, I feel than where it is if they did have some sort of, if they didn't have a deal here with CoreWeave. And I don't even know what the price of this deal is. I feel like it's trading above it right now.
It's all stock.
That's all stock. Okay.
That's sort of the thing. It's all stock. All right. Looks like we just had a trend break in front of VWAP. So look, I got into, look, I've been an IBIT. I said with the term I like to use, and it's just a term I use, like when something trends down, if you make money long, I like call it like getting away with it. Like you have to try to, like VWAP has managed to hold, and then I just went for a couple of, is it 15 minutes? No, this chart's fine. If I go back further into like a 15-minute, you actually see more significance with this price area on IBIT, about 62.5. But to the point, like it goes down to 62.5, bottoming tail wick. I missed this one on the bottoming tail wick and then just took it like breaking out of the consolidation, but I'm out. Every time it's failed underneath VWAP. Bitcoin's actually weak today, so I think like taking it out in front of the volume weighted average price makes sense. I don't know if I'll get back in another time at 62.5, but just kind of going to the well as many times as possible when you do see it, when and if you do see it set up. Just one note, Beyond Meat didn't get to 170, but it's already giving it up. This could head all the way back to VWAP itself. Oh, I find this one interesting. You were just sort of talking about something trading and not making sense in terms of being a value. I'm going to throw this one out there. And this is a penny stock, and I'm legitimately having myself thoughts about this. So like the more I talk about it out loud, is just to convince myself what I want to do here. Robinhood is buying WonderFi for 36 cents per share. Every single, like, there've been multiple like regulators saying, okay, now clear here in Canada and this, and it's supposed to close by the end of this year at 36 cents a share. It's spending all day trading at like 31, and like I'm asking myself, which I'm going to do. Like I spent all afternoon trying to find something that would be negative for this deal closing, and I can't find anything. So to me, you're getting almost 20%. I'm gonna pick something up and convince myself not to go all in and just nibble maybe like 20% of what I want to buy, and then and the idea here would literally be to just hold it until the close. Like it's a weird one to me because it fell apart like last week when the market. By the way, I do day trade it, so I just take the spread. But when it fell apart, when the market fell apart on Wednesday, I believe it was. Yeah, it was on Wednesday. It was that heavy down day, and this stock for no reason just lost 10% and then came right back in. It was almost like free money buying it. And so this doesn't make sense to me. And sometimes inefficiencies can give you potential profits. So that's what I'm hoping here. Just can't see a reason why the stock is doing as weakly as it is. But back to Beyond Meat, which I'd like to see if it can get into VWAP. It doesn't seem to want to. The whole dollar trade, that one's gone for now. I think you're playing off like the pre-market highs here at $1.20 and into the volume-weighted average price. Very curious. Very curious as to what most people who are holding this long are thinking. Are they are they just like, I'm going to hold it for a couple of days? Is there going to be that event where everyone just sort of banks that profit? Because remember, this was 65 cents. So it's a double up even having pulled back. Like you're 60% up if this gets to the volume-weighted average price. Like I just smell a lot of people that are interested in some profit taking. Maybe one more bounce before looking for the short. Because I thought 170 and it didn't curl at 170.
There was a story about, here. I want to see Boeing because Boeing, okay, so it's nicely today, up 2%. I mean, Boeing today received federal approval from the Federal Aviation Administration to raise, here it is right here. This is Sharif's morning note. We can see what it's doing right here, but just in here, you can't really see this anyways, but I'm just kind of reading all this stuff that's been listed in here. Again, so 737 MAX, right? That plane's had a lot of problems, obviously, but right into here, 42 planes per month now is their max that they're allowed to produce, up from 38. So I don't even know how the FAA comes up with these things, but that should be good. I mean, most of the money, as we said here, the company receives most of its payments upon delivery of said planes. So, I don't know how that's going to affect this quarter, but moving forward, if they can go 42 planes and actually get them done there with any sort of certainty, then I think moving forward, you probably get an upgrade there in their forecasts, right? I mean, if you can now do 10% more planes, generally speaking, your revenue should be close to up 10% on that. Plus, obviously, the planes getting delivered high margin once wheels down. So I really like that there for Boeing, and we'll see if it's now found a base here, taking out the top, maybe incoming. But for me right now, I'm going to wait on Boeing and just see, you know, if this can get even a little bit lower. I'm not super excited about too many of these names here today, but I'm trying to find some trades moving forward. The only trade that I feel like I could have had here today would have been these TQs, and I think we're getting close to even putting, even putting something on even right now. I'd like to see it. It just broke through the 200. I like to see it come back up. That would be 108.20. I mean, we're not too far away from that. That's only 10 cents now, so we definitely could come back into this area. The only thing is, this is a 1 minute chart, so if I still think there's an opportunity. I mean, this is only 30. This is only 20 cents from now. I like the short against the high of the day. Just thinking that there might not be any more to come today, right? We have Netflix tomorrow, we have Tesla Wednesday, and some of the bigger trades coming later in the week and next week with the bigger tech names, like the big mega cap ones that we all know about. So I was gonna say, like, if we can get anything to 108.40 or so, I think that's a great short in and around here using 108.50. Like, gives yourselves 10, 20 cents worth of room to slam this thing back down. I like that. I'm gonna sit at 108.30 here on the TQs. And what I mean by sitting on that is just hitting offer and then going up there, sitting there with a couple shares and wait to see if we can get that fill. So I was actually talking with my friend Phil today as well. I know I always say that joke, but I can actually show you WhatsApp. That is.
Everyone knows a Phil.
It's a new, yeah, exactly. It's a new friend of mine there. He's
actually,
from,
it's not a very
he's from the Lee Side area. No, it's not very common.
It's not. It really isn't the common.
The only two Phils. Oh, I know Phils from your family.
Phils.
Yeah, I know families. I know them from yours, but the other two are just from hockey. So, anyways. KSS, we're hearing Coles popping a little bit here. They were part of a buyout there, so yeah. I will wish Arun and everybody else out there a happy Diwali. So shout out to everybody that is celebrating there. The principal at my kids' school is big into Diwali, so I think the kids are doing something today, including having some samosa at school and everything like that. So that's a big celebration. Where my kids go to a very diversified, multicultural school, so Diwali is definitely celebrated over there. So I want to say shout out to everybody there. Keep those lights down, you know what I mean? There in the night. Sometimes you get those fireworks going, and
they always happen.
Yeah, it's a
even when they outlaw them, it doesn't.
That's what I was going to say. It's a big time party, so watch out for those bylaw officers.
My daughter loves it.
I hate the people that say, "Oh, my dog doesn't like fireworks." Okay, I mean, I don't know. It's not. They're not really for you or for your dog, but
as long as you be safe.
I get it. Yeah.
You keep hearing these stories.
Oh yeah, I have a story like that. We were doing fireworks a couple of years ago, and next thing I know, the fireworks that I was in charge of were going flying everywhere. So we had to be careful. You had to put them. I always put them in like a flower pot or something, you know, something to give them some sturdiness. But yeah, apparently it was not that sturdy, needless to say. Okay, no one was hurt in the in that, but that was fun. Tesla right now ripping. We said that there's an opportunity for Tesla to rip here in the afternoon. It looks like it's going right now $4 back in the money on a reloaded. That's fruit salad. What's up, fruit salad? On a reloaded position right there. My head is not superimposed on something there. That was actually me reloading. I remember we went to Vegas. It was M16s and AK-57. I don't know what it was.
It's 47s.
47s. Come on, man. I was using the 57, you know.
And apparently Adara as well.
And apparently we have to go to Adara at some point. Well, let's go now.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any news here on KSS. I do want to let you know here with Coles, there is a spike higher, but I checked, and as of 2 minutes ago when I looked, the most recent post tagging Coles on social media, or KSS, was 18 hours ago. So there's not even really any social media excitement predicating this move. I will say, given the move that we've had here in Beyond Meat, some people are attributing that to a short squeeze, so this could be another sign of an influx of retail attention. Before I send you back to the guys, I do want to take a moment to thank our friends at Beta Pro at Global X Canada. We have some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leverage, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance exposure. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader who is looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more. Back to you.
I'm out here at 446. Yeah, I think fireworks are so expensive, man. I've banned them. Our house, that's for sure. I remember that story. I saw Dara in the chat. I remember she said that story one time on the Late Show there, where her dog ran away, but managed to come back. Like knew how to go all the way back. Like it was miles and miles. This dog traveled.
That's crazy.
It's like a 50-minute drive-ish to the cottage from the house. He'd never been to the cottage before. We only had him for 6 weeks. He ran away for 6 weeks and showed up roughly a block away from our house. But he had a chip in his ear. That's how we were able to find him. But yeah, wild story.
Wow.
And that, it is a true story.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Definitely.
Oh, Mr. Westermeyer.
we just got out more at 446 there. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So finally getting into hoodie weather here. Thanks again for the merch. We need to think of a new bet when the Chiefs slaughter the Bills. Look, regardless, it doesn't matter how well the Chiefs are playing or what the Bills look like. Whenever they play each other, Ms. Restaurant, we'll put a bet on. I just don't know. Last year, we did the hoodie thing, and it took a really ridiculously long time to get in the merch. The fulfillment was like really bad, so apologies. I had nothing to do with it. That was entirely YouTube, man. Like I put the order in, and it was like literally just took months to get that merch in. But it is hoodie weather. As you can see, we're both in hoodies because it's fall. Last I checked. And what was falling almost more than anything else, after looking at like IonQ and a couple of other charts, ETH's chart doesn't look as bad when you put it in that perspective, but it's up 3.8%. Percentages don't matter in a 24-hour market. But after getting out at IBIT in front of VWAP, like if this curls, I'm looking at ETH actually. Like this is the weakest of the, well, okay, fine. It's just of the two. It's the weaker of the two. I can't make it more dramatic than that because I'm not looking at anything else but ETH and Ethereum and Bitcoin. But I see this as a potential trend break right when Bitcoin's at the volume weighted average price, and this has been selling off most of the day. So just looking for a trend break on ETH, and then I'm gonna pop into a short. It's occurred to me, I don't think I've ever shorted this, and I shouldn't just assume that we have locates on. We
must.
Do. I'm sure we do. But I've never actually shorted this stock.
Yeah, we do.
You just got to double check. Every now and then there's like ETFs that you can't get, but ETH on a trend break, not really doing anything parabolic. If it were to go parabolic, certainly the volume weighted average price or possibly like 30.15 if it were to break from here. But I think it's about to break trend. So we're going to go short there. Jameson asked about PALL. What up, Jameson? I need your namesake for the Lions to go off for like, I don't know, like 10 for 250 or some nonsense. And I will not be watching that game tonight for obvious reasons, but I need it to happen. Pal, the problem with these is when you go parabolic this way and then everything that did that dip on Friday, I just feel like continuations abound. If it doesn't get back above 140, so like this prior close, right? Then it's breakdown, doesn't get back, and then I think you're on the back end of the trend. I felt that about Rigetti on Friday. Specifically, the one that I traded was ASTS, which did the fail break and then the continuation down day. And even this one just still looks weak. So all of these parabolic movers that made tops last week, there's the ones that regained support and the ones that didn't. Pally, to me, didn't regain support, so it's hard for me to get bullish on it, unfortunately.
All right. Yeah, we just to let you guys know, we have about 30% left, but we take another 10% right here. We actually was able to hold for a nice move on Tesla. So once that came up to 4, remember we told you we were going to be at 445, and I canceled that order, so we went to 446. So we wound up getting the 446, and we got a couple outs there on VWAP as well. So Tesla still continues to work. We haven't looked at Rivian at all today. $13. Yeah, not much going on there for Rivian. Pretty flat there. What a bad stock, honestly. This has been over the last little while. I mean, what just basically a waste. It's pretty choppy. I mean, I guess it's been okay for swing trades if it gets to the sort of, tops or bottoms of the range. I think Rivian's been okay, but to sit in this has been pretty tough. Big waste, honestly. Like this is February of 24. So we're actually under those levels. And I just kind of went back to where the stock where my chart ends is all the way down into here, but you can see it's just kind of in the middle. So stuck here without much. I think if he can come back in, no wonder why Randy likes his stock down at a 10.50 or whatever it is. We had sold some at 18, but it was this level. I didn't get anything out over the last little while. Should have also got out there. But again, a very small piece. I'm trying to get rid of, which is why I got out of SMR and all these kind of stocks. I'm trying to get rid of all these little pieces that I have because I have way too many names. But another name that I have is Uber, and this one's been working off of that $100 level and hasn't been really that great, man. I mean, it's been a lot of downside pressure for Uber as we get ready for robo-taxi and all of that kind of stuff. So we'll have to wait to see. I still really like Uber. I mean, Uber Eats still, I think, is, you know, a big driving force around here anyways. But, you know, I don't know if I think it's probably the most popular food delivery service in Canada. Like, we have Skip the Dishes. DoorDash, I don't really think is as popular here. You guys in Canada can let me know. I don't. I
haven't used DoorDash.
Yeah, I think once you're in Uber, like, the thing is, plus, because the Uber One membership also gets you the cabs and all that kind of stuff, I think there's some decent advantages over there.
I missed it.
Yeah, go ahead. There was
apologies to Be Free. We had a super chat from Be Free. That site's still not working. Oh, I'm not seeing the super chats on there. I put it up. Oh, there we go. Systems down everywhere. Gov, biz, brokers, news. We can place the blame on AWS, right? So AWS. And they said the last updates have been that most of the issues have been worked through, but lots of systems have been down all day. Adara?
I was just going to add here, yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people that I follow here on X that run streams related to the market. They said that it seems to be working now for them, or at least it's better. So I just want to echo your point there. It seems mostly resolved. I haven't seen a statement from AWS, though, in a few hours.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, but this is not the first time something like this has happened. Ultimately,
not be the last.
No, 1,000,000% will not be the last. And Amazon, it's weird because it's almost as if what happens here is everyone gets reminded of just how important these guys are, right? It's like when so many things, like they have an outage and everything goes down, it's like, well, why would Amazon be up? Well, some of it's technical, some of it's that the market's bouncing and recovering, so why wouldn't Amazon, after bouncing off the earnings, like earnings support bounced on a dime on Friday, where like, actually, I can say because it was almost like 210. It was 211 that earnings supported bounced. So this could just be continuation off of that. But to me, it's such a reminder for all of us just how intertwined. And if you're one of the big cloud names and you have an outage like this, then yeah, there's going to be some pain. But we're fortunate we never had any issues. And I know there was a lot of pain for anyone that couldn't trade or had incorrect account balances and all that stuff. That is an absolute pain in the butt. From what we're hearing, most of it seems to be resolved. Like Webull was having issues as well. That's right back. So Webull got right back into those highs, up 3%. Everything just seems to want to bounce. So if you're, like to me, I'm looking for shorting something relatively weak. That's why I went over to ETH for this potential trend break here to head back to the downside right when Bitcoin is at that volume weighted average price. So if there's any symbols, I'm going to restart this. The market's not moving a ton. So let's just get on here and, oh, there we go.
See what's
let's get a fresh start. So we'll do a fresh start. Remember, type $, and if you just put a symbol in before I did this, then just type it again. So just type $. I'll do ETH because that's what I happen to be looking at, ETHA. But I see NVIDIA, CRM, Salesforce is one we haven't talked about. That could be me. Bottom. LAC, Lithium Americas. We have not mentioned LAC. It's weird, like LAC, Open. You talked about Open earlier at least, but Lithium America is not something we mentioned in there. I feel like this is slower than normal, but yeah, so we'll come back to this in a few minutes, but I do see CRM at top of the list. Lithium America is up like everything else here today, but the daily chart doesn't look good. And this was to that point. It didn't matter what sector you were in. If you were a squeeze type name last week, it's like you made a top. Whether you made that top on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, you topped out one of those days. And some stocks have gotten back to support and other stocks have not. Like LAC would be an example of one that most certainly has not, unfortunately.
We said that there was we're now 550 in the money.
Another one.
Right now, what props up, like we were saying. Yeah, because we had said that Tesla was the one that had a chance to go. So now we have 20% left as we took something out here at 446. We talked about that and trying to go higher. I'm waiting at 448.50s. So I'm $2 higher right now. So we'll wait to see if that's going upside there. Netflix tomorrow has earnings. I mean, Netflix, wow, what a story this name is. The WWE factor, man. I mean, football, you know, you're going to start to see them during, I know they have Christmas games, but also probably more during Boxing Day is the day after for us. I meant Black Friday is the words, and you know those Thursday games. I think that Netflix has one of those as well. Amazon into different streaming. Amazon got into NHL. Of course, they're streaming Monday nights. Neil and I were talking about earlier. So Netflix will probably get there. They got the big properties with WWE.
Power Hour.
They're also into bigly right now into video games and things like that, trying to get that number figured out. And then of course with K-pop Demon Hunter going to go into theaters, I think it's over 400 AMC theaters. You know, get ready for that to be. You know, I think that's a good.
They can get one of those a year.
Yeah, and they could, right? I think they can get a couple of those. Even the Taylor Swift ones, those go into theaters. She has a couple other things happening. So if Netflix can sign some deals, even for concerts and things, like there's a lot of upside in live. And, you know, I think that Netflix has showed their ability to really go down and throw down for those events. We saw Apple with F1, Netflix with the boxing and Jake Paul and all that kind of stuff involved there as well. And the numbers that Netflix puts up on that, the Tyson Paul fight was huge. The Paul, whoever fight he did, and was pretty big as well. Those females, Serrano and whatnot, those were really big fight numbers as well. UFC and all that. Like, there's a lot going on for Netflix. So I think that, you know, those buying opportunities, you might not get to that. We'll see what their earnings look like tomorrow on any kind of a miss. I think we look for lower bids there on Netflix and take them. So 200 period is $1,100. We'll look to see that. Wow. As we talk, maybe the more I talk, the more this continues to go. But like, this is the only position that we have on right now, and it's a banger for me on Tesla. So still trying to look for something. I mean, I see right here the TQs. I can see the NASDAQ is thinking about a short again, and we talked about if we were able to get something around 30, we should take it. So let's try. I'm going to try this here near the high of the day. We'll take some 25s if I'm able to get it. So now I'm sitting there offering 25, so there it goes. So it rips through us, so we don't have to pay for that trade. We actually get paid there by adding liquidity. I was going to give this just 30 cents. Like basically up into that high, 108.52. I think, you know, if we're right and the market does continue to fall down a little bit here, we should be able to reap some kind of benefit on this. So let's wait to see if there is a little bit of a pull down here for the TQs. We'll go short there. We might maximum up like 1 unit. And just to give you guys an idea, if I have 1 unit and this breaks 108.52, let's just say my average price is going to be around 40, which probably is where we'll offer now. So we'll see about that. We'll have given back maybe 5% of what we've made on Tesla on the day. So this is not going to be something that we're, you know, going too hard on. But again, being up 4%, remember it's triple levered. And we've seen the NASDAQ really try to drift into the close. So very, very aware of where the risk lies in this particular trade, right? And I think the risk definitely lies in the short. It's not, we could easily see that top again. So we want to be prepared to stop out if it gets too aggressive through that top. So that top right now is 52s. Let's just stop out if it gets to 60, and let's average in if this gets around here into 40. So that's going to be my play right now. And yeah, I mean, I see you there. Why Brothers United? This could, I'm just, you know, there's an hour left. I know it's a trading show. I don't have to put on anything. We're $6 in the money on Tesla long. And really, that's where we lie. Right now, if the market continues to blast up, the money that I'll probably make on Tesla will offset, but I'm trying to make all the winning trades here. So I've only made one trade today, one idea, and that was Tesla, and it's huge. Right, so I'm glad that that's there, but let's see if we can do something similar with the TQs. So I'm going to offer around 40s, get the fill there, have an average price then of $32.50, and then we'll ride up to 60, 30 cents worth of a hit. It's already planned out, and that's going to be my trade here, getting into the close. But definitely a risky one, shorting such a hot market, but I'm here for it.
Well, it's not, like, it's up, but it's not moving now, like, parabolically. Like, that's sort of the thing. Like, I'm looking at a short in ETH. ETH is relatively weak. I don't care about that 4%. That's very, very deceiving. But it's still holding the trend up. So as long as it holds that trend up, then I'm just in wait mode. Like, this is the one that I want, so I wait for it either to get to VWAP or I wait for it to break that trend. CoreWeave and CRM are still at the top of the list. I just wanted to show you guys. CoreWeave #1, CRM #2. Sorry, at the time I looked, CRM was #1. So I was kind of prepared to go over that one. It's Salesforce time.
Yeah, I love Salesforce.
Like right now, well, okay, maybe not like at this particular price. I'm talking about today. Today, Salesforce, this is, it flat out cannot fail the 50 period at this point, right? Like it's well above, like it would have to drop $11 in the next hour or so to not close above the 50 period moving average. And it's done it before, but you just haven't had that second salvo, like close, fail, close, fail. Well, this time it's gonna actually close above considerably after making that 230 bottom. Well, and I said this last week, that if that happens, I'm gonna buy Salesforce, and then we're gonna swing into this one. It has sort of an obvious 250 to 300 thing going on, where like this high is around 300, and then you got 250 in here, and then a 225 bottom. So a little symmetry there as well. Like you're 10% to the bottom, and you're 20% to the resistance level. Call it 10% to the 50 period or the 200 period moving average as well. So I like this one for a swing. CoreWeave, I don't really have positive thoughts on this one. Sorry. No, I wanted to find something nice for Core, but I can't. Like CoreWeave has somebody selling at 140. Like just look at it at $140. Like somebody's selling at 140, and it's been failing every time it's failing badly every time it breaks. Look at the reversal candle. Look at the reversal candle off 140. And then you put things into categories on the day the market recovered. It's at the low of the day. So penalty box still, maybe you catch something off the 50 period. If anything, looking at this setup, like this should have been a short today. This is set up the same way Astus was set up on Friday, and that was a good short. So I think this one's a penalty box for me. But CRM's a different story. I like CRM. And it looks like ETH just broke that trend line, so I'm gonna pop into ETH. Can't use stops for this kind of thing, unfortunately. You just have to, like, you see it break the trend line like manually. And then I'll jump in. My stop goes to the prior bar high, which is at like 310. So I just put it a couple of shekels above that. Did not already have a stop in. So I'm gonna throw my stop in with that trend break. But yeah, like CRM, not a fan of CoreWeave right now. Really don't like what's going on with that chart. And the other thing is, even if you do like CoreWeave, let's just say you like to buy this dip. It's not bad. It's just that with a brick wall at 140, like temporarily you're looking at 10% from here. It's like, well, if your long's here, where's your out? If it's the 50 period, that's, you're looking to lose 10% to make 10%. Not a huge fan of that. I think you let this one come back in a little bit. Until Oracle finds some strength, this probably won't find strength either.
Yeah, no, I was, the hell, Brendan's off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Ooh, Brendan.
Ooh.
Big vacation coming up.
Brando, Monday too.
Impressive, Brendan. Impressive.
Impressive.
All right, so I just put another stop for my last. I only have 20% left. We talked about that. There was an out right there. I put my other out right here, 444. So if we break below the 200 period moving average, we're gonna drop out of that trade there. Okay, so that's gonna be that. I mean, as Tesla continues to go higher, I'm still at 448.50. So see if that play comes through. Now, I think Weeble's trying to break higher, but how much time is left? 3:08. Okay, there's still lots of time left here today, so we'll be able to see if there's anything going on with Weeble right now. To me, the weakness is over here. NVIDIA is starting to break down a little bit, so this is a problem for sure. You're coming into these levels. This is the low of the day. I mean, obviously, right off the open, we scrambled a bit and got into 182. So I don't want to say this is, I said this is the low of the day, but, giving that breakout, and right now it's kind of the low since 10:30. We'll see if it can hold this area. If it does not, then I do think that we revisit this 182.50. NVIDIA in a little bit of trouble right now in this area. So be very, very careful with that. I told you about my Tesla stop out is 444 for just another half out on that level as well. The other name I'm looking around here because I did want to talk about NVIDIA. making that move. Apple, I mean, often when you get stocks that are near days high and all-time highs, you are going to get a little bit of a pullback, but Apple's not doing that really at all. It broke through 260 right there early, did pull back into 258, then eventually some pullbacks until now. It really just wants to hold out. So 260, 250, if we can move down $1, that'd be good. I mean, my short would really be printing on the futures if that were to happen. So we'll figure that out right now. And shout out to you, Sebastian. And shout out to Ozan, and there's Ozan right there. Because, yeah, man, GDX was getting hit there, I noticed on Friday. But GLD today, wow. I'm glad this is in my portfolio. However, not glad at the percentage of it. Probably like, maybe like 1 or 2% of like my portfolio is in gold. And that is way off now. I mean, this is like making Bitcoin look silly. This is making everything right now just look real silly, like breaking out, just making
monthly
new highs.
Oh,
yeah, I
fine.
know. It just keeps on getting going here. So I don't want to think that this is going to continue, but wow. And then I have to throw over to Neil, but GDX right here as well. Good movement today, it looks like, but it had a great move on Friday to the downside, to the point where I was hoping to come in today and maybe pick something up. We went from 86 down into 78, but then you get a nice little bounce again. So the gold miners, I like. You get a dividend here as well, so 74 or so maybe. I was doing a little bit of work. And here it comes right now. Hopefully we can get a move down in the market finally, as we are short the overall market and long on Tesla.
And we can go long on empowering women to change the world, everybody. And you can make it happen because the Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan the QR code on screen in front of you. Join us in building a brighter future. Can't say enough. I mean, come on, if you can't get behind that, then why not? We talked about, I got a couple of questions, and look, we're all about answering your questions and giving opinions, and sometimes it's like not the one you want to hear. Like, I wasn't all that bullish. I couldn't say anything good about CoreWeave, and I can't say anything good about Unity when I was asked several times about it, because I love bottoming tail candles for reversals. That said, on their own, it's not enough. Like, Unity, it's flat today, so it's not really doing much of anything in this recovery. That's step one. Step two, distinct downward trend. That's good, but it might not close breaking back out, unfortunately. In fact, it feels like it doesn't have any desire to. I think this is a stock where until it breaks that trend, like, why not just be waiting to the really significant level out in front of this 30 to 28? Like, it's showing you something down there. It went into resistance. It's underneath the 50. The downtrend is very much intact. I don't like to guess that setup holds. I like to see long setup after the bottoming tail wick there. ETH is finally, well, I mean, it broke the trend. Going to try to place them out in front of 29.85, right? So we got short here just above 30. It just tagged the 29.2s. So let's see if this can play down a little bit further here on ETH. Just a little bit of a trend break. I mean, if you're looking at IBIT, it did the same thing. Like, it broke trend. I just felt like Ethereum is a little bit weaker, and it's underneath that. The other thing I should mention, like, ETHA is at 30, or now underneath 30, but that's also rejecting 4,000. Like, we're at 39, we're at 39.6. So underneath that 4,000 level as well here on ETH, playing a bit of a trend break to the downside. Adara, what do you have for us?
So to let you guys know, on X at TTV Research, I just posted not only our calendar for tomorrow's earnings and events, but I also posted our implied moves calendar for tomorrow morning's earnings. So in case you guys are not quite sure what this is, basically during peak earnings season, which is of course starting basically this week, I'll post these whenever there are significant earnings names on watch. What I'll do is I'll post the expected time of the releases based on Earnings Whispers data, and then I'll also post the implied move. Now, these implied moves change, which is why I try to post them as close as I can to the day of the earnings. Now, usually, again, I'll do this on the biggest earnings names, but I'm very pleased to announce I already have calendars roughly prepared for this entire week. So you're going to get at least one of these every day this week. Again, check it out on X at TTV Research. Because, as I mentioned, of the fact that these implied moves are subject to change, I'll be updating the implied moves and posting them basically right before the earning day. So expect these around 3:10, 3:30 p.m. every day this week for the following morning and afternoon. Back to you, again, X at TTV Research.
Thank you, Dara. Looking forward to it. Of course, remember, tonight in the aftermarket, we will cover everything that you need. We'll have Michael Noss come on through. We'll go over the close. We'll go over pretty much the entirety of the day in as much detail. We'll answer any questions that you guys might have. But I see one of those names that's reporting. I see UGE. Like, I see UGE. Like, this stock, and this is, like, I just think sometimes, like, you have to, like, ring the old register. Like, come on, GE with a double from April? Like, this is not Tesla. This is not NVIDIA. General Electric with a double since April. This is the thing. Like, for me, I trim some Caterpillar. Like, there's certain types of stocks that you don't normally think of getting a little bit parabolic or giving you that big a move. And when they do, you just want to be able to take something off. It gives you some powder to buy some dip, maybe find some value a little bit, get yourself diversified. A lot of times what will happen as well is, like, you might just start liking other names more. And, you know, like, I think, you know, like, an example of that might be, like, if you were over the years, like, investing in, like, the chip space, it's like you might have had Intel, and then you liked AMD, and then maybe you like NVIDIA now. Like, I never really owned Intel back in the day, but I certainly AMD. It's like, well, is AMD my horse now? No, not really. So trimming some makes a heck of a lot of sense. Now, I'll admit to having trimmed underneath 230. It doesn't really matter. And now all of a sudden another all-time high, right? So it doesn't look all that great. AMD is a name you cannot see, like, for the fact that it's in an all-time high. I did trade this one off the high today, 243. It's not following through. Like, this is, there we go, one more. This is something, it's not following through. And even this feels like it could be a fade back into VWAP. It's 3:15, only about 45 minutes left. I'm probably going to reload ETH is one of the things that I'm going to do here. And nothing is really jumping off on my scanner. Like, you got Tesla, but it's not really a crazy trade rate. NVIDIA not going crazy. CoreWeave, like, none of these are really going crazy in terms of volume. And then the small cappers that we're usually interested in at this time of day. Like, you'd think there'd be a second salvo in Beyond Meat. Didn't get to VWAP. If anything, I'm still thinking that can be a potential fade. Beyond Meat's going to do 1 billion shares. 1 billion shares today. Almost an absolute lock. It's just impressive in a lot of fronts. So congratulations to anyone that sort of snipped this one and had the gumption to hold it. I just felt it was pretty simple at the dollar level, so I decided to only trade that price. But it's going to hold. It's going to close above $1 today, barring some kind of minor miracle to the downside. I'll be looking for a double top because I'm thinking fade and profit taking this afternoon on Beyond Meat. So I'm looking for a double top setup. I'll add that. Obviously, I had ETH up here. I'm going to add that to the list and just put a level 2 up over my side. So if I see this, put some topping tails at 155, or it just goes parabolic to 170, I might decide to short it off of that range. David, here it is. Dave's Silly Trades. First of all, thank you for the super chat. Every single time we get a silly trade, which is not always a silly trade, Dave. Short all quantum, COHR, Tesla this week, long SQQQ. Who knows with Tesla guide, though? Well, I mean, who knows? I can't tell you how Tesla's going to guide. We know how they have talked in the past. We know how Elon talked last time. But I'm sort of with you with the pullback in, like, the frothy names. So, like, on quantum, I can definitely agree with you on that front. Tesla's guide, I have no prediction on Tesla's guide. I'd rather just react to it.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. You know, this is the thing. Like, we're both short. But sometimes it's like the vehicle that you choose. We're lucky enough to choose the TQQs here, and it's actually, because it's triple levered, it's just going down into there. So we take a 180.50, or sorry, 108.05, and then we take a 107.99 or 98 there. Just sat down and put another bid out there to take this fill. So right now, you know, we'll say that was a good idea for now, grabbing the short. And again, you know, big time movement here, considering, you know, like, this is one of the bigger moves sort of right there in the afternoon. I mean, we did make this move before and sort of stopped around here. So let's see if now we have such a good price now. We just got out of 20%. So it was 10% each tranche there as we get a little lower. Let's put another, I'm bidding 92s as well for another one. Then we'll have out 70% left and out of 30% if we do get this 92 fill. So far, so good. This is only the second trade. I only have 2 trades today. 2 ideas basically. That short that we just put on right there. And again, like we'll be really good here today, obviously. And we only have this trade plus this trade. So yeah, I mean, the Tesla bid is good. And then obviously this, okay. I mean, now we're starting to hopefully feel some pain back into the downside. Remember where our Tesla trade is going to come out of if it does break that 444. Looks like we're going to break 445. You know what? I'm going to take a piece out right here. There we go. Now I'm going to cancel that 444 fill. So we just took it out at 445.25 there. So let's just take another piece out. So now we're small. Let's see if it wants to continue to move. I'm going to take one more piece out here as well on the NYS on the NYSE on the TQQs, which is the Nasdaq. So we'll take another bid. I'm bidding 97s. Hopefully we can get that fill. There it is for the nice move down. And now we have 60% left of this as it continues to go down. So there it is, man. Hopefully it's another good call for us right there on the Nasdaq, putting us at 2 for 2. And like how many symbols? We talk about this all the time. So I've just made two symbols today. I think you're probably a bit more than that.
Oh, always.
No, I know.
Trade,
I was asking
yeah,
how many
every
today.
single time.
Yeah.
7 today. We'll go 4 out of 7 for myself. But as always, for my litmus, worst loss is actually 70% of my second best winner and half of my best winner. I always look at it that way. I like to trade setups. Like for me, if we come to the chart for
that's what I'm saying. We have different looks.
Yeah, because I like this particular, like any trend break, right? So if I see a trend break, it's not, the likelihood of it happening multiple times on the same stock is pretty slim. So if you're going from a trend break to another, you're likely to have to do it on a different symbol. At the end of the day, just sort of make sure that it's a simple thing to say, but it's true. Every single trade you make, you have to look at it from what is it costing you, right? So the cost meaning your entry to your exit is what you pay. I think I consider that as like, that's what you've paid. So you get in at 30.02 and you get out. If it breaks 30.10, that's 9 cents worth of risk. I pay that. So it gets them out if it gets to 1 to 1, right? And that's what you paid to get into the trade. And as long as that works out for you, then overall you can be positive, over longer periods of time, right? So just make sure that your strategies work for you on a consistent basis. It doesn't have to be 1 to 1. Like you could trade where you're getting half. So let's say you could be reverse. You could not be 2 to 1. You could be literally making half of what you're risking. But if you win 80% of the time, that's still positive, right? Because then it's simple. I said 80% because that's exactly positive, like 1.6 to 1.5.
I think we're probably higher than that, but
right. But it doesn't matter. But the thing is, just make sure that's actually true of you, because what you don't want is to sit there and just have a bunch of wins, and then at the end of the month, like you're not actually green, because it does matter, what your losses are ultimately relative to your wins. Haley in the chat, that's a new symbol for me. So anytime I see someone throw in, I'm curious your analysis on ABTC. I'll always preface this. Have not looked at ABTC. So it's the first time pulling it up, and anytime I pull up a new symbol, the first thing I notice is it is flat out not moving. And when I say not moving, ABTC, like you almost have to see this one. Like this is what I mean by not moving. Like how long do we have to wait for this to actually make a print, right? So still, this is not frozen or anything. This is in real time. This hasn't had a print. All the prints are D-prints. And I'm not going to leave it up forever, but that's 15 seconds without the stock even. I think there you go. It just went 16 seconds, and that's the first print. So ultimately, immediately not a day trade. And then you go number 2. And second point, number 2, is you could look at it doing a number 2 on itself as well. So like this is the exact example. If I know nothing about this, I absolutely dislike it. A, because it doesn't give you enough volume to actually execute. And then B, this is price discovering a bottom and looks absolutely terrible. So yeah, maybe you're getting a bit of a relief rally off the low, but what's your confirmation? The fact that it's not down today after being down 10 days in a row, that's never enough for me. Like anytime something comes to market, loses the bid, I'm usually more interested in when it recovers and breaks back out as opposed to guessing where the low will be. Like that's my I'm always more interested in that because I feel like I'd rather be long off bottoms. Like, look at CRM. It's like that CRM trade. That's why I like CRM. That's why I'm going to buy some because it's already made the bottom and then it gives me a reason to go long as opposed to trying to absolutely predict that bottom. So I wouldn't catch a falling knife there. Just don't like it. Sorry, sports and stonks. Also agreeing that ABTC is a bad play in the chat. And to each their own.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, we covered a little bit more right here, right now. 85s. Far so good. Our Intel reports later on this week as well. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Have a quick look at what the heck the market is doing. All righty. Like I said, I was watching the show on Friday and thought that more of this for me, looking at different stocks. Like, I mean, obviously we get caught up a lot. We have the stock visualizer, which is great, but just some broader market stuff like, you know, what sectors are bumping and which aren't. Like today, that's really the retail trade that isn't doing much. And I mean, for sure, Amazon's doing it. I think Amazon's more of a technical bounce that we're seeing right now on Amazon. I mean, it's bouncing off, almost clean off the 200 period. If not, it's still right there. It's only up 1%, but that's a clean bounce. Today, you get seeing pullbacks at Walmart and Home Depot. Obviously, all the natural plays for retail as well. Costco downside as well there today. You know, TJ Maxx, Lowe's, Home Depot is an interesting name. That just keeps on falling, actually. 420, nice high into 380, so giving some kind of a look right there for Home Depot. But again, a nice move for them. I would buy some. I think for me, my pure play is Costco. And then I don't own Walmart, Neil does, and then I own a lot of Amazon, which is probably why I'm not buying more. I was looking at Oracle today and really feel lucky to be able to sell that on last Thursday near those highs. We got some sort of a story last Thursday about AMD and Oracle and all that, and we were able to sell off of that. I'm wondering about Palantir, if they're maybe the next one to hit the skids a little bit right now as some of these technology services. Again, it's a technology services, right? I mean, I don't know if Oracle's part of this down detector at all with Amazon, but like their downside, so is AppLovin. So I don't really know what's going on with these two names right here today because they're sticking out like sore thumbs. And obviously, if Adara has something on Oracle, we've already gone to her a couple times, and we thought it was sympathy, right? We saw CoreWeave to the downside as well. We've seen NVIDIA recently starting to get a little lower here, so those are some plays to look at. And oh boy, what a day again here today for me on Tesla. So, you know, what goes up must come down. GM down, Tesla up, Ford flat. Ford had that fire in a supplier. That was not a great move for them. I'm going to get another piece out here on another 10% out at 108 there on the TQs. Energy today is real nice. I mean, prices around here, around the pump, have actually been pretty good around the GTA to Greater Toronto area. But you could see here XOM and CVX as rates start to come in a little bit. Right now, we do have that October 29th Fed meeting, which will cut rates. And you can see right now with oil, CLX is the November contract. Once X is up, I'm going to forget the next ones. You guys got to try to remind me of that as well. But see, relatively flat there, but you can see what oil's been doing. This is what we mean about it getting possibly a little cheap here in the energy space right now, down to $57. And then XOM, while I was looking it up, this is one of the, I mean, XOM and energy stocks are always PE, low PEs, of course, just because of the way that works and their distribution there. But this is something to talk about. I don't really like energy names. I can't wrap my head around it right now, so I'm not going to do anything. We did hear there's still, you know, Trump, Putin's going to be hopefully talking at some point, and that should settle some of the oil names out just a little bit. Occidental had that deal with Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway there where they bought OxyClean or something like that.
I think part of the thing for, we were talking about this at lunchtime.
Yeah.
OxyClean.
OxyClean is, that ShamWow?
ShamWow guy.
Was he also OxyClean?
Wasn't he?
What's the the Occidental was Ox something.
I thought it was the ShamWow guy.
Oh, maybe.
Anyways,
well, I don't know.
I think they went to jail.
Anyways, one division they bought for $9.7 billion. But look at Occidental. Like, this is, you know, to think about getting, come over to the chart here.
Bobby Mays, maybe the other guy. Someone just said in the chat.
I don't know their names.
Bobby Mays was the famous one.
Okay. Andre, just show this chart just for 1 second here. I was just going to say, like, all of this garbage down here on Occidental. So this stock, I think if you're going in the energy space, I think there needs to be a little bit of work done over here because I think there's going to be a lot of get up off of this level if it does hold. So the last time we broke through here, $40, we got up to 48. That's 20%, right? And then pulled back, got back up there. Now big pullback down here for Occidental. So a little bit more work to be done there, but I do like Occidental down here at 4.0. So we'll see if there's a bump up there. I'm not willing to pull the trigger on anything. I probably own some XOM. Like I said, it's irresponsible of me not to even know my positions, but XLE is the only ETF that I own in this space, and that's kind of just hovering and doing nothing, again, collecting a dividend. And then in gas pipeline distribution, I own Enbridge. You could also own Enbridge in the United States, and that's been a good one. But
Enbridge is great.
Again, the pullback's still...
The only, out of dividend plays, the only thing I've owned longer than Enbridge is Canadian banks. But the one thing about the energy names is it's twofold. Like, A, oil's not doing anything. But the second side of it is when you're getting a good rate in the money markets, the dividend stocks have less of an appeal.
Yeah.
In a rate, sort of reducing cycle, which rates are coming down, these are going to start to look a little bit better. But we're not exactly, rates aren't coming down as fast as people are expecting, so dividend stocks are not going to do as well as you would expect. Like, that's just normal par for the course. But it's starting to get to the time that I think you can start nibbling back into them, and they'll get a little bit more appealing. Especially, well, I don't want to say it's a foregone conclusion, but it does seem like we're going to get. We should have get at least one more cut, and then next year get a couple more.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably.
Yeah, like at that point, I don't think we're being controversial with that. I haven't looked at the Fed tool in a hot minute, but overall, we're still waiting on some data. I think part of the problem, like right now, is the Fed's like, oh, we need more data, so no one's talking about it because we're not actually getting inflation data right now, jobs data, which is more important. And if they're worried about the job market, then they got to cut. And that's the last thing that Powell has been mentioning, has been the concern now more lies with the labor market. And when that is true, you usually need to get out in front of it with some cuts. We'll see if that actually happens. It just hit 330. We're going to quickly look at the imbalances before jumping back over to the trades. HPE, I feel like that's been there a couple of times and done nothing. So 2.2 million to sell on Hewlett. Not much. Beyond Meat, and that's comically small, but from this morning. Like that stock, let's put it this way. Beyond Meat.
Yeah, that's left over.
This morning, that's what I'm saying. Like but even still, like a stock, you wanted to do a large percentage, or not a large notional value in dollars, but you also wanted to do it a decent percentage, the imbalance of what the stock has done in volume on the day. So like an example would be like NVIDIA's done 100 million shares. I'd want to see an imbalance 5 million or more. Like if it is 5% the imbalance, that'd be huge on NVIDIA. I haven't even looked at NVIDIA today, outside of the first few minutes. So ETH, we just got back in up the top. My stop's at 311, just above the 310. I got 4 short, and we'll play the range here. Bitcoin is, here, I'll show you IBIT, because this is the other thing. We're playing it off VWAP. Like Bitcoin is holding the volume weighted average price as well. If I saw this breaking out, I'd probably just punch out and not reload, because that was part of the thesis as well. So yeah, just checking out ETH right now and still looking at Beyond Meat for a potential reversion off the high. The only issue is it doesn't look like it's going to get to that $1.50 level. It tried, but sort of failing here on Beyond Meat. Pretty sure I did pay for locates this morning. I did.
Yeah, I saw you did.
Yeah, they weren't free this morning. You paid a small amount to go short this. And I'll probably pay them tomorrow morning as well. Just looking for the setup. It's not that I automatically think it'll go down. I just feel like eventually there's going to be a, not a reckoning, but like a heavy candle.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. We can.
Because the reckoning already happened. Yeah,
for sure. Big time movement down for Beyond Meat. I have like 250 down to $1. Yeah, 250, of course. You can pay for shorts from here till eternity with this trade right here. This is now $6. Money. So it looks like getting out at the 50 period. I like that. I like that a lot. Wilson and Katina Capital might be merging very, very soon. You get these two mines together. Might be a problem. Okay, there goes Tesla right now $6. We combine stock picking plus options over there. Oh, again, the chills over here, Joey Options. But there it is, man. 447 right there for Tesla. It is another one, and we've got one on right there for TSLA. We'll wait. We now do have on board 40% left of this TQ trade. We'll see where it wants to go. We do have a super chat as well, so shout out to, he was all over the chat. What's up, William Larson? How you doing over there? What's up, William? Oh, he's got it on the screen, so thank you so much for that one. Mr. Andre over there. I'll go back to the live chat. So here we go. He wants to know about Nebius, right? Speculation dropping to fill the gap. Yes, dropping, yes, for sure. Fill the gap from September the 9th. So let's go have a quick little look there. I mean, Nebius, the same kind of system as CoreWeave. I mean, if you're going to think about some of these AI names getting a little weaker, then yeah, Nebius will be falling down with these names. We do wait for CapEx talk. I don't know when they report, but if you're obviously talking about this gap right here. I would say it's not impossible to fill that. I mean, that would be back about, if the high is 140, you fill it back to $60 right there. That's like a 70% drop or so on the stock, or 60+% drop. That's a huge one. I don't know if we fill it all the way back to there. I'm always looking at 50-period moving averages, which means that we do need to hold this 85, 86 area. I would just say we're going to watch out for CapEx, right? I mean, coming out right now, if you are a Nebius shareholder or CoreWeave or anything like that, you just want to make sure that the hyperscalers are still continuously dumping in money into the idea, and if they are, then I think Nebius could still work out. I mean, we saw a big move downside in CoreWeave today as well, so could be some more action downside for NBIS. We could just wait to see how long it's going to take for them to fill that NBIS. Let me just see the earnings date for them, and again, you see where it says PE here and it shows nothing. I don't know if that's true for Nebius, because nothing's loading up right now, so this might be down the website right here.
No,
but it doesn't have anything in here. Industry average.
FinViz has them at nothing.
Yeah, okay.
These guys are like 240 in sales, million.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, 11% short float. They kind of fit the bill right here of, downside. So I would just say, be careful with it. I know they got to deal with Microsoft. Oh, 14 days. Sorry, that's what I was looking for. So 14 days. So I think you got it. It should be enough there to give us 14 days now worth of information. I think you'll have a good idea for Nebius. But again, thanks for the super chat. Just another name that I'm nervous. I would not catch said knife of falling down, because I think it is a falling knife with some of these names, and I just wait for everything to settle. Might you miss the absolute bottom? Yes, but like Kramer was pounding the table of CoreWeave at $40. That went to like 180. I think there's going to be a lot of options and a lot of opportunities, to get these things going through. So by the way, right now, $6 and change ringing out now on Tesla. What's up, Adara?
I just want to let you guys know here, AAPL has been kind of weak all day, tried to recover, but not very successfully. Just bringing this up here because I'm seeing it mentioned on social media again here. Again, this is from earlier today, but just seeing some reminders here on X, people posting that AAPL is apparently under federal and state data privacy probes after some allegations that from short sellers saying that the company tracked users with digital fingerprints. Again, these are not new claims, but they were recirculated this morning by Muddy Waters, which is one of the reporters that actually issued a report against AAPL, but also, again, seeing this on social media too one more time. So AAPL still on watch here, guys. Some investigations reportedly occurring. Back to you.
All right, before we get on, okay, we got to handle this e-signal, then we'll go over. Neil's going to talk about earnings. Join Neil and Adara tonight for earnings, of course, and our market recap show brought to you by Global X. But right now, if you do scan that QR code right now on your screen, you will get your first month free. That's right, we are waiving the fees. I believe the gentlemen from ICE are coming tomorrow. Going out after, hopefully, for that one, celebrate the Blue Jays winning. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize with their platform. It is e-signal. It has infinite data and instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. You can predict everything with backtesting. We saw Joey talk about some of his backtesting ventures here this weekend, and that was pretty awesome. You could build algos on this as well, or just little ideas, scanners, and whatnot. This is the all-in-one platform. Do not miss out for your opportunity right now to become a e-signal subscriber. Get it for free, and then entitle all over the world with your markets, right? Like if you're looking to trade something more exotic, Japan, we talked about Blue Ocean overnight and things like that. E-signal is going to be your place to go for that. So just be careful and make sure that you do trade E-signal with E-signal and nobody else if you're looking for the best data. I'm bidding 15s.
I don't think they went down. Like,
no, I didn't get any problems with E-signal today. But there it is. We take another fill for only 10 cents here at the 50-period moving average. I'm getting lighter and lighter. We only have 30% left of this. Heading into 338 now. We actually did really well. It was a kind of a trade right there as the market went a little red for us there. So we take advantage of that push down right there. I don't know what happened to your Ethereum. I assume you're going to talk about it. Not much going on right now as we get ready into the close.
Yeah, the first one was good. The second one, you can see us getting back in here, and then it just broke that prior bar high. So I'm out of ETH. We're 1 for 2 on it. Maybe not as good as IBIT today, which is weird because it trends down. Like IBIT actually looking, I know the percentages are not always going to be the same, but IBIT is looking really, really strong, at least for now. So look, I was long it even though it was downtrend today. But if we're talking about what tomorrow, there's anything can happen overnight. So I'll just preface this. The wrong headline comes and we're gap down, and then everything I'm about to say is going to be nonsensical because it doesn't matter because we gap down. But it feels to me, there's your rounded bottom. We didn't break out today. I bought every available dip where there was support today on IBIT. All morning long, I bought support, and then in the afternoon, I bought support. But it's this breakout at 63.5. Like that's to me where the real juice is going to come. ETH could break 4,000. This will be if we take like 112. That 112 level needs to happen. Like when you have these panic style events. Whoops, this is meant to be on Bitcoin. When you have these panic style events where we make like this panic move, I think those are chances for the relief rally. 112 and then 116 on IBIT. So yeah, I liked it to the long side today. I'm going to default to preferring longs tomorrow. It doesn't mean like longs will set up, but like again, like I said, like I think getting away with one today because it didn't follow through, but that's a consolidative day. And if you consolidate an up move, then I'm usually thinking breakout the next day on IBIT if we can get it. Still not much with the imbalances, but anything that was there is now smaller and distinctly smaller. Oh, there's another thing about at some point this quarter, because we were talking about CoreWeave earlier, and I forgot to mention this because I noticed this just today when I was looking at what might happen for imbalances. There's no big imbalances expected today, but at some point this quarter, CoreWeave is supposed to be an addition to MSCI.
CoreWeave.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is, and that's one of those names. Now, CoreWeave's having a terrible day today.
To which MSCI?
MSCI.
Oh, okay.
But there's no date for it yet. But that's exactly the kind of stock. Like it's just thinly enough traded liquidity-wise that if it has a big imbalance, and whenever it happens, it's supposed to be like 9 million shares to trade. Like it's done 22 million shares today. Whenever that happens on CoreWeave, that's going to be an event. So it doesn't give you a reason to buy it today because I don't know what date it'll happen. It could happen in December. It could happen more likely in November. But this is, the second I get a date announced, I'm going to start looking for long setups on CoreWeave. So just something to keep an eye on because it will happen eventually. And 9 million shares is not chump change. If they were smart, they'd lead into that and they could be buying it now when it's down 7%. That would be pretty smart. But they don't always do that kind of thing. They wait till the actual date is announced, and then it can go ramping from there. So just keep an eye on that. 20 minutes until, oops, check that. 18 minutes till the close, only 9 minutes till the imbalances. I don't know if I see anything else. Beyond Meat, it's not really, it doesn't really run into those highs for the double top on Beyond Meat. And I don't think it has enough time to get into VWAP for a dip. So I think that one's a bit of a disappointment. All kinds of movement early, especially off that dollar level. Sometimes it's that simple. Like the stock was a short this morning off $1, and then it was a long off $1. And at some point, it's probably going to be a short off $1 again. Just not yet. Not yet.
We only have 10% left of Tesla, 30% left of the TQs, and I am bidding. Oh, did I just get those? No, not yet. I'm bidding right here. I'm bidding 05s, I thought. TQQ. Oh, 01s. Okay, we're getting greedy here. Yeah, so we're bidding O's basically down here into 108. So let's see if we can get that. We're bidding 01s. I think we should. You know what? I was gonna say it's not like we're only trying to get out 10% each time, so it's not like This is our big thing here. We've basically got 8 outs right now. We have 30% of 7 outs. So we'll get one more here at 05 as it's bouncing around. There it is. Okay, so we just get an 05 there on that kind of a flush. So far so good there. And we'll just wait now to see, you know, how much lower this wants to go. I do have a bid at 91, which would basically be the lowest that we got. We were lucky enough at one point to get 85s there on that trade. And then I do have an offer upside for Tesla. I don't know. My stop initially on this trade was $1. Oh, sorry, that's not Tesla. This is Tesla. Was down here a break of 440. So the fact that we had to stop for $1, it went up in the money 6. We'll wait. Like these imbalances, we only have 10% left, so not a big huge trade. But again, if we break below this 445, we could stop out there. What about just a 4? Where are we now? 446. Thing is, we could take 446 before we even get going here. Again, into the close. So we have to watch out to see if that's a possibility or not. Like even before those imbalances is what I'm saying. I think Tesla could come out with a buy imbalance. Nasdaq's starting to hit downside now, so that's really good for this trade as the futures continue to go lower. The only other trade, I guess, Oracle's been real weak all day. We could have a look here to see if there's any sort of an opportunity to maybe dip buy something here in Oracle again. I'm choosing not to buy anything here. We sold out at 319. It's back down to 276. So that could be something there that we think about reloading, but again, not in love with it. And then CoreWeave, another name that, you know, we had sort of indicated a couple times here today as well, looking to see where this one wants to get into 127. A break of this shelf is a problem for CoreWeave as well into tomorrow. So we'll see if it breaks below the 50 period. We're always looking now, we get excited into earnings season. So that's obviously going to be a big talk for us. Moving forward is what these stocks do heading into that season. So we're basically right here, right now. We got big banks last week, which were not that successful. I mean, if you look over at some of the banks and you start with an XLF, just to get them all, you're going to see that it's down, you know, pretty good. If we said we reported last week 54s down into 52s, we got into 51s right there. So it hasn't been a great earnings season thus far for the banks, and you know the regionals also got smoked. You have Zion tonight.
We just got a question about like what we think about Zion.
Okay.
How much of the earnings is going to matter? You think you care, like right now for regional bank, do you care about top and bottom, or do you want to hear from the CEOs about about their risk with their loans?
Right.
Like that's what you want to hear about right now. So like you could have a situation. These guys could miss top and bottom, and then say, hey, look, our exposure is not as bad as you think, and we weren't affected by the recent dumps, and there's no contagion. And then that kind of stuff could shoot the stock to the upside. But all of the regionals recovered today. Like if you look at like KRE has just been straight up. It didn't do anything on Friday, unfortunately. Okay, fine. Like it was a short at the open. You could have done something with the short, and then like maybe you caught the bottom. But effectively, Carey didn't move on Friday, which was a humongous disappointment because I think we came in thinking that thered be a big move on Carey one way or the other, and unless you went long at 7 a.m., it was pretty useless. But today, it is a straight shot to the upside. So this recovery seemingly happening. It's back to the 200. Again, you're just looking for not bad news, I think, with Zion. For sure. Swamp Rat is that, you know, PayPal, we get a lot of questions about PayPal. I think the reason why is everyone likes to pick a bottom. Sometimes it's fine. I like CRM's bottom right now. So you count me as somebody who likes it. But PayPal has a very strange thing happening at 65 and 70, where outside of like 2 or 3 days, it just bounces off of 65, and then it seems to reject 70. It's got this long accumulation going. The longer that happens, these moving averages are going to start to condense, and then it just makes a breakout more likely. But the last breakout gave you your $10 and then just immediately failed. Because there's something still not right about PayPal. But I like this move much better off 65 than the previous ones. Because look at how clean that V is in the last couple of days. You have a couple of days of down, and then right back 2 days to the upside for potential breakout. Everything about PayPal says recovery, bounce, fill to 77. I don't really use PayPal anymore, so you're not going to count me as someone who invests in them. I never did. I mean, I think between the two. Like I actually had shares of Square back in the day and never had shares of PayPal. But something is really cool happening at that 65. And it does feel like maybe this time is different. But then the last time this tried to break away from 70, it gave you your 10% and then it was dead 2 days later. So you're probably worthwhile if this does set up a good swing trade to make sure you bank some of that profit. But I am looking at this one for potential long. That's 4 times off 65 now. Like at some point, this is going to get with it and start going.
Yeah, PayPal, I mean, we talked about the PE is really exciting down there. So
It's a great value.
yeah, I think it's a good one there. I still hold some PayPal. So we're going to wait and see if we can get going on that one. Minutes left now until those imbalances. And honestly, man, I mean, Tesla's the one that's kind of holding bid right now. The TQs, I'm actually going to stop out if it breaks above like 30. So I'm just going to put it in right now. The trade is just too slow right now for me. It's not... we only have a minute left, so if these imbalances come out hot, this thing's going to rip. I'm not going to average into it there. I was only trading this thing for the move that we got. So we got that move, and now we're into 20% left. So we'll wait to see if there is a pushback on that one, and then we're waiting for 450 to come on Tesla. 450, yeah. BYND here at the end of the day. I mean, it was only a matter of time before it actually did a move off of that 150. I'm surprised it's not a little bit more than this. I know Neil was talking about tomorrow. I think it could be a good trade tomorrow as well. So I actually think it extends tomorrow, and we don't come in tomorrow and it's at 140. I don't think so. We'll if you're going to make a call, this could be one that's a little exciting for traders come tomorrow. So that's going to be PayPal. We'll see if it does kick out. Or sorry, that's Beyond Meat. PayPal always going to be exciting. Wait for those.
Well, I hope that breaks out too. Like PayPal's setup is really good.
Yeah, I really like PayPal. And here we go, 3, 2, and 1, and we'll see right now what these imbalances have in store. It looks like it might be a bid. Forget about that. It looks like it might be a bid for Tesla as that starts to go to the upside. Ethereum's a buy. We're probably a buy side overall. A lot of bids coming through there. Nvidia's a bid as well. There goes. So again, we'll just wait for this to get stopped out in a couple pennies. No worries on this one. We'll make money on the TQs. I only traded two names.
Is a buy as well.
Yeah, I only traded 2 names today, the TQQ and Tesla. So we'll go 2 for 2 there on 2 good ideas. And it doesn't look like Tesla wants to go too far. I'm going to put the stop right now at 446.50. So if we break 446.50 on Tesla, then we'll get out. So I'll cancel all my stops now and get this out there for Tesla.
So actually, overall, I would have thought the market would be a bigger buy than this. 141 million to buy total. The Nasdaq 573 million to buy. Mag 7 164. So it's really just Nvidia at 900 million. There must be a few sells in there somewhere. Beyond Meat. Remember we said how big the Beyond Meat imbalance would have to be to matter. 1.1 million into a billion shares is not going to cut it. So that's obviously a nothing burger. ETH with a decent imbalance there. Intel, that'll pair off. Apple, that wasn't there a second ago. Apple 1.3 million sell. I'll chalk that up to people taking profits and just saying, let's just take the closing print with an all-time high day for Apple. Really good sales out of China, which we didn't really say enough. iPhone 17 selling well. I mean, this all-time high, AMD all-time high. The cool thing about Apple is, at least with Apple, if you're afraid about the whole AI bubble, then this one is probably the safest out of the Mag 7. Right? Like the whole thing is the criticism of Apple not spending on AI. Well, good, because if that falls apart, then this is something in your portfolio that probably doesn't get hit as much if you're looking at the big cap tech. So I'm looking continuation plays on Apple, like the long today, we're gonna like it long tomorrow by absolute and utter default. But yeah, I just said that Beyond Meat 1 million imbalance shouldn't do much of anything, and then of course it actually starts going to the upside. But as I said, it's done 1 billion shares in volume. So the imbalance is not going to have anything to do with it. Taz just asked in the chat, Webull imbalance check. I mean, I don't see it up here, so I'd have to literally sort it alphabetically. Not every stock is going to have a sizable imbalance. In fact, the overwhelming majority don't. That's just how it is. Webull might be somewhat in play today. XRP is going?
Like that.
Ooh, we do like that. Yeah, Webull, nothing burger. Imbalance is like 80,000 shares. We don't have that on P4A, do we?
It's XXXRRP, or there's a couple. There's a couple.
No, we have it here in P4A.
Okay. Oh, we actually.
Oh, I didn't. You know what?
Ripple itself. Yeah.
To be honest, I'm going to stop and fail myself. I forget that we can just. We always show you what we trade. We trade the ETFs. No, we can here at P8. We're able to pull up XRP and show you that move to the upside. Hopefully, my excuse me, daily chart works as well. Is choking a little bit there. Oh, that's a good reversal. It's a good-looking reversal on XRP. 15. Oh, the 15-minute chart doesn't seem to like me. All right, well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. My daily chart worked, my 3-minute chart worked, my 15-minute chart saying absolutely not. But yeah, good move up there in XRP for sure. Let's see if this can hold on to that 250 level. If it's above the 200 period, breaking back out, that's a spicy meatball. I like it.
All right, well, we got a spicy meatball right here. This is almost $7 right now, and I'm offering $4.48. Like we talked about, I know Neil had a banger on Friday, talked about $6 winner there on Friday. We got one right here too, $4.41 up to $4.50 right there, almost $8 or $9. But add that back, plus all this and all this and all of that right there. We just, oh my God, I'm at $4.48 flat. Like honestly, let's just see if we can get a rip through there right now. 448 flat now for Tesla. So let's go, man. Here we go. Nice move into the highs of the day on the close for obviously Tesla. So we are now 15 cents away from getting that top. Should I just offer it right here and then I won't feel so bad? If this doesn't get me it right now, then we'll feel some kind of ways. But right now, there goes Tesla. I might just offer it right here. Yeah, let's just take this out right now at 71. Okay, there it is. We get 71s. Good trade there. We'll pat ourselves on the back for that one, and we'll just go diamond hands, man. A nice little $6 plus winner there on Tesla, but now we got to go over to Neil.
Great job on Tesla, but I have a question for you about that trade.
Yeah.
Did you have to trade your own money on that trade?
Yes.
No, well, what, the capital for
I
it?
know, I'm just joking. I knew what you were getting to. Oh, man.
No, you didn't have to risk
No.
Because when you're trading for a pot floor, you aren't risking your own money. And for some, if you're looking at trade the pool, that means you can have less fear of losing. And that's kept a lot of traders on the sideline when they're risking their own money. That's changing. Trade the Pool wants to transform how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. Trading good setups, focusing on your system. When you hit the profit target, you then get to keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just a real opportunity. This revolution is called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. You can visit tradethepool.com, or you can just scan the QR code you see right in front of you and get 10% off your first evaluation account. So shout out to Trade the Pool. They were here last week.
Yeah.
Mitch. I'm pretty sure we'll have Mitch on tomorrow morning because it's Tuesday. We usually do. We usually do around here. So we'll say what's up to Mitch in the morning. We got about 3 or 4 minutes to go. That's really. I have to make a mental note that we should be showing you the actual crypto charts a lot of times when we're talking about it in real time. And it's not to toot the horn of real trading or anything like that. What I would say is this.
It's an opportunity to look at the actual prices.
The reason like I can pull up, like I can literally pull up Bitcoin in real time and show it to you, but I'll never trade it regardless. It's the same thing. We'll just always trade IBIT. If you're at Real Trading, the thing is you already have an account with a bunch of buying power in like North American equities, so why would you not trade just that? Like there's no reason if you're at Real Trading to not just trade the ETF. So we'll always trade that, but it's the same chart.
Yeah.
And a lot of times I'm like, oh, I don't know what price that coincides with, and I forget that I can just pull up the chart and tell you guys, and that's on me. I see a few people in the chat mentioning UiPath and HIMS. We only have about 3 minutes to go. HIMS is a disappointing name. I'll leave it at that, except for the fact that it really respects the 200 period. So the last time we were asked about this, I said wait for it to get to the 200 period moving average, because one thing I care about is I might like an indicator, but does the stock like the indicator that I like? And if the answer is yes, then you wait for that patiently. And I think HIMS is on a downswing. Let it get into 45, 46. It's really been respecting that the last couple times it was there. I'd look for a bounce the third time. I'm going to mosey on up to the
get
desk.
over there.
Don't forget now, you can just look at the side of that screen and see how the markets are doing. You got the We don't really talk about the U.S. dollar that much.
Yeah, but it's on there now, the dollar.
But it's up there.
1.7.
The
What
Q's
is
with a
the
great
Nasdaq?
day.
I mean, look at that, man. A very, very green day.
It is.
Overall there. Q SPY, led by the Qs, of course, today, as we have some big Nasdaq names.
The SPY doing worse than the Dow. I don't know about that.
All right, get over there.
Usually requires an explanation why the Dow is doing better than the SPY.
Yeah, Nvidia's down. That could be something there today. I mean, look what's happening with Apple right now. So some of these bigger components that are in the Dow, but Apple's up 4%, so that wouldn't be the reason why anything right now. But Apple is getting a little bit of a sell-off. We do have some questions in the chat about why potentially Apple is doing this. And again, it just could be a sell-off related. There it is. Yeah, Apple's right here. It was a 7 million sell. So there was a big sell here for Apple. You can probably, if I zoom this out, you'll see some decent sized going through there on Apple at the close. So definitely creating some downside pressure. Just like this Ethereum is adding, I mean, this is a good pressure if you're long. Bid on the name there. Coke coming out with earnings later on this week as well. So it was another great day to trade. We want to thank everybody for joining us one more time as we only have 1 minute left now until market close. How are those banks finishing up the day there? 302. So again, good movement upside right here for some banking stocks. I'm still not into Alibaba, but I really like these Chinese names. And as TCEHY, shout out to our good friend Jeff Mendel from TCEHY it is. I really like Tencent. And I think this is TCEHY. Is that what I said? Is that not right? Yeah, that's right. Okay, so I really like Tencent as well. I think this is going to be a good one. I would have loved to get that earlier today, but nice move higher there as we bounce again off the 50-period moving average. You know, XAI and Elon, he was the one using Tencent as like some examples of what he was trying to turn XAI into. So we'll see if that can get going right there. But we do now only have 20 seconds left, and we want to thank everybody. Make sure you do watch our recap show with Neil Nadera, brought to you by Global X and Beta Pro. So check out their 3 times. Tencent holds 40% stake in Epic Games. Is that true? If so, my kid would really appreciate me owning some Tencent. 3, 2, 1. There we go. We do get a nice move downside there as we were short on the TQQs right here to end. We did get stopped out at VWAP. We didn't get stopped out, but we do get out as it's now. Wow. There's the fall for the market, man. We were short. Only 2 trades for me today, Qs and Tesla, but good day, needless to say. Trophy day, so we'll hold that up. We're really happy with the performance there. And as I said, we were at a charitable event last week, and I took these Trader TV Live cocktail napkins. I thought they were pretty cool. So right there, yeah, we'll put these over on here and watch them for a little while again. And always giving back, right? We sponsored the bar there. It was for cancer research. So that was a really fun event, and we want to thank everybody for that one as well. All right, over there now to the desk. Thank you so much for joining us. They've got earnings. They're popping in already, so let's go over. I'll see you guys tomorrow. So for everybody here at Trader TV Live, this is this show. We're now done, but we're going over to the recap show right now. Ciao.
Welcome everybody to the Market Recap, brought to you by Beta Pro by Globe X. In the market with a huge recovery. I'm hoping the Jays bats are as strong as the bounce in the market today. You saw across the board strength led by the NASDAQ and by you-know-who, Apple. At all-time highs for Apple. We're right back up top. This is the NASDAQ. What regional bank crisis, what China trade issues, we're right back up to the highs because Apple had some good sales. You saw Tesla was absolutely banging there at the end of the day. So it seems like all systems go. However, Adara.
Yes.
I just alluded to maybe it not being so bad with the regional banks, but we get one reporting in about 8 minutes, 8 or 9 minutes. Zions is going to be reporting at about 4:10. We get a bunch more earnings in the morning tomorrow. We also have after the bell tomorrow is going to be Netflix. So there was a lot to look at, a lot to cover. It wasn't just about Beyond Meat. However, Beyond Meat did lead the entire market in, I mean, its notional volume is pretty insignificant because it's only like a $1.50 stock. But doing over 1 billion shares in volume today was Beyond Meat. The squeeze is real. They restructured, they diluted a little bit, and it was able to gain right now 137%. So a lot going on, a lot to recap and talk about. We'll also have Michael Noss coming on through as well. But
always, yeah.
What a great start to the week. You always like it when the market's up.
Right, always a fun time when the market is to the upside, that is for sure. And I think, too, this is an interesting way to kind of head into earnings, right? We have earnings season. Tomorrow morning, there are a bunch of names that are probably only fun to day trade if you are me. But like we've got Lockheed Martin, we have RTX, we have GM, we have Philip Morris. Let's see if they can bring the smoke with their report tomorrow morning. And we will also have GE, Coca-Cola. There's a whole bunch. You can check them out on X at TTV Research. But the point is, I would say earnings kind of start tomorrow, and they're really going to heat up on Tuesday after the bell with Netflix. Then they're going to heat up further, turn up the grill a notch with Tesla after the bell on Wednesday, IBM as a chaser there on Wednesday night, then Intel we get on Thursday evening, and really nothing else of interest. Deckers, let's hope they don't die on Thursday evening, and I only say that because Deckers unfortunately does tend to get kicked a little bit when they do their earnings reports, and I mean no offense to anybody who is long that name. But yeah, we'll see here. Zion's certainly not going to be like, the showstopper that all the other names I mentioned necessarily are. I think it's going to be of interest either way. Here's the NASDAQ and Neil. I think in a way, it's kind of nice that we closed where we did, because if not, I feel like we would have maybe tested that 611.50, and I don't know how that would have gone over. Because we tested it 4 times, and we survived, but had we not closed, would we have survived? I'm really not sure. Anyways, my slightly coherent rant is over now. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here with ZION. But I mean, certainly, I think with Apple, too, Neil, I did not expect that to move to the extent that it did. But great look at new all-time high. Oh,
I 100% didn't expect it was going to go this far. I think, in my note, I was basically like, I like the long today in Apple as long as it holds on to 255. And I even said room to 259, 260. So, the early move bounced off 55. And it went to 259, and then it went to 260. What happened after that was continuation, another 1.5% for Apple, with strong early sales for the iPhone 17 in China. So the thing about it is people are still buying Apple. Yes, you've still got China concerns. Yeah, you're going to have people say that they haven't refreshed enough. There's not enough new and cool with it. But they're still making half their revenue from it, and certainly it's still a win for Apple. They make fantastic devices that people like, whether you use them or not. I don't use them, and I own the stock, and it just continues to be a winner. It wasn't the only thing that made an all-time high today. That being said, it really held the strength of that high break. It's not just that it made the all-time high. Outside of literally the last candle, when you get those reversals, and I'll add one point to this about the end of the day in a quick little second. But outside of that last little candle that you had right at the close where this sold off, you consolidated after an early morning move pretty much all day long on what wasn't even big news. It's just small gains in China. But keep in mind, a lot of times these pullbacks on Mag 7 names, when they're strong at the end of the day, any stock or any company that does regular buybacks, you have to remember that in the final 10 minutes of the session, companies aren't allowed to do buybacks. So if there's an implicit buyback bid on stock, I'm not saying that was the case here, but a lot of times when these Mag 7 names sometimes can sell off a little bit at the end, it's because there could have been buy pressure from programs or algos that have been part of buybacks, and then it's just not happening at the end of the day. The switch gets turned off, and then you have some profit taking, and sometimes you get these harsh candles, which don't in and of themselves always mean something. So that could be what happened here, but doesn't really matter. Very, very strong day here for Apple, but it wasn't all strength everywhere. As good as it was for the Qs, a couple of notable names that are very similar took it on the chin today, and that was CoreWeave and Oracle.
Yeah.
Yeah, neither one of those two had a very good time. A rising tide doesn't lift all ships here. Almost 7% down specifically for CoreWeave, down $9 from the highs. And it just trended down all day. Oracle didn't look much better.
Off the open, yeah. So I kind of had Oracle. It wasn't even something I was really planning on trading, but I had it on my side chart. I was like, I did like the idea of a 290 break. We broke 290 off the open. I'm like, maybe try this. Yeah. So, I mean, I was very lucky to kind of get that move, but I'm saying, no one, just as we didn't expect Apple to pop, I don't think anybody expect Oracle to drop to that extent. I had no clue, and it dropped hard, and it basically maintained that weakness. It was kind of choppier near the end of the day. It made a bit of a base around 275.50s, but I mean, compared to the high of day around like 291, that is really not saying much. So bit of a rough look. And I have said, I do think that Oracle's at the point now, and like lately, if you look on Benzinga or whatever your news source is, look at Oracle around 8 a.m. almost every day. And today was no exception. They will have some kind of news blast. Oracle is acting like a small cap with the crazy guidance and the daily news blast. And I'm not trying to say I'm anti-Oracle. I know I have made a lot of not necessarily pro-Oracle comments, but I have a big issue because I've went and I've gone through the earnings reports in the past. I have a huge issue with their cloud infrastructure guidance, and I think, and I know Zero had just been saying this for a while as well, Oracle's propensity to guide years in advance is kind of becoming, I think, a little bit tiresome, especially when they upped their cloud infrastructure guidance for fiscal 2030 by $22 billion over the course of 40 days.
But isn't the bigger concern that it's like all that entire strength of guide comes from OpenAI?
Yeah.
Like it's 100%.
No diversity.
There's zero diversity with that from Oracle. And it's almost like once the market decided to digest that, they're like, oh, maybe we don't like that as much. And so Oracle has just been, for lack of a better term, it's been taking it on the chin a little bit here, unfortunately. The other story for today was, and it's going to be weird, the price action that happened was this Amazon outage, because AWS with an outage that affected, look, many things were affected, but if you're watching this show, you know that issues at Robinhood, issues at Webull, and issues at many brokers, so a lot of traders, we had no problems trading today, shout out to Real Trading, but we had no problems trading. A lot of traders either had incorrect account balances, maybe they couldn't trade, maybe certain features weren't working, but all kinds of issues all related to the Amazon outage, which is mostly corrected now. But ultimately, we've been talking about almost all day long. It's as if it was a reminder of how powerful Amazon is, because all it did with this issue was go to the upside. It was a string of buyers and a stream of buyers all day long. And I'll even go over to, like, everyone was complaining about not being able to trade in Robinhood. And I get it, the frustration level, and I feel your pain. Because on a day where the market trended up and there were a lot of opportunities out there, you had things like Beyond Meat squeezing and Robinhood trading. Like, come on, like that's just, I understand when people get the tinfoil hat thing. I don't think it was any kind of conspiracy. It's just unfortunate that I know a lot of active traders would have been all over something like a Beyond Meat. And of course, if you're having issues with your Robinhood account, you're just not going to be able to do it. It's just entirely too difficult. If it's not reliable, you can't trade something which has halt possibilities and which is going parabolically. But overall, when I consider how strong Hood still was, despite all of that, it just goes to show you sometimes we overreact to short-term bad news, when I think now the market's a little bit smarter, in that we realize, hey, like if Amazon has this outage, what difference are any of those clients leaving them? Probably not. So at the end of the day, it just becomes like a buying opportunity if it does in fact dip. It is now 410. So Zion is out, and they are to the upside. So that's good, because you didn't want them falling down the way that the regional banks is going. Let's get the earnings here from Zion before we get to Michael.
Yeah, so apparently $1.48 per shareholder here, or per diluted common share for Q3. Now let me see if I have their revenue, because I just have their quarterly earnings. Apparently, their core earnings, 14% growth in pre-provision net revenue, 18% in an adjusted basis, net interest margin up 25 basis points on a year-over-year basis. Customer-related non-interest income adjusted there grew by 8%. Loans contracted at a 3% annual linked quarter rate. So the loan issue does show up on the earnings.
Okay.
But the rest of the report seems pretty solid. I don't have the EPS and revenue like headline numbers versus estimates yet, but I'll keep you guys posted. I really do quickly want to mention as well here, Neil, I just want to compare what CrowdStrike did when they had their fun little outage moment to what Amazon did when they had their fun little outage moment. And this stock, or this chart is yucky. Like, CrowdStrike had a big old gap down, and then it sold off, and then we continued to sell off for quite some time. And I do have to say, I said this in the midday too, as long as Amazon does not pull a CrowdStrike and offer people $10 Uber Eats vouchers that are flagged for suspicious activity by Uber, then I hope they're okay. they'll probably fine. But yeah, CrowdStrike literally received the most epic fail award at this Pony Awards, which I guess is like PWN, i.e. not Pony, which is, I guess, an information security themed award show. So I think CrowdStrike really shows you how not to handle situations. Hopefully Amazon can handle it a bit better. I think the response was kind of late, and I think it was flagged as late by a lot of people that I'm seeing online. It was certainly better than the $10 Uber Eats vouchers of fame there for CrowdStrike. So I just wanted to address that. Interesting look there. Apparently, Xion's Q3 net charge-offs are $56 million versus estimates of $20.8 million, and their Q3 provisions for credit losses, $49 million versus $26.4 million expected. Again, gonna have to wait and see how all of this compares on a broader year-over-year scale, but as I have more info, I'll certainly let you know. But yeah, if you want to check out this infographic and many more, X at TTV Research is the place to go. I love breaking down events like this.
Yeah, what I would say about CrowdStrike is that gave you, if you were patient enough and you zoomed out, CrowdStrike gave you I think a generational buying opportunity. Both by Sean and I, like it's like on the long term, we trade different styles in the day trade, but I find in the long term, like there's just so many times we'll look at like a dip buy and it's like this is a no-brainer. And it's not even just us. Like I don't know many traders that are on the floor, former traders who weren't buying CrowdStrike when it hit 210. It was just like, oh, yeah, you kidding me? Give me a break. We're buying it. It's just that simple. Sometimes the technicals are too good at a level for a quality company that you almost have to buy. But I know a certain somebody who knows a certain something or a little something about technicals, and I believe we are ready for a little trader talk. We've got our good friend, the NOS boss. Mr. Nos, Michael Nos, our good friend, of course, as always, from Stats Edge. First, good to talk to you again. I feel like it's been a while since I've talked to you on the aftermarket show. I don't know why. I think it's been a few weeks.
It has been a few weeks. I think I was away for maybe one, and then maybe you were away for one. But it's good to see you back.
Well, it's good to see you this morning because you were talking about a sector which maybe gets overlooked. Now, tech had a great day today. But let's just jump right into it because you were talking about a place in the market that most people don't look, which wasn't too shabby in its own right, and you had a couple of names in that group. I'm not going to spoil them for because I want you to say them. In that group, which did very, very well today. So first of all, thank you for that. And after you go over that, I have something to stump you with. It's just a matter of working it in. And I know I don't usually stump you.
Well, I'm excited for that. But yeah, what you were mentioning, I was talking about this morning was healthcare and a couple names in it. And part of the idea here is that if you just look at the healthcare sector as a whole, it's anywhere between 10 and 15% of the index, depending on what kind of when the chart was taken. And it's been kind of left behind, right? So we have obviously tech has been hitting new all-time highs forever. XLF, the financials have been hitting new all-time highs for a while now. But we still have a big catch-up trade in healthcare. And this is, bull market behavior where you want to look for what's next. In bear markets, everything kind of gets dragged down at the same time. In bull markets, people will make money in sector A and then they'll want to sell some and take some off the table and rotate that into sector B. And I was looking here at the healthcare sector and had a nice little breakout of this declining wedge today. So I actually took some of this today and I was highlighting Oscar, which I didn't know had such a following when I mentioned it, but everyone has been kind of tweeting at me ever since with a 22% short float and the nice look that we had here. So ultimately, this needs to get through this kind of $24 area for me to be super interested. But I did nibble a little bit today just because it gapped up early and it started to run for most of the day. So I took a little bit of this Oscar as well. And the idea is that it's not as interesting as trading a big AI name or something like that, but it's important to kind of spread your bets out. When you get too concentrated in one area, take a little bit of profits there, pay yourself a little bit, but it's a bull market. So for me anyway, I want to redeploy that capital as quickly as I can because any money I have sitting on the sidelines is just not working for me in what's been an epic bull market this year.
Yeah, that's sort of the thing. Like you always feel like a sucker when you're in an up rally, and you take that money off. When you take that money off, it's like, well, where do I put it right back in? Now, ultimately, ultimately, it doesn't mean you just throw it into any old idea. But I wanted to ask you just a follow-up, and I know you can go back to maybe the Oscar chart for a quick little second, because oftentimes when we're looking for breakout plays, as a day trader, like I love Obi has a line that I love to steal for this, where instead of just taking a breakout, taking inventory into the breakout trade. But I find that easy to do as a day trader, because like you can always find things like the volume weighted average price that day to maybe buy into a breakout. Like when you're nibbling in, like what's the strategy there? Because the breakout's pretty simple. It breaks this line, or you set your stop at a prior resistance level. Like when it comes to sizing, I'm assuming you take a little bit less, but would you have to stop where it would be if it broke the high? Is that the idea?
Yeah, so my stop for this one is where it would be if I bought it all in a breakout. If I woke up tomorrow and this thing was $24 and I decided to buy it, my stop's probably going to go somewhere around these recent lows right here, talk 17, $18. So what I did was I took 1/4 of the position. Say I want 1,000 shares of this, I would take 250 shares here with that initial stop loss, just to see if it starts to get going a bit. And then you can see I drew in an anchored VWAP from this prior high where we had these 4 red down days. If we get a close above that, I'll add another 1/4 of that position in. And then if we get to these breakout highs, these level I want, that's where I'll make sure I'm kind of sized up where I am. And, the idea is that with 1/4 of the position, and I'm sizing it as if I was buying it at 24 and stopping out at 18, the risk on this is super tiny, but what it does is a couple things. It's just sitting there in my portfolio now, so I'm going to have my eyes on it for if we get a nice up move going in the next couple days, so I'm not going to forget it. And then the other thing is that if we end up breaking out, well, I've gotten a little bit of a better price. So if I was, say just making the numbers round to make it easy, say I was going to risk $1,000 on this position. Well, because I've been adding and kind of buying in on strength, but a little bit early, maybe my risk only becomes $750 now. So I'm taking less than 1R of what I decided for risk.
Yeah, and one thing, I've been starting to favor that, not just in day trades, but like I don't do much swinging, but I've started to favor that kind of an idea as well. And the thing about it that's good is it's good in a bull market, because if the stock's going to break out, it helps that the market's going up. And as you said, you get a better price, so you're risking less. You just have to be careful about doing that when it's not a strong market, I think, because
right.
Ultimately what will happen is that you're looking for an indicator, and yeah, if in a bull market, it's just a higher percentage chance that it goes. But if we're in a weaker scenario, then all you're really doing is getting to something that hasn't set up yet, and then maybe going against the grain. Before I try to stump you, Adara has a question for you, Michael.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to talk here, Michael Noss, about the bank space. Right? So I know we had, of course, bank earnings last week, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, et cetera, a lot of which were kind of weak initially and then came back a bit. But not only that, now we have Zion Bancorp reporting earnings, but beyond that, we have these concerns here about the lending space with regards to these banks, especially regionals. So what are your thoughts on this space? Is this something that you touch right now? Is it a no-go? And do you have any specific names you like? I know that's kind of a loaded question.
Sure. Well, I think it's first important to differentiate XLF, which is our financial sector, which has been at all-time highs and basing around all-time highs, and then the smaller guys, the regional banks, the ones that everyone got afraid of just a little bit ago. The major banks, they look fine to me. This looks like just digestion after an all-time high break. You break it by a little bit, you come back to test it. So as long as this area holds, this looks fine to me. From the larger banks, your JP Morgans, your Goldman Sachs, these, Bank of America's, that kind of thing. Regional banks, a little bit more under pressure. You can see the all-time highs. We're not even back to that from that regional banking crisis we had way back here in March of 2020, and then we had the scare off in 2023. So these haven't broken out just yet. Now, today was a great day for them because we had a fall off the 10-year. I think the important thing to note with these guys is really just about interest rates. The lower interest rates go, the better for these smaller banks. The big guys don't care as much. Now, full disclosure, on this day after we had this really big sell-off and we held in, I bought some DPST, I think it is, which is deposit, which is a 3x leverage regional bank, because why not have a 3x leverage regional bank ETF? So I bought a little bit on that right there. And then you look at KRE for that. And this is kind of potentially looking like a little bit of a cup and handle style or a head and shoulder style pattern. If we can get back through this 66 fairly quickly, then I like the look of regional banks. The thing I love about this trade is I know right where I'm wrong. That's like 57.50. If we lose that, so, I'm risking 3 points on this, obviously going to be more on the leverage instrument, but 3 points on this one for a potential 6 to, if we get to highs, you're talking 9 points. That's just a nice little risk reward profile. So it's one of those trades that I almost have to take just because I think the setup looks okay. And then if I'm right, I make 3 times as much as if I'm wrong.
It's hard to argue with a setup like that. I love that. I find myself sometimes, I'll look at like a mean reversion trade on daily. It's like, if I like a mean reversion trade, it's an all-day trend, then and the risk reward is good, I have to take it. It's just this part. Yeah. If it's an A setup, you just take the A setup, almost regardless of where it happens, so long as there's liquidity. So everyone always talks about gold, but I don't want to talk about gold. So on Friday, on Friday, silver had a move in it, which was a little violent to the downside. I mean, gold kind of pulled back as well. But I look at this parabolic chart that's happening, and some uptrends are really easy to find. I mean, just ridiculously easy to find. Gold goes, silver goes. This is the one that everyone says is manipulated and it should be so much more valuable than ever, but almost no one ever does any work or technicals on it. I day traded from time to time, especially during this rally. I've been favoring the long side. But that was one heck of a candle, which oddly enough did not break the trend. It is very difficult to look at a trend like this, see a pullback like that, and say, well, you should just be resuming the upward trend. Because when you get that kind of a candle, most people are thinking reverse. Your thoughts potentially on silver? I promise you, there's no chance you looked at a silver chart this morning or the weekend, Michael.
I own a little bit of silver.
Oh, come on.
FYI.
No, you don't.
And what I think is important here, I'm probably the only one you've ever had on the show that knows that this is where silver topped in 1980, because I wasn't even born then with this much gray in the beard. But you look at this chart, and this is a monthly chart. We're talking, 1970 to now. We're talking a 55-year chart. So take this for what it will. This isn't kind of day trading advice, but you had this giant cup that took many, many years to get back to that price. You sell off it. Then you have this other cup that you come back and you hit that price, and we're having a little bit of problems there. For me, this seems like just natural price action behavior, where if you were long silver from anywhere in the 30s, when you're looking to take profits, you would see these prior highs that happened in 2011, and that happened in 1979. And you'd say, okay, there's some resistance here. So maybe potentially it's time to take a little bit off the table. Now, what I'm looking for my silver position, which I think I have marked up here, maybe a daily chart, but essentially I just took this breakout of this little area right here around 34, is I'm just looking for this to consolidate sideways for a while. I think a really good example to pull on recently is Ethereum, right? It took a big shot to get up to these prior highs, and now it's just been consolidating, even with the flash crash aside and everything like that. It's been consolidating very nice and tight at this base. That's what I want to see silver do as well, is give it just a month, a couple months, maybe even a quarter of digestion and sideways accumulation, and then a break, and I potentially could add to the trade. I just wanted to point out that this is how commodities move. Like, commodities will do nothing for many, many years. And I always come back to this coca chart, where coca did absolutely nothing from 2016 until it broke out in 2023. Anyone who's trading down here was just having an actual nightmare of a time. And then it broke out and it had a 400% gainer. And that's just how commodities seem to work. They seem to have long periods of time of absolutely nothing. They're the most boring thing in the world. No one wants to touch them. And then you have some kind of a breakout, and you can have these huge explosive moves that come out of nowhere, and you can never really predict when they're going to end. So that's why I think trend following and people who use trend following ideas seem to work really, really well in the commodity space, less so in equities where we know it's a little bit choppier, a little bit more breakout or mean reversion trading. But that's what I'm seeing here in silver. Again, if we can get through that 1980 high, who knows? Sky's the limit.
So I mean, that's like an abject fail on my part, because usually, at least, I feel like you're processing and working through your thoughts. And like I try to bring a symbol for everybody that I think is interesting, that there's no way Michael's prepared for, and you literally have like what seemed like your morning presentation ready for it there. So I'm happy for it, because to be perfectly honest, like I have a little bit of I do own some silver myself as well. I've been wondering what to do up here, but I think, like, I do think there is a bigger breakout happening. I'm glad you brought that up. Like, of course you had that all prepared. And again, so I didn't realize that, some of the references in terms of what, comparing it to ETH, that's absolutely genius. I'm going to have to take a second look at Ethereum right now to have some different thoughts. I actually thought ETH was looking like a little top heavy for some sells. Didn't work for the short I had today, which was weird. It's bizarre, beyond weird. Bitcoin was trending down, and I made money going long. And like I lost money on an ETH short, and that was weak today. Like sometimes it's like that. Like go figure. Like you're against the trend and it works, and then you try to go with the trend and it doesn't. But that's just trading for you.
I think that's important to note too. Where I've noticed the same thing, where it seems like crypto is, at least for now, kind of decoupling itself. Like we're having days that Bitcoin is up and Ethereum's down, or Ripple's up and Dogecoin's down. And generally speaking, it was very much for the longest time, a kind of follow the leader game, in which whatever Bitcoin would do, maybe Ethereum would lag a little bit or lead a little bit. To see one up and the other down, I'm seeing that more and more in the crypto space, which makes me wonder if we're going to end up being more and more like equities, in which we're going to be able to trade long one cryptocurrency and short another cryptocurrency against it. I'm hoping so, because that would be really fun. But just something I've noticed pop up a little recently.
Actually, I think that would be great. I think maybe not everybody would be happy with that outcome, but I think like old head traders probably would really like to be able to see that, because it opens up all kinds of opportunities out there that I don't think most crypto traders are used to, which is an advantage, and I think a big time opportunity. Before we get you out of here, I have to ask you a question, Michael. I don't know, you're in Canada as well, obviously out east. Just out of curiosity, like, has the fever caught on in Halifax as well for something that's happening tonight?
Absolutely. It's going to be a madhouse around here. And it's funny, I just got back from Orlando. I spent the end of last week in Orlando. And the amount of people at a conference that I shake their hands and introduce myself and all of that, they would obviously instantly pick up that I'm Canadian. But then it would go right from you're Canadian to let's talk about the Jays game coming up. So it's not just big up here. It seems like, that's kind of the other side of America. It seems like it's really interesting for them too.
Well, I'm excited. I'll be at the game tonight, because go Jays go. But most importantly, again, Michael, thank you for your thoughts on silver. Thank you for your thoughts and call, which I think is fantastic, on the healthcare space, and for all the work that you do. Good luck with all of your trading. Look forward to talking to you at the end of the week. And then, of course, again, every single Monday, Michael Noss, our good friend from Stats Edge. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me. Talk to you guys soon.
Talk to you later.
Thank you, Michael.
I'm going in the wrong direction, Adara, when it comes to trying to stump Michael. I feel like I was building a little bit of momentum where, like, at least I could tell he was having to think about it.
You're bidding up, yeah.
Yeah, and that was just a complete mean reversion to Neil. You didn't just not stump him. You probably just asked him a question that he was the most prepared possible to.
And he was excited. You could tell he was excited. He was like waiting.
It's like he wanted to talk about silver. Like,
he always calls it Gold's crazy cousin. He has a nickname for it, so.
So you knew he was ready ready to.
Well, I didn't know he was going to talk about it today, but I knew he could potentially talk about it. Like, as someone who has a nickname for a certain, GLP-1 stock, when you have a nickname for a stock, you probably are willing and excited to talk about it at any moment, just from anecdotal experience. Shout out to Eli Lilly. But either way, yeah, I mean, I didn't know he'd be prepared to talk about it today. But either way, shout out to Michael Noss, who was always prepared for any question we throw at him, because he's the best.
Well, you know what else we're ready for around here? Well, at least we're supposed to be ready for it. And the way to get ready for this thing that we call roll call, everybody, is to jump in the chat. If you want to get in the chat right now, you've got to be a subscriber. So hit the like, hit the subscribe button as I am speaking so that you can jump in here for Adara to drop the roll call action. And I always say you got to type something in the chat. What do you think I'm going to say right now? I don't know. What could I possibly... You can give a big thank you to everyone on our team. We have a great team. Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Sean, the Midday boys, Sharif, of course, Joey Options, Brendo, Adara. But that's not what everyone needs to say. I hope everyone is a Blue Jays fan, because I'm just going to say, let's go Blue Jays in the chat, and let's get this roll call started.
I'm shocked, Neil. I did not think you'd be saying that, but no, I'm joking. Of course, it makes a lot of sense. My favorite comment here I saw was D. Westmeyer saying that we should stump him next time with milk futures to really trip up our good friend Michael Noss. So shout out to D. Westmeyer, shout out to Julian L, Derek Thompson, D. Westmeyer once again here. Yummy Thai Foods, John Probulski, we've got TX Jet Fan, we have Jason Queenie, Darth Zed, Carl Gruen, Cookie, Rob Edenfield, we have our Daryl Flinch. We've got Laura Bennett. We've got Miami Dragon, a proper dang paradox. Inbarger, Sean Carter. Shout out to Jay-Z, I guess. Andrew Chow, the Tranquil channel. We have Neil Roberts in the chat. Ryan O'Day, Derek Thompson, Stock Trader. Lee the Conductor, Roger Noonan, Francis Martinez, A Day of the Knife, Hurt Scrambler, Blastoise, to Pokemon, Traveling Pants, T27, A Day in the Life, Midday Rester. I'll end with that one. Make sure, guys, to check us out every single day. Go Jays. Shout out to Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Brendan. We have Fabian, Ramin, Andre. We have Russell killing it with construction. We've got Mark, Rob, and Randy killing it every single day. Shout out to everybody you see, everybody you don't see, and everybody in this chat. Sorry for any names that I missed. I do want to mention as well, guys, Zions Bancorp with a double beat. $1.48 versus $1.45 expected. Sales, 861 million versus 843.606 million. And again, guys, keep checking XITTV Research. I have a ton of content that I've been preparing for you that I'm rolling out throughout the week. It's mostly correlated to whatever day the earnings are, so stay tuned. I am very excited.
And we're all excited for that as well. Adair is a literal machine, everybody. I know I was joking around about Obi being a robot, but Adair is on a whole nother level.
That capture story is crazy.
Oh my goodness.
I asked him if that was real, and he said it was, and I was like, wow.
No, anybody that missed the show on Friday, the Obi is a robot joke. I watched Obi fail 20 times in a row to do a CAPTCHA to be able to log into something.
And it is true. It is a true story.
And it was 100%. She was just sitting there, and it's like, wrong. And it was as simple as like, pick out the 4 pictures that have a stop sign or a stop sign in them. Pick out the pictures that have a car in them. And he just keeps on getting it wrong 20 times in a row. I'm like, this dude's a robot, man. But you know what? You know what we are around here? We're robotic about making sure we give you all of the action in the markets. We'll do it again tomorrow morning, bright and early. This is Trader TV Live. The recap's been brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. We'll see you at 8:30 in the morning. Go Jays, go.
You guys.